and welcome. This is episodes 28 of the town hall meeting, and I'm pretty hyped. It's gonna be a drama special. I hope you guys can hear everybody just fine. Should be the case, I think. Yeah, we got 3 great guests for this one.
Yeah, that's good.
And let's start with the guy in the top left. Who the fuck is that guy? Scott McGregor said, Who are you? You're drinking. Okay.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you, Rick.
Yeah, they call me Vinny the Chin. Back where I come from. No, dude. Hey, hi, I'm Ricky. If you've seen that YouTube video, it's perfect segue. Hi, my name's Ricky. And I'm an alcoholic. And
That's me. That's like yeah, that's me, dude.
wait, hold on. I can't be too quiet for an introduction. Fearside 5 saying Bidoux hella quiet. Turn me the fuck up if you're gonna make me do an intro, all right? All right, how do I sound now, Fear? Do I sound good? Fear, hello? Fearside 5? We'll start this for YouTube way later, okay, Todd? Just skip my intro because obviously...
I'm
we're not
already
gonna-
recording, man.
Do you want to restart it?
No.
All right.
Go again, Rick. Take two. Take two.
Hello, I'm Bidoux. My name is Ricky. I am a commentator. I am a co-owner of ToDGaming, which is an NA team. I commentate Warcraft 3, and I like to party.
All right, Carson, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Carson. I'm a commentator for Back to Warcraft, and I'm on ToDGaming as well, even though it's kind of not a team anymore. We're a group of friends. We're all really happy to be here. But yep, that's who I am. Hello.
So boys, EnSUP here. I'm not a hot tub streamer, but I've been a lot in like hot waters recently. So that's me. You know, I've been a lot of controversy these days. You know, with Todd, XlorD. So, but hey, I also play Warcraft 3 apparently. You know, I'm not like a just chatting streamer. So pretty happy to be here, man. I miss you guys, man. I miss the community a lot. You know, 2 weeks or a half. Pretty happy to be back on. It's been a while since you made an episode, Todd, with a town hall. So pretty happy to be back on the first edition of I think of the year or something. So
When was the
Yeah,
last one?
thanks
I
for
feel like I
having
was
me.
on the last one.
A
When
long
was
time
that?
ago.
Yeah.
I keep praising you guys, but people are
Hey,
saying
hold
that
on.
it's great.
Is your Discord full blast, Todd?
What do you mean?
Is your Discord actual Discord volume? Is it full blast? Because don't be putting us over like 120, because then we start to clip.
I don't know how to.
If anything, you should put our percentage in Discord at like 85, 90, and then crank Discord.
Yeah, how do I cannot crank Discord like
Is Discord at 100% in your
On
volume
where?
mixer? Volume mixer.
I use like an XLR. The voice chat is at like 90%.
No, like your Windows volume, dude. Like like in the bottom right corner of your desktop. Like right click the sound, open volume mixer.
Oh, a couple of people said it's good now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, trust
Just
me.
crank that.
No,
and
like
then
I
turn us,
cannot
like,
find
down.
it. Trust me, this is like a shit show. It's like using the XLR is like everything's like spread out. Is like really really hard for
Yeah.
me. Like so.
Yeah, he has a hardware thingy for his sound, Rick. It's really confusing.
Bro,
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you what I'm talking about. Just
No, but
don't,
you
just-
sound
just-
good now. Shut the fuck up. Let's move on.
Just
let's
disregard
start the show.
porn,
Shut
but-
up. Shut up. Shut up.
Disregard the porn that I linked, but
Sounds fine,
turn the volume
dude.
up.
All right. Topic number 1 is gonna be INSUP getting banned on Twitch. It's funny actually. I put the tunnel comment in the chat. A bunch of people ask, INSUP is banned on Twitch.
Hey, can we just how many town halls have you
Holy
done?
fuck! He's just gonna interrupt me every time I speak. Isn't
No,
it?
how many town halls have you done? Can we just genuinely like smoothly go into topics? Like, do we have to always like you've done 30 town halls and you still have to go, okay, guys, now why don't we just talk? Why don't we just chill out, man? Why don't we just have
Yeah.
a good time?
Why don't you
Look at-
shut
I
the
got,
fuck up so I can start the show?
I
How
got a
about that?
hoodie with my dog on it, dude. I'm having a good time.
Jesus Christ! All right. So yeah,
What do you want to talk about,
INSUP-
Tom?
Stop. Shut up. INSUP recently got banned on Twitch because, well, I can't really play the clip, I guess, but basically,
Yeah, I don't want you to get banned either. You know,
Yeah.
for 2 weeks. So
INSUP was browsing random streams, I guess, after a long stream of his, and I was actually around for some of it. I saw like there was some guy who was like wearing a bra and then telling stories. He was pretty hilarious, actually.
that was really funny.
And then you went into this stream where I don't even know how you found it, but there was 2 girls, and like one of them had like a painted face with like names, you know, like doing the sub thing. I'll play the video
fucking
without the
fuck.
sound, I guess. And then yeah, like we can see them just like it's I guess a just chatting stream maybe. And like yeah, she has like a lot of text on her face. And then I think you asked something along the lines of how much to write name on cheeks. And then
Yeah,
she got like really upset and said like she saw that you had a check mark and she was like, send me $20 so I'll report you and then you lose your partnership or something.
Yeah, something like that.
And then I think you started getting upset a little bit and you started talking about how the girl on the left, you wouldn't even talk to her or something if it was a party, which is fucked up. Like you should not say stuff like that. You talked about her physical appearance or something, and you said that the girl on the right was fine or something, like or looked good. So obviously, it's not acceptable, in my opinion. You know, like to say this shit, but like this then just blew up next level out of control. She waited the next day. She posted the clip, and it got 91k views. This video, so say yeah.
How much?
91k.
90,000. Goddamn, that actually blew up a lot more than I thought.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, you know, like obviously, you know, like insulting somebody for like appearance physique is bad. You know, I ain't no fucking Brad Pitt, dude. I got fucking long hair like that. Looks like an emo guy, but yeah, man. I mean, I was just playing Warcraft 3, doing my thing. It was like a very long stream actually, and then after like 7 or 8 hours of streaming, I was like, you know what? Like, I want to watch something else. It was like getting super late, having a few drinks. The chat was very interactive. You actually even there, you know, we had a lot of fun. We're streaming people. And then at first, you know, we're just like watching normal stream people doing comedy. And then eventually, you know, I was like scrolling down and just chatting. And I saw like these two chicks, like you said, doing like donation for like, hey, I'll give you $10. You write my name on your face. And obviously, you know, like with like the amount of people we had in the chat, I thought it would be funny to like just go to her channel and be like, hey, you know, like I want her to write because like my name is like super long, right? And super bowl. So I wanted like just for content, like, hey, you know, like I'm watching my name and on your face. Yeah. And then I don't know. I think you were like also drinking a lot, probably even what like was actually drunker than I was. And then I said, hey, like, what's up? How much for my name on your cheeks? And then she started like twisting my words, saying I said butt cheeks, obviously, which would be like sexual harassment. Obviously, I'm not gonna go to fucking chicks like a girl chat with my verified name and be like, hey, how much for my name on your ass? You know what I mean? But anyways, she started like you said, just like trying to call me out, and then eventually, you know, she said, hey, like, if you give me $10, I'm not gonna report you. And my entire chat was like laughing because, you know,
wait,
she was,
10
like,
or 20?
Treating me. I think it was like something like 5 or 10. It wasn't 20. It was like $5 or $10. I actually don't remember. It was like a tiny amount. And long story short, I ended up like donating because people were donating to me on my stream for like me to donate to her, even though I had no reason to donate. You know, it was
wait, hold on. You donated for the writing on the cheek, and then you donated again?
No. So I asked how much for my name on her face, and she actually.
Yeah. Okay, but hold on. Did you actually mean face, or like you've already served your punishment? Like, who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? You wanted you wanted on that ass, right?
Dude, I'm not gonna go to a girl chat, like to her chat, like with literally like my verified partner next to me and say, hey, how much for my name on your ass? No, it's cheeks. This
face,
right there.
Face, cheek. You sure?
Face, a cheek is a cheek. I mean,
a cheek is a cheek then. A cheek is a cheek.
Yeah, but like, listen, man. You know, like French my language. You know, I don't like twist words. A cheek is a fucking cheek for me. So anyway, she had like a bunch of name on her face already. So you know, 1 + 1 = 2, right? And then yeah, so like basically I asked her for how much, and she just like raging at me, and I actually ended up donating just because of like the blackmail thing, even though I didn't have to. And I just thought it would be funny because people were like donating to me on my channel for me to donate to her. And then eventually she kept going at me for like 10 minutes saying, you know, what I was doing was embarrassing. And I'm just stealing people's content. And I'm like sexually harassing her, which like is totally untrue. Like if it was true that I was doing that, she would have just copy paste my past messages on her channel and just say, hey, you know, like this guy's saying that. But there was nothing of that sort. So anyway, so like eventually I got pretty pissed of like her calling me out. And then I proceeded to call her very bad names.
What'd you call
her? Like Todd said. I call her a fat bitch.
Yeah, which is pretty unacceptable, I think, like you would agree now.
Obviously it is unacceptable, but like I was like actually didn't like how she was like trying to bait me into drama on the channel for like free content. And I don't think like her saying like, hey, like donate me $10 and I'm not gonna report you, that's also fucked up.
Okay, so how many viewers does she have? How many viewers does she have at the time? Or how many in general does she have? Is she bigger than you as a streamer?
Well, as far as like viewership goes, she had like maybe 200. Maybe that's around like the viewership I have. But she has like a massive following on social media. She's got like 20,000 followers on like Twitter. She's got like an Instagram.
She had like 277. I'm showing the clip here, around 277. Yeah. But then when she posted the clip, that clip went viral. You know, like it's something that's.
Oh yeah.
If either of you guys saw a random clip like this on Twitter, you'd click on it, and then if you heard some guy say that this girl is fat and like you wouldn't give her the time of the day, if you saw her outside, you'd be like, "What a fucking idiot!" So that's what everybody did in the comments, and the tweet just blew up. And like, so this girl Ava, who's like a streamer, she has 180K followers. She retweeted, so then you know that's how it gained traction. Like a lot of people are like retweeting. And yeah, a lot of people ended up talking about it, and then you could kind of tell there was going to be a ban in the pipeline for sure. So INSUP, I think at first kind of stayed silent and then made the tweet longer. Okay, can you read it INSUP so we get it in your voice, I guess, or like if you want to elaborate on anything?
You mean on the tweet longer, or
Yeah.
like you mean like my reaction after? Yeah. So like at first, you know, obviously, you know, the next day, you know, I woke up and I just like went along my day, and then I look at my phone, I'm like, oh fuck. I got like 30 notifications of like people tagging me and everything. I was like, oh shit, what's going on? And then I opened the clip, and even before I opened it, I was like, oh fuck, man. Like I knew, you know, I had said some bad things like the night before, but then yeah, man, you know, like at first it's like obviously like it's just like a tiny clip of like a 60-second clip of like interaction that lasted like 10 minutes of me like absolutely looking the worst. You know, I'm like a little bit drunk. I'm like, it's just like me at like my worst fucking possible like, you know, like appearance ever. So when I saw it, I was like, you know, like at first I didn't really know like how to react, and I tried to go on her channel to try to find the VOD of like her saying what she said to me. And obviously, when I go to her fucking channel, well, that VOD wasn't there anymore. And she doesn't delete her VOD. Personally, I did my VOD because of like DMCA, because of music and all that kind of stuff. So my VOD's always deleted, like whatever happens. But her, you know, like it wasn't deleted, so she knew that she was a bit in the wrong. But she just tried to like pick that second clip and then just post it on her social media. And like you said, really big streamers like started retweeting it. We had like some pretty big names who commented it on it, and eventually I was like, you know what, like I'm just going to. At first I wanted to stay silent about it, but then I've like it got to like my team, like my esport team, like ToDGaming, and it started like really like spreading. So eventually I was like, you know what, like I need to address it. I need to like make it clear about what happened. And that's what I did, you know. Even though I didn't really, when you like stir the pot and had more to it. And I'm sure that's what they want, right? They want me to reply, then they can reply, and you know, just like keep spreading like wildfire. But you know, eventually I had to like not clear my name, because obviously I definitely have a part of the wrong in it. But I just wanted to let people know that I'm just like not a guy that, hey, you know, I go to like this girl's channel and start saying like, hey, you know, I would fuck her, I would fuck her. Nah, that's not what I do.
At the bottom of this tweet longer, you say I wasn't in the right to like say what I say, pretty much. Did you ever think about apologizing for the comments about her appearance?
Honestly, no, because like honestly, I don't want to apologize, because I didn't even think about it a second, because I knew that, you know, like she kind of baited me into that, and I don't know, man. I just didn't feel like what I said was necessarily bad. Just like I was like setting up for myself in a way, and that the fact that she blackmailed and everything, like I just didn't feel like I owe her an apology. If it was just like for free for like no reason, yeah, obviously, you know, would have some remorse and be like, yeah, I'm sorry, you know, I was drunk and you know, I was just being stupid. But not really. I just like honestly, I just apologize like people who, like my friends around me who got offended by it or whatever. Even though not many people like that I know really took it too hard, but yeah, not really.
Do you think 14 days was justified?
I think it was a bit much, because that's my first ban. I've been on Twitch for 4 years. I've never had any problem with like any ban whatsoever. I've came close to like getting something, but I think, you know, as a first ban, that was definitely huge. I was actually scared to lose my partnership, because Twitch does that sometimes. You know, when you go when you insult people like that, it can take away your verified. So you can have subs anymore. You can have like ad revenue. So therefore, you lose like a massive income of your channel. So I was a bit scared for that, but you know, I got 14 days, and you know, that was just it. And like I got a strike on my channel, I guess. But I thought it was a bit much, yeah. But I definitely deserve to get banned. There's no doubt about it. Because like what I said was against the term of services, so.
Oh, that's what it was then. Okay, I was wondering what the actual ban was for. It was just for actually what you said. It wasn't for restreaming or anything like that.
No, it wasn't for restreaming. I think you're allowed to restream on Twitch. It's just like I've never
as long
seen
as you don't
anybody
overdo it.
ban.
I think.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody get banned. Like obviously, you know, if I just open my stream and I restream, let's say ToD or whatever, for 8 hours, and I don't say anything and I just leave it open, you know, I think you deserve to get banned. But if you're streaming for like 30 minutes and you're just like making comments, something's gonna happen. But yeah, like that was because of like what I said was against the term of services, which was like bullying and like humiliating. And also they said I whisper insult to somebody on Twitch, which I didn't even do at the time. So that was a bit weird. But I tried to appeal for that, because I thought my ban was like excessive. because they said I whisper insults to people in private, which I didn't even do, but they just told me like, nah, we like it took like an hour. I appealed it. They're like, nah, we've reviewed the ban and we are denying it. Like, you're not gonna get a reduced sentence or whatever.
Bidoux.
Yeah, so 14 days, like, do you think that's did they give you like justification? Because like 14 days seem like a lot. Like I see people do a lot worse and they get like way less. So is it because you're like not as known, or like did they break it down and explain like you get 7 days for this, you get 4 days for that, you get like how did they explain that to you?
No, they don't, man. Like all they said is I just briefed like the term of services. You know, like I said, like the bullying and then humiliating and like just making fun of their like appearances or whatever. But there was no like 3 days. By the way, like I wish Twitch was more clear on their ban system, because like you said, I've seen people do a lot worse that are like way bigger names and they bring more money to Twitch. They're bigger brands, everything. But me, I'm just like,
yeah, that's what I was asking.
like honestly, I'm nothing to Twitch, bro. I don't bring them any much money, so
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, do you think if a bigger streamer did the exact same thing, they would get less? Or the same?
I think that was like the first ban for somebody doing that. I honestly, I like to think no, probably not. Maybe if there were somebody that has an history of getting banned, they would get something bad. But I do think like I've seen in the past a lot of like people that get like 24 hours banned for saying like N words and stuff like that, which I think is like actually worse than what I did.
You get 1 day for that?
Dude, I've seen people like legit like streaming porn like an accident, like Pokemon for example. Like she opened like a Pornhub like tab, and she got a warning. And then on this, and then on the other hand, you see XQC for example, right? Which is like very controversial.
But she didn't get banned for this?
Hold on. Was it like her link, or was it like a link from a viewer though that she didn't know?
Yeah, she didn't know.
Yeah.
She didn't know.
Oh yeah.
But like there's so much like like this, like let's take like the nip slips that are happening on Twitch sometimes. Like like it's crazy. Like people lose their mind over this. Like the clips are seen like 200,000 times.
Yeah.
So it's like crazy publicity in a way. You don't want to think that somebody would do that intentionally, but then Twitch, they shouldn't really have time to see whether it was intentional or not, right? Like it's a big offense for them regardless. So they'll just hand out bans or timeouts for this. And I would guess like the porn thing, like I thought for sure she was gonna get like some sort of like small ban, even if it's like not really long. I mean, it seems like there is always like some sort of small ban somewhere. And like in the case of INSUP, I actually feel like it's because of how much it blew up on Twitter that it was 14 days, which 14 days, it's still...
Yo, like, I got a question.
If they give you 3 months, I would be like, okay, holy shit, this is like way too much.
I got a question. Like, that chick posted that clip, it blew up. Like, Todd, when you were trying to cancel INSUP, do you wish that your shit blew up as much? Or like, are you bummed out that you couldn't get
like actually
the glory that she got?
No, I don't care about that. I think like telling people to like kill themselves or telling them that they're ugly, whatever, like this, like it's fucked up and like nobody should do it. INSUP, I'm sure he knows about this. And also when I was posting on Twitter, I just said like, Twitch, like, can we get some kind of ban or something for this? I didn't mean they should like deplatform him. A lot of people were like, why are you trying to cancel him? In my mind, I had something like, 24 hours. Give the little fucker 24 hours to think about what he said, like 24 hours. It's not that long.
You weren't as big as her though, so it didn't blow up.
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually surprised.
Does that bum you out, or does that bum you out?
No, I mean, like I'm cool with INSUP now, and I feel like even though I don't think he talks about it a whole lot, but I do think he will learn from this. So I'm pretty sure that going forward, he's not going to tell people to kill themselves, and he's not going to go to streams and talk about how girls are like, you wouldn't talk to them because they're fat or whatever. Like,
well, let's ask him. INSUP, did you learn? Or are you still gonna?
Well, honestly, like I actually don't go around and hit people to kill themselves or like they're fat bitches. It's just like obviously if you take like a 6-second clip and you see me do that, I just look like the worst person ever. But like I've been streaming on Twitch for 4 years, and those are like the two things that I kind of blew up on my side, So I'm not that bad, even though you I can be controversial. I can maybe not say GG when like before I leave a Warcraft game, but like it's just like 2 events that happened in 4 years. So it's easy to like just take these two events and be like, oh my god, like this guy is like the evil. It's fucking like Satan himself. But yeah, I did learn from it, like in the case of like telling that guy to kill himself, it was RezaMan. Obviously, it's never right to say that somebody, but RezaMan was like kept cheating against me for hours and hours, kept sniping me, kept cheating against me. Eventually, I got fed up, and I told him to get hit by a bus, and then Todd, took like the screenshot, tried to report me, and then weirdly enough, I think what I said to RezaMan was actually worse than what I said to these 2 girls. Actually, I feel like I should have gotten 14 days probably for saying that instead of saying what I said. I think it's worse to like say to somebody, "Hey, like go died," and instead of like saying, "Hey, you're not very attractive." So honestly, I actually feel like I should have got banned for that resentment thing. Luckily, I didn't, and I'm not gonna complain about it. But yeah, man. I mean, I definitely learned from it. Moving forward, I'll try to have a little bit more of a filter. But it is what it is.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because we talk about like the nip slip thing was mentioned, and the Pokemon accidentally opening up porn thing was mentioned, right? So we want there to be like, obviously we know that's a mistake, and it's unreasonable to ban people for that, right? If they accidentally open up porn, it should be like, oh, it was a mistake, whatever, don't ban them. So we want there to be like nuance in how they decide these bans. But then INSUP, you also said something where like you want to know exactly where the line that you cross is. Like you want there to be like clear cut, almost like an AI doing the rules. So it's an interesting issue of like, we want there to be people that make nuanced decisions, like admins for Warcraft 3 tournaments. They need to be there to make the nuanced decisions. Do we replay this game? But then we also don't want there to be the like subjective people with maybe biases towards a certain sex or political side of things. We don't want there to be these nuances in certain circumstances, which sometimes Twitch has, but we also don't want people to get banned unnecessarily. So it's hard to sort of have that tightrope walk, I think, with like, how do we know the exact line that you cross, but how do we also have nuance for people like Pokemon that probably shouldn't have got banned for that if she did, although I don't think she did.
Yeah, like I said, she actually like accidentally opened like a porn tab. I think she was just probably like doing her thing before the stream. She forgot to close it, and then she showed like a 2-second of like just like explicit stuff. And then on the other side, like on the other hand, like I said, there's XQC who was watching a YouTube video, and then there was 2 gorilla fucking, and he showed it for like 2 seconds on accident, and he got like a 24-hour ban for that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's like you said, like it's hard to know where the line is. It's like, what is constant bullying? And like, is it because if I said, hey bro, like you're fat or whatever, and then is it just like if you keep going at it, you keep harassing them, like where's the line? It's just I just don't know, man. Twitch is very unclear like on this.
Look at Mike in the chat. Mike in the chat, he said, I got banned for... He said, I got banned for showing
you, Mike.
X nice naked.
Yeah.
He's outraged that he got banned because he showed his ex's girlfriend naked. What, bro?
And he had a command exclamation point X nude. Like, how fucked up is that, dude?
Yeah, exactly. My case is a little bit different, man. He intentionally showed like news of her ex-girlfriend on his stream just for, I don't know, just to flex. Hey, I get 8 and 9s, dude, I fuck, that's what he's trying to do, right? It was just flexing, dude. Like, small, like
I feel like as much as you learned from your experience, I feel like Mike will learn nothing from this. He will be like, "Why did the ban me? Like, I don't get it."
I mean, when you have 3 subs, does it really matter what the fuck you do on your stream?
Oh my god!
I don't think it really matters too much.
Yeah, that's the amount you had before you jumped back to Warcraft, though. You had your own channel. Shit!
I thought about it. I didn't say it.
No, 17.
That's good. That's good.
More than 3.
Carson, do you think 14 days was the right amount?
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I only saw INSUP. I only saw the clip. That's all I saw. And when I saw the clip, I initially thought, "Wow, that's a real piece of shit move." That's what I thought. I didn't know any of the context. So with just seeing the clip, with the VODs, I guess, being deleted, unfortunately, I guess nobody clipped. I mean, if that clip was saved, unfortunately, the other clips with the context weren't saved. But if I had just seen that clip as I did initially for the first couple days before I got the backstory on it, I think before your twit longer or whatever, I think absolutely justified. I think he said some fucked up shit. And like, if it's just those words in isolation, I think that's really fucked up. And like, I would hope that, I would, I would have apologized at least for just that if I was in your position. But if all the backstory is true, which I believe you, then I think maybe 2 weeks is not justified. Like maybe like a couple days. I don't know what sort of, do they do 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, or is it like 1 day and then they jump to 1 week? Because maybe like, close to the minimum would probably be more justified. 2 weeks is a little bit unreasonable, especially when I think it is your job, right? You do stream for a living, right? So that's a bit fucked up, right? Like, if we get banned on Back to Warcraft, that's going to fuck us over, right? Like, that's a big deal for us. So they should really put more thought into it, into the context and the backstory before they just throw a 2-week ban. But if it was just that clip in isolation, maybe they could justify it. But with the context and the backstory, which they should have looked into, Twitch or whoever's banning you, they should have looked into that, then probably not. No, that's my take on that.
I totally agree. And like something that I've actually learned from this is that social medias are very easy to manipulate. You know, like I said, the girl she's got like she's like part of like the OnlyFans. So like I'm sure they have like their own group of people. You know, probably and with each other. They got like their own Discord with like all these people that does the same thing. You know, to earn money. And one thing I saw also is that like at that time of the event, I had about 200 viewers. Thought was one of the witnesses. There was a bunch of other people as well, and people from my channel try to go to her Twitter and try to tell her, hey, like you were also in the wrong. You did this, you did that. Like I said, I don't have like any clips to prove that I did, even though I had 200 people watching me. So it's not like I just had like one or two people to like back my claims up. And then one thing also is that she was actually blocking people on her Twitter from my channel before they even got to her Twitter. So let's say I don't know, let's say Todd would type something in my chat. She would just go on Twitter, type Todd, and just block him before he even attempts to write something on her Twitter account. That's pretty extreme, right? Isn't it? And then I had a bunch of people in my channel try to go to her account, try to defend me, and they were like, dude, I'm blocked on her channel. Like, what the fuck? Like, I never spoke to her, never followed her or anything. Like, so that means like she was definitely like just watching me like very closely, and she tried to like create an echo chamber of people that just tells her like, oh yeah, this is wrong, and there you go, girl, you know, like get this guy out of like Twitch, you know. So I feel like, you know, I've definitely learned that next time if I see somebody try to get canceled over, like I'll definitely try to get the two sides of the story before, you know, try to form my opinion on the matter. And
Good answer.
Man,
That's a good answer.
Honestly, man, social matters. I've seen that social like medias. Honestly, man, it's super easy, man, to get people on your side and just manipulate everything, man. You just block everybody that's like against you, so you end up with like a community of your own people that just will literally say that, hey, if you say like this guy is green, they'll say, hey, yeah, it's green, you know, like just like support whatever you say. So, yeah, man, it's actually a bit scary, man. I feel like it's a bit scary.
Did you get any super stan weirdos that were like white knighting you and like her in DMs and like threatening you? Did you get any like threats and shit from this?
I've actually had a few DMs, and those were people actually supporting me. They're like, "Yeah, you were right, dude. There you go." She's, you know, but actually, as far as like DM goes, I've had some streamers actually messaging me and actually being like very supportive. They're like, "Hey, you know, like I just saw like you saw the story that was like I don't think you were that much in the wrong or whatever." But oh man, on my Twitter, it was more on my Twitter posts, man. I had people telling me like, "Dude, like, go kill yourself. You fucking noodle arm guy," whatever, all that stuff. Oh man, I've seen it all, man. And it's kind of funny because like people are triggered because I made fun of that girl's look, but like they strike back and insult me on like being skinny. Like what the fuck, man?
They did the same thing to you. They did the same thing to you.
That's everything, dude.
Yeah. See, that's my problem with like cancel culture is like you'll do something and then they hate you for what you did, and then to get you back, they do it to you. So it's like,
yeah,
we're all doing the same shit. Like, why is it okay for you to publicly shit on me about my looks because I made fun of some other person's looks, you know? It's fucking bizarre. I fucking hate it.
Don't you think it's the never-ending cycle? Like on in real life, people I feel are less confrontational because, you know, like if you get into a confrontation with someone in real life, you end up at the police station or whatever. Like, you know, you could get in real trouble. But online, there's none of that. So there's a lot more confrontation. It feels like if you upset
like
anybody, they'll say something to you, then you'll say something back, and then it's this never-ending cycle. It feels like all the time.
You know what it feels like? You know what it feels like? You know when you go to parties and clubs or like you're outside and it's like thousands of people?
Do we?
It's like you know what it feels like? It's like the mob online is like the mob at like a concert, and some guy can just come and sucker punch you and then disappear in the crowd, and it's like just a part of the mob. And like online, if you're a part of the bigger mob, which in this case was everyone against you, it's totally okay to shit on you or do whatever you want as long as you're in this mob. And then there's no accountability for you because you're in the mob. That's the scariest part, is like people can do really fucked up shit. Like there was fucked up things said about you on that Twitter post and nobody was accountable for that. And it's like, dude, I don't even know, like, what you did was fucked up, but you don't deserve this shit too. Like Twitch is going to take care of it. You had your punishment. Like you don't deserve this shit too. And then like even that chick was like condoning all this and like supporting, like encouraging it. And it's like, why is that okay? And also like, I do believe you that she blackmailed you. I didn't see any proof, but I do believe you. Did you ever talk to like your Twitch manager about checking the VOD and getting her for blackmail?
Well, at first, like I didn't really care about her blackmailing in the first place. I'm not really kind of guy that's going to like even if you like insult me really badly, like I'm not gonna report you. Like I'm actually totally against like people getting banned and losing their incomes or whatever. So, and also like that's kind of like the the field that I play a lot. Like like I like to trash talk and everything. So if somebody like trash talk back to me, I'll just take it. I don't really take insult like too personal. I actually didn't even care that much about like having hundreds of people like telling me like really bad stuff. I actually care more about losing my Twitch channel. That's what I care about more. I don't know. I just think I have like kind of like a thick skin, but like I did try after I saw that this shit blew up and I was getting in trouble, I was getting banned. I did try to report her. I actually told some people from my chat, to try to report him, but it didn't work, man. Like I had some friends trying to help me with it. I tried to message Twitch, but I don't know. I feel like they didn't really care. I don't even know if they look into it. I guess it wasn't like as clear, but it's actually more than that, like they were actually two girls drunk. They were like dancing, showing their asses on stream, which is like kind of like semi-sexual. They was like dancing and everything. And I think you're not really allowed to do that on Twitch when it gets to that point. But they didn't really care about it. Like like all they care is like just that like 6-second clip of like me like 100% going against the term of services. I get what she did was like it was not like it was like a sort of blackmail, but I guess it was like not enough for like Twitch to be like, hey, like that's really bad. Like we're just gonna ban you. So I guess it's very weird, man. Some people get away with some stuff, and some just don't, man. That was the case there.
Like, do you think if the blackmail thing hadn't happened, would you have been likely to message her and apologize maybe about the comments or no?
Well, actually, I didn't insult her because she blackmailed me. Because, like I said, like at first I thought she was just joking. I thought she was just like kind of playing a game. Like some of these streamers just like try to bait drama for the content because they're just boring. It's just like you're trying to do it to try to steal the put up. So at first I was kind of playing along with it. I was like, hey, you know what? She's like, give me $5, whatever. I said, I'll do it. I was also streaming. I was like, kind of like wasted a little bit. I was just doing it for fun, and everybody in my chat was like laughing at it too. But actually, the reason why I did say what I say is because she just kept going at me for like 10 minutes. I was like in a chat, and then she was just like trying to like shame me for like telling her to write her name on her face and try to say that was like sexually harassing, was like very like untrue. So that's more what made me say that, like after all that 10 minutes of like constant bashing, that's when, I said that. But I would have never said that just for no reason. So no, I'm not going to just say that and then apologize after. I said it because I meant it. And I thought that was like the right way to, not the right way, but that was like just me telling her to like fucking stop it, in a way.
There is sometimes though. This is just in my opinion. I don't know what I would have done in your shoes, obviously, and I've never been in that sort of situation before. There are some times when you kind of just have to, and I'm sure everyone's had this before. You just kind of have to give up and succeed the fight and not try to like, because what you did was she did something really shitty. She probably did something worse than what you said, right? What she was actually doing, if it is blackmail. But then you think you have to sort of respond equally, which is what you would do from like an emotional point of view. But then you end up saying something shitty, and then you end up getting fucked over. So there's sometimes that like, and I'm learning this now. I've only been streaming with Back to Warcraft for a few months now, but there's times when I just want to go all out and just talk shit to someone in the chat. I always get mad every stream at someone in the chat, man.
Yeah, but like, here's the thing, man. It's just like I just have a hard time filtering my words, man. And I think that's like one of the part of like why I like the autism that I have. I mean, I think people love that I just like speak my mind all the time. And if somebody just shit talk me, I'm gonna like shit talk back, and I'm not gonna try to filter and sugarcoat things. I just say how it is. Obviously, having a few drinks and me on a Saturday night surely did make that filter like less of a filter, even though I don't have any. But yeah, man. I mean, it's just. I guess from now on, I'm gonna have to think twice or 3 times before I say something. It definitely creates a bit of like anxiety in a way, because like now it's like if somebody insults you on Warcraft and you insult them back, you're like, oh fuck, like what, like was it like against the term of services?
Champions, oh no, exactly, yeah.
It's not debut champion, it's more like from Twitch. Like it's just I know debut champion is like a little more clear on like what's allowed and what's not allowed. Like I think they do a really great job at like telling people what's allowed and not. But on Twitch, it's like, man, it's like now if somebody like calls me a noob or whatever, and I say, hey, fuck you, retard, like am I gonna get like a 2-day ban because I call somebody like the R word? Like where is it, man? I just don't know anymore. So yeah, it sucks. It definitely sucks.
Hey Todd.
Yeah.
Can you put name tags on us? Nobody knows who the fuck I am.
Okay, first, I want to segue into another point. Actually, like I feel like everybody has different things that offend them. And for you, INSUP, like if somebody says something about your physical appearance, like null alarm, whatever, emo kids, you won't get mad. But I'm sure you got a few things that probably would annoy you if people say them to you.
Yeah, for sure.
And, yeah,
I
but
mean,
so in regards to that, it feels like it's very like you know the thing of like you should treat others how you want to be treated. The thing is everybody's different, and everybody is gonna have like different stuff that they get offended at. To me, I feel
Absolutely.
like saying that a girl is like really fat and then like you wouldn't talk to her or something at a club. It's pretty
Yeah.
fucking offensive, in my opinion. Like it's like
I mean,
to me it's really bad. To
obviously
her
it
it's really
is.
bad. To you it's not so bad.
Obviously.
But I feel like I don't know if it's like for you to like evolve or like if maybe like she should accept that it's not that bad. But
Well, you have no way of knowing either. You have no way of knowing how much, and I'm not assuming that you did, but if you did cross the line, you have no way of knowing. That might be like the worst thing you could possibly say to someone. But that's just the difficulty of doing this online, at least, because there's no social cues for this shit. We're talking to a camera to 200 people out there in the ether, and she's on her stream talking to 200 people in the ether. There's no social cues for this shit, so you can't actually see her react. You're not saying this to her in a bar, and you're not looking at her. You can't see how she's moving. You can't see how she's reacting. And like I think there's like something to be said there. Where, like, you probably shouldn't say things to people online that you wouldn't actually say to them in real life. That's at least what I try to do nowadays. I didn't always, but I try to do nowadays at least. And I don't know if you maybe you would have said that to her in real life if the same thing happened. I don't know, but it's just tough when it's online.
I mean, if that girl was trying to like roast me for 10 minutes, yeah, hell yeah, I would call what I said. I think that, like I said, like I don't go out and just insult people for the sake of insulting. For me, if you want to play in that field of like insulting people and trash talking, then in my book you deserve to get trash talked back, whether the fuck it offends you or not. And like that's why I thought you're saying like, oh my god, like what you said, like for you, if somebody insults you and see you're skinny, you don't give a fuck. But calling someone fat is offensive. Obviously, I know, of course, it's offensive, and I know that like obviously most people will get offended by that with good reason. But like I said, she was trying to play in that trash talk field, and turns out it's a fucking field that I'm very, very comfortable in, and I said what I said, man. So it's just if you're trying to play into that, then I'll be the guy to play with you for sure. And I've been in that situation many times. It's like when XlorD, and I'm sure we're gonna get to that later. It's like when XlorD tries to like shit talk everybody, and then you shit talk him back, and you make an emote about him. Oh my god! All of a sudden, he gets triggered and start to like threatens to like report you to Twitch and all that shit. So it's man,
I think we've all done that with each other.
Don't dish if you can take it back, man. That's what I'm saying. I hate that.
Bidoux, you want to chip in? What do I see you waving?
No, I was waving because you put a giant black screen over my face. You're ruining the main attraction of the show.
He's been staring at the chat the whole time, Todd.
Yeah, no,
a word anyone's been saying.
I mean, yeah, I think you got to put your best foot forward, and I think you have to just really
pucks it deep.
You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta risk it for the biscuit sometimes. What the fuck you gonna do, man? Like everybody's gotta eat. A little it is what it is sometimes.
This is like the worst.
Seriously,
the worst thing you've ever like. You're saying nothing.
Hey,
you're doing the caster thing right now. You're like, yeah, we're on Council Hill. There's a night elf. There's an orc. I'm actually saying nothing, guys, but I'm talking still anyway.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
Maybe that's the thing that bothers Ricky, though. Maybe insulting his casting. Maybe that's it. Well, maybe that's his thing. You never know. Maybe you dug in deep there. Look at him.
If that was the case, I'd be fucking obviously
long
gone.
It's interesting how Bidoux gets a lot of shit. I feel like because he has a past. He's still kind of like that, but at least not on air. So there are some similarities to me in that way, where like, you're kind of an imbecile off air, but on air you're pretty good. And then people like every time I looked at the Back to Warcraft chat, it's like the same jokes about you. It's like, oh, Bidoux's a terrible caster. I'm muting him and stuff. I'm like, like they stopped being funny like a while back. I actually think you do pretty good, but it's so weird how like this banter just like never ends.
Worse. It gets worse than that. It gets worse than bad commentary.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this, and I want you to talk about that. Yeah, because I've said this to Ricky. I said this to Ricky when we started casting. I said, because obviously, like when new casters start off, people always really like them for the first couple months, the honeymoon period, right? So everyone at the time when we first started really liked me, and now it sort of goes down and down until they actually like you as much as they like you. But for Ricky, he was getting shit on a lot, and I said to Ricky, if I got shit on as much as you, I would be done. I would never open the fucking game again. I would be out of here. I'd be done with the community. I wouldn't talk to anyone again if I was getting shit on as much as Ricky. So I'll say that before he goes. I don't know how I would do it. I wouldn't be able to.
The truth is, I have a huge cock, and it helps me. It helps me
All right,
live
give
with
him
it.
more shit, guys. He deserves it. Fuck.
Exactly. See, this is
Yeah,
why
this
it
is exactly
happens.
why you get so much shit. God damn it. All right. Did we say all we had to say about this topic? If the situation arises again in sub, like, I guess you would just choose your words more carefully, I assume, right?
I mean, I'll try to, man, but you know, sometimes on the hit of, on the hit of the emotion, sometimes you know it comes out as it comes out, man. You know, I'm just like I said, I don't sugarcoat shit, man. It might happen again. I hope it doesn't. I'll try my best that it doesn't happen, but I guess I just won't go to just chatting anymore, and I would just abstain myself from going to any streamers that has fucking names written on their face, and I should be fine with that.
That guy with the bra was hilarious, though.
That guy was absolutely funny, man. I wish we just stood to that actually the entire night instead.
Hey,
They
can you
go
make
into,
my name tag a little bit smaller? I don't want Reggie's name cut out. Just make it a little smaller. Just a little bit smaller.
Ah, fuck! I can't reduce your camera size here because I'm capturing the whole Discord.
No, don't make me smaller, dude. This is just
God damn it.
Just the text,
dude.
man. Thank you. Just the text.
Oh shit!
Just the fucking worst, man.
They're
There
all
you
the
go.
same
We
size.
can see the
text,
Reggie
though,
now.
Rick.
Shut up.
Yeah.
All right. So next,
Bro.
recently, 2 players from Mouse Sports, namely,
Bro, fix my shit, bro.
God damn it, man. There you go. You wanted to see the dog. Now you see the dog clearly. You didn't.
No,
run.
just make the text smaller. Click the top right fucking corner and make it smaller. How do you not know how to do that?
I know how to. I'm having some fun with it. Okay, let's just continue. Just ignore this.
Now I
We
gotta
see your
sit
name.
up and like.
There you go. See?
Ricky,
See?
I'll pause the stream, close the chat, just like I tell you every time we cast together.
Are you
all
happy?
right?
Okay, actually, wait. You wanted it smaller, right? There you go. All right. Okay, so next. 2 players from Mouse Sports, EnTe and XlorD. Recently, I guess it was maybe not so recent, actually. It was in March. Tried to get me cancelled. I think I've had a lot of differences with them for a while. And there's been some bad times. There's been some not as bad times, but what triggered this is that one night I was playing 4-4 and EnTe was in one of my games. And he went XlorD, of course, as usual. He won, and then he came to my chat and started writing smileys and stuff, and like something that is explicitly in my rules, by the way, that you shouldn't do. Like if you beat me, just take a break. Don't come to the stream. Wait maybe 15 minutes, 30 minutes.
I agree.
Chill a little bit. Like don't go in there immediately and start writing smileys and shit. I really don't like that. So I saw that. Obviously, I got pretty tilted, and I said like that he was a dog shit player and like some other things, which obviously it's not cool.
What other things?
It's not cool. Well, do you remember what I said, or?
No, I said what other things? Because you said, I call him dog shit, but pretty sure it was more than that, wasn't it? You said EnTe's a dog shit player, but like, elaborate. Do you remember what you said?
I don't remember exactly, actually. I just think
I
like
wasn't there either.
Yeah. I just say like he was a dog shit player and like some other things, which obviously is not cool, but in my opinion, not quite cancel worthy. Maybe that's just me.
Fair.
So he made a tweet, and I'm gonna show it. He made a tweet that says, "So Todd asked for peace a while ago and we had a walk and made peace today when I can see him in 4-4. He called me a dog shit player to his 600 viewer audience again and banned me from Twitch when I wrote, 'Excuse me.' And he tagged back to Warcraft, ESL Germany, DreamHack Warcraft 3, and Warcraft 3 info." Okay. Why Warcraft 3 info? I don't know, but yeah, these other ones clearly trying to like cancel.
Take him off the ELO list. I want him fucking off the ELO list. He's ranked fucking 280. I can't have it. Get him off the fucking ELO list, dude.
So yeah, this tweet just kind of blew up. A lot of people replied and everything. This is the follow-up tweet. Despite the entertainment he brings, insulting every day the players for years that he is in the end casting in events, he's as tasteless as it can get. He has to finally reach out to make him realize that he has to stop. His viewer won't say so, only the organizations can. So the first thing I would say about this is that I don't think I insult people every day. Like, actually, I very rarely ever insult anyone. But I do a lot of balanced complaining, which you might be referring to that. But yeah, I don't think that I call people dog shit every single day, or, you know, like I'm joking around it quite a bit, but I don't think this is something I do all the time. So in my opinion, it was a pretty big overreaction. He sent me a message at the time, which, oh shit, wait, 1 sec. Oh, okay, well, I pressed the wrong button. We're back. Okay, I'm gonna try and find the tweet, actually. Yeah, somehow this like maybe the only one I hadn't prepared. But yeah, you guys' first impression, like if you just see this and you don't really know what happened, like what were you thinking? Did you guys actually reply to the tweets or not?
I actually did reply.
I read them. I didn't.
You just wrote classic.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to elaborate more.
Yeah, I mean, that was around the time where you actually tried to cancel me for telling Resident to get hit by a bus. But actually, like even back at the time, it's actually serious. Like even back then around that time when me and you had the differences. And is actually a good friend of mine. You know, I like to think me and they are good. You know, he comes to my chat sometimes. You know, we talk about strategies and share replays and whatnot. Even around that time when you were like at the lowest for me, and you know, EnTe being my online friends. Like I actually was not like supporting it that much. You know, I wrote classic, but like I was not like trying to like convince people that what he was doing was right. Even though, you know, I'm trying to play the devil's advocate here, and you know, I think that from his point of view, since you have like a big role in the Warcraft community, like you're on ESL, you know, you're a caster, you're one of the like biggest caster like in the Warcraft scene and everything. I think that what he was trying to say is that, you know, since you have like this sort of representation of Warcraft 2 community as a whole, like you probably shouldn't be saying stuff like that. And also I think he was like very angry because previously you tried to make peace with him and you know how to walk. I'm not sure what the fuck you guys did at that walk, whatever. What do you guys do, by the way? Like, like how did that happen? Like,
yeah, we
you
just
guys,
let it walk, bro.
What'd you guys?
you guys
That's what I want to know.
wait.
What the fuck did you guys do together?
Okay, give me a
on that
sec. Give me a
beach
sec.
sunset, you
Give me a
know?
sec.
and
First,
then, but yeah. So
You know
like,
what I picture? I picture like them running together in the sand on the beach, and then like EnTe tackles Todd, and they're cuddling and like tickling each
having a
other.
picnic
and,
together.
and like it's a great time because who
just
doesn't
looking into his
love
eyes and I'm like, did you just impale me in real life?
who doesn't love rolling around in the who doesn't
Yeah.
love rolling around in the sand like a couple of, you know, young kids, you know? Brings Todd back to his childhood in the 60s when you did that stuff, you know?
Oh yeah, the old
So-
stuff. I see again. Good one. Okay, so let me continue. First, by the way,
ahead.
disclaimer, I should have done that before I started. You guys can be 100% honest. Don't feel like you have to like sugarcoat
I'm
things.
fully honest.
If you think I'm a piece of shit, I want you to fucking say it on this show. Like, just call me out as much as you want. If you think that any part of what I do is like bad, unacceptable, be 100% honest. Like, there's no filter. Just say what's on your mind. His
Thank
reply
God.
immediately after this happened was this: "You fucking clown, asking for peace and tell your audience again that I'm a dog shit player and ban me on your Twitch again. You're the most insane human being on this fucking planet." So I think I kind of understood that he wasn't very happy actually in that moment.
One first take I will give here, Todd.
Yeah.
I would never show DMs ever unless it's absolutely essential to the narrative, in my opinion. That's
Why
one
not?
take I will give.
And you
DMs?
think this is not essential?
I don't know. Is there repercussions if you don't show it?
How do you mean?
Like, if you're about to get canceled, if you're about to get fired from ESL and you need context for the story, sure.
I think to
can-
me,
I
if
can
something
understand
is
it, but-
said, if somebody messaged something to you, just because it was sent to you doesn't mean that, like, you know, it's not public, unless like somebody's giving like some secret info or something. But if somebody sends you a message like this, you know, like, do you think that if somebody says something on Twitch, is it public or is it private? If you know that somebody's not watching you and you talk about them and you say it on Twitch, is it public or is it private? Or is it in between?
So I was in the conversation with ESL because they were like, Bidoux, you made it. You're gonna be an A-tier caster. Todd's getting the fucking boot. Do you want his job? And I was like, you know what? He's good for the game. You know, like it made it all the way to ESL. Like I wore a suit and tie. I was getting a big promotion, and they sat me down and they said,
oh, you're trolling again.
They said, do you want his salary? It's fucking huge. And I said, well, I'm already making fucking big money. It can't be that much bigger. And they're like,
Are you going to contribute to anything good,
Todd
or
has,
is it just going to be
everything Todd has is huge? They said, and I said, well, I know. I was there.
Anyway, so what happened with the peace thing? You know, personally, I feel like sometimes people, they do things that I don't like, but I still try to, you know, I still try to be like better than I was yesterday, and like I try to like be cool with everybody. So one day, even though I think that a lot of the stuff that he's done in the past, which we will get to after, I'm not a big fan of, I was like, I don't like having friction, you know, with the person and not getting along. So I was like, let's go for a walk, because he lives like 30 minutes from me. Let's go for a walk one day. It was COVID time. You can't do anything anyway. All restaurants are closed. You know, we couldn't do a candlelight dinner anywhere. So we went for a walk. We chatted a bunch, and then we were cool after that. But I think he also knows that I really dislike if people like beat me and then come in my chat and then, you know, make smileys or like, you know, try to chat and stuff. And like, obviously they're here to listen what I have to say about the game and shit.
Okay,
And-
but hold on. Isn't it true that they would stream snipe you for years to get a reaction from you on your stream? Is that true or false?
We're gonna
Is that
keep
true or
going.
false?
Like,
Because
wait.
that's a big part of the narrative, right? Like these guys have been fucking with you, and then like you react after finally
I'm
you know
reading
snapping.
through the tweets, Bidoux. Like, can you stop interrupt? Like, we're gonna eventually. Like, there's
I'm,
still.
I'm just trying to
there's
say
so
like
many tweets.
this didn't just come out of nowhere and you call them dog shit. Like there's backstory, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying
first,
to.
I want to go back to what Carson said. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like the message that he sent me brings a lot of context to this. And in my opinion, if somebody, regardless of whether my job is threatened or not, to me, like, this is not something that I look at and I'm like, no, this is super private. There is no way I can show this. I mean, you seem to have like a strong opinion that if something is sent like this privately, it's private, but I disagree here. Like, if somebody is like calling me, like, if somebody is going to make a tweet like this, that literally, like, you know, in the case of INSUP, I asked on Twitter if there was going to be any sort of ban, and what I had in mind was, you know, 24 hours, maybe 48 hours. I was kind of dumb in that I didn't mention it. I wasn't trying to completely deplatform him. I think that would be a way overkill. But in his case, he actually tries to make me like lose one of my main jobs, which is casting tournaments. So to me, that's like a pretty big deal. So, I mean, even without that, I just don't see like private messages like this, like on Discord, as being like this super secret thing that you can never show, especially in this context.
Well, strictly my opinion would be, if it's essential, if somebody sends you a death threat, then of course, if that's in a private message, it should no longer be private. If somebody is trying to get you fired for something you didn't do, and you need to show evidence that they're being a piece of shit, maybe in this case, that would be a situation. If ESL is like, we're going to fire you, and you're like, no, I got to show you this, then sure, you can show the death threat to the police, or you can show the message he sent you to ESL to give some backstory, some context to it. But you asked me to be honest, so this is honest.
Yeah.
To show a DM, in my opinion, I think DM should always be, I don't think they're sacred, but I think they should always be kept privately unless absolutely essential, and even then only shown to the people that need to see them. And I think showing a DM just to give more backstory for the juicy drama, I think the tweets are good enough here. I don't think we necessarily have to dig into DMs for this. That's my opinion just on DMs
No,
in general.
it's not DMs. It's just the one message that he sent me immediately after that dog shit thing happens. He made he sent this message, then he made the tweet. So it's, for me, it's very important for context. What do you think, Bidoux? Do you think the same, or?
I think ethically, like Carson said, unless I'm agreeing with Carson. I don't think you should ever reveal DMs. I think that's like the lowest of lows. I think ethically you shouldn't. And in Carson's case, I don't even think that means necessarily always showing them publicly. I think if ESL said we're firing you, I think your employer deserves context because they're about to fire you. I don't even think that gives you probable cause to tweet this publicly and show DMs publicly. I think privately, with your employer to save face, it'd be okay to show them. In the case that you're absolutely with your back against the wall, and you're not going to win, or you're not going to have your say. I believe everyone should get their say. I don't think it's ethical to ever show DMs.
I think that's a really weird take for me, you know? Like, if somebody whispers something to you that's like really fucked up, they whispered it to you and they said it to you privately, so you shouldn't tell anyone about it because then it's like private. They whispered it to you, or like they said it to you privately. Like,
I don't know.
Man.
It's also weird for me, man, because I was actually watching the podcast that Bidoux has with Neo. By the way, very good podcast that you guys have on YouTube. I actually watched the last 2 or 3 episodes.
Thank you.
Then you said, I think you guys were actually talking about me because, you know, XlorD, like, I actually made an emote of XlorD. I took a skeleton and I photoshopped his face into a skeleton because, you know, XlorD is skinny, he likes trash talk. So I made an emote about him, and then he mentioned he told his managers I was using a copyright photo of Mall Sports, which belongs to them. And then I actually got an email from one of his managers telling me, that I have 24 hours to remove the emote and all that stuff. And then I actually heard you and Neil said that I don't think it was Neil saying that, but I think
I had a problem with the email and the name.
Yeah, exactly. He said I was not in the right to show private DMs of
What do you think about? What do you think?
I'm on Bidoux's side completely there as well, by the way.
I actually don't think that showing private messages is that bad as you said here. It's not you're linking somebody's personal information that much. You're linking phone numbers, all that stuff. I think sometimes you definitely need those DMs to make your claim stronger. In Todd's case, he was actually having an issue with EnTe, and I think Todd just wanted to show the side that EnTe was actually also not in the right, but neither was Todd, that EnTe wasn't right to message him and saying what he said. So I don't think it's the end of the world to show private DMs. I think at the end of the day, if it's not private information or anything that's very very personal, I don't think it's that much of a big deal. At the end of the day, it's just a fucking video game. We're just trash talking online on a 20-year-old game. It's not that serious, man.
So this is what it's not that serious in that terms. This is where it becomes serious. If you are capable of just willy-nilly publicly saying I'm gonna leak DMs at all times, people won't tell you things anymore. People probably won't confide in you. People probably won't hire you or want to work with you. Because you don't have that level of privacy, I guess.
Yeah.
I know
it's not leaking random DMs. I'm not leaking DMs every day of everything that people told me. It's just this one guy.
But I'm just saying the stance you two are taking on this show right now, is gonna make people not want to fucking deal with you because at any time you can just sewer them, it seems, for your own personal gain. So I think it's not gonna bite you in the ass in terms of you're gonna lose your shit, but a lot of people will probably back off from interacting with you or even working with you sometimes if you don't show that kind of ethical fortitude in saving.
It's you're doing every week or every day. It's you're doing once in a while. I don't go out there every single day post private messages. I've had a bunch of very private stuff. I think even with you and Todd or whatever of stuff, I'm just never gonna leak whatever happens, and
this is totally this is totally opinionated, by the way. It's just our opinions. A lot of people are probably I don't give a shit, stand by what you say, sure. But if you're on any level of professional thing, people can pull back from that.
Yeah, okay. Remo, what's up?
I get it.
Yo, hey, nice to hop on. I just came back home and hey, good to be here. It's a drama episode. I think you guys had an interesting conversation. I think this is a very interesting subject as well, the DM privacy thing. And I'm kind of split on the subject as to where I stand. I'm a person who has a lot of concern for privacy, but at the same time, I can kind of understand Todd's viewpoint. Anything that you tell to another person, why should it not be? Why is it only restricted to that person? Is it that you are changing your behavior in such a way? Is it that you are hiding your true self to the general public, that you don't want that to be exposed the way you truly are in a private conversation? So I see both sides of the argument.
Yeah.
Of course, there's clear exceptions. For example, if you tell someone in a DM something like, "Yo, man, I've been feeling so shit. My girlfriend, we've been having a rough time, and I heard, for the last 3 days, she's had this thing going on with another guy." That's something that you should never ever expose. That's truly fucked up. But if it's just normal conversation,
we're gamers, so we would never experience that, first of all. But yeah.
So
if it's just normal conversation, I'm not sure if it has to be that way. I can also understand the general principle of hey, it was said in private, it should remain in private. I earlier jokingly in chat said something you before said something about in our DMs where I said something about Bidoux, which back then infuriated you, and that was mostly a joke, right? But it did stand out back then to me that you did just easily post a screenshot of a Discord that we had, which was completely innocuous, right? It didn't matter, but it was still a screenshot of a Discord private message, which I had never done without asking the person for permission first.
Yeah.
So there's a different
Degrees.
Yeah, I didn't think you would
the-
mind, you
yeah,
know? Like, for
different
example,
degrees,
when you told me
Yeah,
that you went to
but-
jail and you
but-
experienced things you were never going to experience again outside, I never leaked those DMs, you know? That's very different things we're talking about here, right?
Yeah,
Like, now we're
you
talking
know,
about a guy that, like...
but you know that's an assumption of you. You know, like whenever you think that that is totally okay and this is above board and he wouldn't mind, that is an assumption of you.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is an interesting question about the ethics behind the whole.
Well,
thing.
and it's always the person who's may or may not leak the DMs, the person that somebody is messaging privately. It's up to that person that gets the message, receives it. It's up to them to draw the line of when am I able to leak this and when am I able not to. So the principle that I hold is just, I don't want to be the one to make that judgment call. Therefore, I will pretty much never leak a DM without the person saying it's all right. Like when I do Theorycraft and people send me replays via DMs. If they send me a message on DMs, if it's public, if they send it in the Discord, I will say it out loud. But if I say it in a DM, I will not read out loud what they do. I'll just I'll watch the replay and I'll just say they didn't say anything, because I will not say without permission what they've said in DMs to me. I just hold that principle. I'm just stonewalling it. I'm
think I
not
should have
going
asked
to
him
let
if
there
I
be
could-
nuance.
If
I don't. That's just my take. That's just my take, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I agree with you. I think in general,
yeah,
you
I
shouldn't
see
leak
your point.
DMs. I've only ever done it if I thought like it was fine. But in this case, I think that what he said is completely unacceptable. It's like, it's a really bad thing to say, and it enters, you
Well,
know,
but-
like
but-
it's
but isn't
offensive
it-
enough that you can, like, in my opinion, share it, you know?
But isn't it understandable for you? It is emotions boiling up that make you say things that you don't necessarily mean and you might regret. Like I defended you and the whole, you know, controversy plenty on Twitter. You know,
Oh
this
yeah,
whole cancellation.
you defended free speech, yeah, which you're a big guy
Yes.
on this.
Yeah, and you were part of that, but also I had a lot of understanding for, you know, saying things that might be hurtful, right? That's basically the thing. XlorD and EnTe up complaining that Caster is saying mean things in private, and nobody should be allowed to say mean things in private. They shouldn't work then in a public platform, which I completely disagree with. You know, like you should say whatever you want in private.
Yep.
But that's the first thing. But the second thing is, and I think this is much more relatable on a human emotional level, is like, you know, at times in life you get pissed and you're gonna be in a bad mood and you're gonna say some shit that you don't necessarily mean, but you use this as a valve emotionally to, you know, digest certain shit. Like when you lose games, you get pissed and you say shit. And I can certainly completely
do for
relate
sure.
to that personally. Like I do that all the fucking time. So and it's just matters of degrees. Some people get a little more pissed, some get less pissed. Like I can even understand Corrupt, as much as I hate him, and as
What?
much as he goes overboard. Like he goes in the psychopathic vein. You know, like he goes way the fuck beyond. But the simple matter is, we lose, we experience frustration, and then we have an emotional reaction, and we want to discharge that in some way. And this is just a very normal human process, I think.
So how do you think
So
everybody should be doing it then?
I think it's okay if you just vent on stream and say fucking shit bullshit. I think I think you should try to minimize the harm you do. Like we've talked about this plenty before, Todd. Like I think negativity always propagates negativity, and every bit of negativity you utter into the world results in more negativity. But you cannot eliminate it completely from your own self, because if you would do so, you would be betraying yourself, because every human being has some part of negativity in them, and you have to live that out as well. But especially through internet, you have good ways of trying to seal that off from as many people as you can, which means you can scream into your microphone and into your webcam, fuck that bullshit. Stupid Demon Hunter Dryads is so easy to play. Let's let that piece of shit try to micro 80 supply fiends against 80 supply bears. That is a thought I have every time I play ladder.
Yeah.
Every time.
Have you seen the Autosis clips? Actually, I was gonna ask about this.
Yes.
Autosis does the exact same thing that I do, but he gets pretty close to no
Yeah.
flag for it because he's just like funny. He's like salty because he's like so
And
beloved.
yes, and I thought about that as well. I wonder if that's something that might madden you, because you two are very similar. The thing is just he does it in a very comedic way, whereas you do it in a very
Yeah, but he's
Aggressive.
very
Yeah.
angry.
It's one aggressive way.
He's very angry,
Yeah,
and
but-
he says some shit. He
it's
says some shit
different.
that people blame me hard for. Like he's like, this guy's fucking terrible. He did nothing this game. Like when he talks about Protoss, is the way I talk about Undead. The exact same thing.
Yeah, I know. The thing
But I
is
feel like
just,
his
though, you know,
opponents are
Undead is the
anonymous.
hardest race, and Protoss is easy, you know.
His opponents are anonymous though, so like there's never somebody that like they beat him and then they tune in and they hear what he says. They might get offended if that
but-
happened.
but-
And
but
I've talked
jumping-
to some people that thought that eventually some people might start getting more mad at him. But it's so weird to see like this guy doing the same thing as I do, and like
I mean, he's sanctified in the community. He's kind of like a Jesus stature, and I love that guy. Honestly, he's amazing. But just to finish my point, the thing is, everyone has toxicity and anger inside them. The question is just how much is it, and how much is it gonna erupt? But you can very much try to limit it off. As I said, if you scream into your camera and if you slam your desk, that's fine. But don't try to not put in all chat things like "go get cancer, you piece of shit."
I've never
Don't
written that
add
in my life
people-
ever.
Don't I'm not trying to make you out as the villain or use you as an example, but there are people who do that.
Where's
Don't
Bidoux?
add people to the don't add people to the friends list and tell them you're a cunt and I hope you die and get cancer and shit. Don't add people on Twitter, send them DMs. Like, yes, you can use your words and express yourself in a way to relieve yourself of anger. Like, we all need a valve of some kind to get rid of our frustration, but try to not hurt people in the process as much as you can. And I think if you're just streaming, if it's your stream, I think on your stream you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. Everything. Nobody has to watch your stream.
Well, not what
If you're
INSUP said.
playing- If you're playing against someone, they have to read what you write. If you write in all chat, they have to read it.
Yeah.
Basically, unless they mute you forever, but that's a side case. They have to read it. So if you want to vent, do it in private or on your stream. It's fine, dude. We're all human. We're all flawed individuals. We're all barefoot, naked creatures, as Daniel Day-Lewis said in Lincoln. Great movie, by the way. We're all flawed. But you can be wise about how you approach the thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I feel like
realize you have errors. Realize you have potential to be harmful to your fellow man and the world around you, and work around those constraints.
But
is
I've
what
had
I would say.
discussions with these guys, like both XlorD and EnTe before, and I feel like they hold a grudge against me because of how much I complain about balance. And every time that I lose to them, I'll say, like, you know, human against undead is fucking stupid. And they feel like I take all merit away from them. So clearly they don't think like you.
Yeah.
And yeah, so they get like really bothered by this. And I think that's where they start
Yeah.
doing stuff. Like, where's Bidoux anyway? Like, he was the one.
Yeah. Yes, like thoughts. Like, here's the thing. You know, like earlier we were talking about, you know, stuff that people say that can offend somebody but doesn't offend the other. You know,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
For me, for example, I said that if you say like, "Hey, sub, you're skinny," I don't care. But like, maybe you, if somebody tells you, "Hey, Todd, you have a big nose," or you take it like very personal, you know. But I think, you know, in some people's case, you know, it can be like more than that, and they'll be more sensitive to the point where like, if there's a guy, you know, like whatever, like EnTe sort of the examples there, but it could be even me sometimes, you know, when I used to play against you and I would like beat you and I would like practice for weeks on how to beat human, and I know it's my worst matchup and I suck at it, and then I end up beating you or whatever, you know, and it feels good, and you're just like trying to like discourage people from like beating you, like, oh my god, like, you
Yeah,
only
but
win because
I didn't write
this-
to you
this
in
race is
chat, did
bad or
I?
whatever. No, but like,
So why
For me,
the
it's
fuck
not
are
much
you
of a
tuning
big
to my
deal.
stream after you beat me? For fuck's sake.
you mean EnTe when he wrote a smile
No,
face?
you.
Yeah,
you.
I mean,
You just say you beat me after you
But-
practiced.
no, but like.
And then
what
I
I'm saying is
discredit
that-
you, but that means you tuned into
No,
my
but-
stream to listen to what I had to say.
No, but like I do watch VODs, yeah, because I like to see you fucking get mad and shit talk. I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. I think it's like you're being yourself.
Apparently
and I
you
think
don't
it's-
enjoy it. Because
No, but like I do enjoy it in some sort of way. But I think that, like I said, for me, it's like I'm not a good example in this. I'm talking more for EnTe and XlorD, which probably
Yeah.
watches it, probably crack a smile or two when they see it. But I think for them, they take it like way more personal, you know?
Yeah.
Like they just like the fact that you're trying to discredit like the practice they put in, dividing them, they take it more personal, you know? Like I said, everybody's different, so I'm more sensitive personally. Like, hey, if you call me a dog shit player, you know, I'm definitely gonna call you dog shit back and try to defend it. But I guess everyone's different, man. But
Yeah,
I think that's
what happened to my
that's one of the
camera?
issue with them.
Hey, what the
What
fuck?
happened to
Turn
my
it
camera?
back on.
Hit the box.
It's been
I
on.
messaged you, Todd. I messaged you. Hit the box at the
Oh
bottom
my
right of his
fucking
camera.
god, he's taking the
It's
whole
been
screen now.
on, bro.
Fuck's
It's
sake.
been
Why did you
on.
turn it off earlier?
I had to get my phone. It's a daddy's long weekend,
Fuck,
baby.
man. Okay, so
Daddy's long weekend,
okay,
baby.
let's keep going with the rest of the tweets, so like we can cover everything. Yeah, he posted a video. So video where ToD insults multiple people, including me in Warcraft 3 on Twitch, which he does for years already, and then deleted the VOD on Twitch, obviously for reasons, uploaded it for you guys on YouTube, and then tagged ESL Germany, DreamHack Warcraft 3 Twitch support, Apollo SC2. There's timestamps. 045 insults me as CL abusive dogshit player, 122 insulting FPX as mother something, 324 insulting all players as parasites on his team, 337 insulting me, fucking EnTe, fuck you EnTe, and ban me from Twitch. You can see in his chat that I wrote, excuse me, ? And then I got banned.
You know, this is like really, and I understand for your perspective, Todd, he's literally messaging, he's adding, you know, some of the people you work for, right?
Yeah.
Some of the people that run the company that pays your bills at times. So that's fucked from your perspective, but just reading that, it's like the most ridiculous fucking shit ever.
Yeah.
And I really, XlorD and EnTe, I really don't mind them. I've spoken to both of them in interviews and stuff. I do like both of them, but just reading that, that's like how fucking old are we? This is fucked up, dude. Like, just read that to yourself and say, like, what the fuck? Like,
didn't
he's
wanna- I
adding,
didn't
like,
wanna say
Apollo,
that.
be like, he called me bad in the game. It's like, fuck off, dude. Are you kidding me?
That's why I didn't really want to say anything. This whole fucking conversation is so stupid to me. It is
Yeah,
so
it's-
stupid to me.
I mean, it is like them being very sensitive and egocentric to a certain extent, but it's not just that. It is that they feel that ToD, with his insults against many players, which there have been plenty, and you could
I think it gets
classify
exaggerated.
insults.
It gets really exaggerated. how many
it does
insults
get
there-
exaggerated, but you do often at times not have the nice things about to say, you know, like they blow it up to be this thing that harms the community.
Yeah.
But I have talked, especially with XlorD, well, honestly, only with XlorD, about that at length. I'm pretty good friends with XlorD, and we've had serious arguments about this. And I remember, especially when he, like, exactly tried to get you cancelled. Like, at the beginning, it started off being more ambiguous, but then some point he exactly tried to get you cancelled. Like precisely said he wants to have you removed from the cast. I was like, bro, you're actually asking for his cancellation. What the fuck is this? This is fucked up. This is a bitch move, is precisely what I said. And he replied to me, which perhaps I shouldn't disclose.
Private
but
DMs,
fuck
bro.
it.
No
Private
shit.
DMs. What?
You're gonna tilt Castle and be careful.
Man.
We're disclosing shit like crazy tonight, so fuck it. So he said, yes, true, it's a bitch move. He admitted to committing a bitch move, but he said that is the only way he will learn. If
Damn. Okay.
It was
if
for the
your
greater good.
if
That's,
your livelihood is threatened. So I think for him it's
Damn.
beyond personal conflict. It's more about trying to brand the society or the scene in a way that he deems appropriate. So basically, the way you act, he doesn't view as applicable to modern society. So he wants to eradicate that harmful, toxic
Yeah,
behavior.
that's very
but
extreme.
do-
from the
That's
Do
very
you think that he has
extreme.
taken a look in the mirror though? Because it would be one thing if like a saint, you know, like somebody in the community that's like all good, never says anything bad about someone, would try to do this. But for XlorD to do this, I'm sorry, but this is fucking ridiculous. Like,
Out of all people, man.
yeah,
out
of all people,
the
like couldn't have
biggest
picked a
trash
worse
talker-
candidate.
The biggest trash talker of like Europe
And-
scene.
and be that as it may, I think whether
Oh,
it's
dude.
semi.
You don't think it's
abrasive
Rich that he's the one doing this?
or ultra abrasive culprit? I think most people should be allowed their personal freedoms to express themselves, and that's why I have this huge problem with this. Is that XlorD and EnTe and perhaps some others are trying to hinder people from expressing themselves on their personal channels, and I think that is so fucked up and I've tried to express that so concisely so many times, and I've gotten massive backlash, by the way. I've been called things like alt-right and piece of shit and Nazi and all kinds of things.
Who called you alt-right? Who the fuck just said alt-right?
Who called you Nazi?
How did they know?
My dear Twitter
Oh.
followers, which I appreciate so much.
Alt-right. Wow, that's hilarious.
Damn.
Just for defending the right for people to,
They probably
express
said
themselves.
gaslighting too. They probably use that.
I've even said, like in personal interactions when you're having direct conversation with other people, yeah, temper yourself, don't be a complete cunt. Don't be too brutal to them. I guess I can understand that. But if you're just on your own channel, on Twitter or Twitch or whatever the fuck, I think you should be able to say whatever the hell you want. Whatever you want.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're
That's just
exempt
me.
from the consequences of people not agreeing with it. Like, I agree, you should do whatever you want on your channel, but if you put it publicly, then people can construe it any way they want.
Of course they can interpret how they
And
want.
you're responsible for whatever comes out of it.
Well, maybe Remo, maybe you should clarify what you mean by whatever they want, because obviously I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I would assume you mean within TOS, within law, within general rules and principles that are set up for speech on these platforms. Or do you mean you can say whatever you want? So INSUP Ban completely unjustified. That's what we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Would
I
you
would
want to
say
clarify that?
I would say absolutely unjustified. Yes.
Okay.
I think Twitch TOS is mainly just a construct to protect greedy corporate advertising interests. So fuck Twitch, fuck TOS, and fuck legislation for the most part.
But did you hear earlier we were talking about how different people get offended by different stuff? So it seems like you're
Yes.
one of those guys that seems
No,
to
no,
think
no,
that
no.
anything
No,
can be
listen.
said. But when you start,
And no, I totally respect that. That's true. Like people's feelings and viewpoints on life are valid, and mine is no more correct than anybody else's. It's absolutely true. And we all have different viewpoints. We're all individuals. We're all different. But on these social platforms, there is a very easy way to evade people that you don't like. Like you're never forced to endure anybody on
Yeah.
Twitter or Twitch or anything else. And that is why I strongly think that you should be able to do whatever you want on your channel. I mean, not
Yeah, but
whatever
I
you
have
want, right?
nothing-
You
I-
don't want to strangle kittens, shit like that.
I have nothing better to do, so I'm gonna wait in a channel of someone I don't like, wait for them to fuck up and ruin their life. What about people like that?
That's the thing, though, about XlorD and EnTe is that I had them blocked for a very long time. I still
Am
have
I
XlorD
muted?
blocked on both. No, we just don't care what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
I still got XlorD blocked on both Twitch and Twitter, so I don't have to read what he says. And I mostly ignore him, but he's the one coming after me all the time because of our past, which I can get into some more of it now with like. I feel like what really bothers these guys is how much I complain about undeads. They have a wrong idea that has somehow affected the balance against undead, even though the last 2 big patches were literally a fucking copy-paste from Remo's patch suggestions. Somehow I'm the one getting the flag for this. Like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't even get the fund and I'm the one paying the child support. This is ridiculous. Okay,
I do think you did have a small role though in the human changes because
you
like
think Blizzard is watching my fucking stream? I'm shitting on them every day. You're one of those guys.
Todd, you
definitely did.
definitely did. You definitely
I
did.
definitely
And
like Todd, you
this is
definitely
not-
did have
this is not to
influence, man.
criticize you, by the way.
You
Like
definitely
a lot of people like to
They're right for that.
like to be negative and say, "Hey, man, Todd is always complaining." And let's be real, you do complain quite a bit. But the fact is, like, to a certain extent, those complainers, if you want to call them that, are also eye-opening. Like, thinking back to 2016 or 17, whatever, even before we had Orb of Fire, you already said, human versus undead is broken. And back then, my level of play was much lower than it is now, in my understanding. But you kind of opened the gate of trying to think about these things. And think back to that patch, bro. We didn't have Sundering Blades. We didn't have Orb of Fire. And Say So back then already said that human was OP. You know what I'm saying? Like...
And by the way, for like the last 5 years, human has done well against undead. So apparently, if I have any influence, it is not by much.
Yeah, but like, if we go back to the main topic, like I definitely think you did have an influence on that, and I can understand like why some people maybe.
Do you think Blizzard tunes into my stream?
Let me explain. So like I don't think necessarily like Blizzard only watches you and only hears your opinion, but like I do think that you being one of the biggest figures on the Warcraft tree, you get like thousands of viewers. You're in the top 10 earnings. And the history of Warcraft 3 players, like you've been there since like Ring of Chaos days, 2002. You left like a few years, you came back. So and we've definitely saw you before on your Twitch channel. Sending emails to Blizzard, sending replays, sending explanation of like why Human Against Undead is broken, and then you send like, hey, Happy has been winning against this. Here's the stats of Undead against Human in Asia. Here's that. Here's this. Here's my game against this player. And I think that the accumulation of like all these emails throughout the time definitely did reach Blizzard, and they probably sat down one day and they tried to like watch those replays, watch those emails.
They looked at it and they were like, we're gonna take everything that Remo said and we're gonna apply that and ignore everything.
Absolutely not. Like I'm not saying you're the only reason why you has been in these changes. Some of these changes are definitely justified. Crypto did deserve a nerf. And some of the things did deserve to get changed.
I think people over-exaggerate that.
I'm not only blaming you. I'm not saying you're the only reason, Todd.
Yeah.
I do think, though, that being the figure that you are and are seen, that when you speak, you definitely have more... there's definitely more weight to your words than some random fucking guy called XXLayer69 that plays for RLT all day long, that writes that on Blizzard forums or on Reddit. So, I just want... I just hope you're aware of that. That when you say something, it has more weight than... people that are not as good as you are or as known as you are in the game. I just want to like point out one.
Look at this fuckboy with his Panda Express.
Looks really good, by the way.
What a guy!
But yeah, man, I don't think they're way off, man. To think that personally, I don't think they're.
I think they are.
LAX Panda Express.
Nah, man. Umami burger or whatever it is.
Umami, yeah, that's also good. It's true.
So I think people like over-exaggerate that a lot. Like they always think like I'm always in contact with Blizzard and stuff. Like sometimes I would say that like, I'm gonna send this email to Blizzard with the replay of the last game I just played. I wouldn't even do it. I was just like, playing around. I honestly have barely ever communicated with them, and I've stopped talking to them a very, very long time ago now. So, and you can see that in the patches. Like fucking hell, if I was in charge of the patches, believe me, like those goddamn walking tomes of experience with pickaxes called peasants would have been changed way more within 5 fucking hit points. Believe me on that. And Human Against Undead wouldn't be so garbage still to this day. So people just have this imagination. They think that because I whine a lot and stuff, suddenly it's gonna matter. If anybody from Blizzard ever tuned into my stream, it probably lasted 5 minutes until I said that they were like a fucking incompetent company for still not having a ladder and doing a shit job with the balance. And then they never watched me again. So yeah, people just like, they have this imagination, and like the truth couldn't be further from that. Just look at Remo's patch notes, and then look at the fucking PTR, and then you're gonna understand that I have nothing to do with this. God damn it, it's not that hard. Okay, anyway, let's just go back through the tweets. I feel like these guys blame me because I whine about Human Against Undeads, and it's the same thing. Like I feel like XlorD is often whining himself, or like he's whining about the whiners in this case, like here in this tweet. He was also one of the guys that like even tagged Apollo. Initially, Apollo wasn't even tagged in any of this, so he's like not the first, not the last incident.
That's so ridiculous. Why would you tag Apollo?
Yeah, that was so dumb. That's like you're tagging Elon Musk. Yo, bro. By the way, my Tesla, it doesn't turn to the left correctly. Yeah. Yo, Elon Musk, fix this.
What are you talking about? I would do that if my Tesla didn't turn left.
That was so embarrassing.
I would 100% do that.
Don't fucking tag the boss, you idiot. That just makes Warcraft scene look stupid.
Yeah, I know, man. It's just like bringing negative attention to like the events, and we just have like such a hard time getting like the sponsorship for like big tournaments, and our city is like very small, so it definitely doesn't help. I don't think Apple's gonna see that and be like, oh my god, this one guy tagged me. I'm just gonna cancel all the
ESL just stumbles onto those tweets like, and they're completely uninitiated. How immature is this fucking scene gonna look? Like, hey, this one commentator said, I'm not a good player. And now I feel bad. Please fire him.
And they haven't even talked to Bidoux privately yet, too.
That doesn't represent, doesn't represent the entire Warcraft community. Like, I'm sure there's people like that in every single video games out there. And I think, like those guys, like Apollo, for example, like they're used to see people acting like this. And they've definitely probably got emails for way less impacting stuff than this. But then I just want to I just want to know what's that guy's deal of XlorD, man? Is it just a massive troll? I think he's definitely a troll for sure. I do think, however, that he definitely takes some stuff very personal, like Remo said earlier. You know, that for him it's like more of like a moral of life rather than just like trash talking at a video game. Like, what this guy's like, he trash talk, but he can't take it back. He makes memes about people.
He also just he
What's the
likes
deal?
to
What's this
he likes
guy's
to
deal?
stir shit up. Like seriously,
He definitely does, but I do think
he likes to stir shit up. Like I know him well, but I don't know him super well. But like it feels like he enjoys when there's contention and shit going on.
And by the way, that meme that XlorD made on his channel, I thought it was the funniest shit I had seen. I thought it was the funniest meme I've seen about me probably in my history of being on this game. And I thought it was really funny, even though when I made an emote about him looking like a skeleton, because well, he does look like a royal necromancy. And I thought it was funny.
That was the most pussy shit ever when he said,
No,
"Oh,
but
I'm gonna get Mao's legal
That's what I'm
involved,"
saying.
and actually this image belongs to Mao's copyright. Like,
Yeah.
like, dude,
No, but
this is a fucking
exactly.
bitch.
But then after that, I did take another picture of him that didn't belong to Mouseport, and he privately messaged me and he said, "Dude, you're using a picture of my face and you're making money off me." I said, "Yeah, sure, man. Like, I bought a fucking Bugatti and a yak by having like a fucking emote of yourself looking like a clown, dude. What is this guy doing?
probably-
He's gonna sue me to like in court, like German court? Like, what is this
that's probably
guy's
his
deal?
personal life. It's probably his
Yeah.
professional life shining through. Like he lives in
I
finance
don't know, man.
and
Nah.
all that bullshit where everything is about regulations and stipulations and everything is about money and dirty and fucking
So
cunts, you know?
So that's why I think.
Oh my
That's why I
god,
think,
here we go.
like I said, he is a troll, but I do think he takes some shit very personal because he does ditches, but he can't take it back. Like when he made that meme about me, yeah, he actually blocked me, and then he posted a meme because he knows I would probably like reply to him, but he didn't want like that kind of heat, so he just blocked me, and then he just posted it, and people laugh at it. That was really funny too. So like, I just want to know, like, at the end of the day, are you in the joke or you're not in the joke? Like, what's the deal, man? What's that guy's deal?
Yeah,
I think it's entertaining. I think what he does is kind of.
I'm not sure either. Like the way he portrays himself, it seems like it would appear like nothing ever touches him, nothing ever harms him. He never ever gets upset at anything. But then again, if you look at his actions, the way he reacted to that emote, it's like maybe he is super sensitive. I think
he is. I do think he is. I just think he's not used to like people talking back to him because I feel like he's been doing like this trash talk for a very long time. And then when he started doing it to me, like I'm one of these guys that like if you make fun of me, I'll make a meme about you, I'll make an emote about you, I'll make a Twitter post about you. And I feel like for a very long time, he's been like talking shit to like Hitman, and Hitman like doesn't give a fuck about anything. He has like no social media presence. He just streams like any webcam. He's not really into the memes. He just plays Warcraft 3 and doesn't care about any of like that Reddit like / Twitter drama. So I feel like as soon as like I made something, I attack his physique. He's probably the guy that has like the smallest arm than me in the Warcraft scene, the only guy that actually weighs less than me. And I think the fact that I attack him on something that's so obvious that he probably got made fun of in the past, he definitely did not take it the right way. And he's probably not used to that because Todd doesn't actually make fun of people's look, like he said before. So maybe what Todd said to him in the past,
by the way,
about that.
If I did that and he tried to cancel me, I would be like, okay, well, he has a point, because to me that's unacceptable. But that's the thing.
Yeah,
I've never said anything racist, misogynistic, or like talk about look ever. Like I've never crossed that line. Yes, sometimes I whine a lot. Sometimes I'll say, well, this player fucking sucks and he's bad at the game. But to me, that's not cancelable worthy.
Well, let me have like a little interruption there. Like honestly, I've never heard you say anything racist or sexist or homophobic or whatever. But as far as like look goes, you're right that you're not the type of person to talk about looks most of the time. But I have definitely heard you before make fun of Hitman's height. And his height is definitely not something that's like he controls. So I definitely feel like sometimes you do take offense when people make fun of your nose, and with all the rights in the world. But I've heard you make fun of Hitman's height before. Like he's small and and all
but
that
in
stuff.
a bad way, you think, or?
Well, it was back when Hitman actually. Well, no, it wasn't in a joking way. Listen, it's been a while. I don't have the exact quote that you said, but it was actually around the time where you play Hitman in the ladder game, and everybody knows that game, and they creep jack you. And you said, hey, where the fuck are you going there? And then he said something like, if you were a good player, then you wouldn't go there.
Yeah.
And then it was around that time where you banned him from one of your upcoming tournaments. So there was definitely bad blood between you and him.
Yeah.
And I remember around the time you made fun of him being like, I don't know how much he hates. That's like 5'4", whatever. And you're obviously much more bigger than him. So I think, maybe you were not aware of it. But I've definitely, personally, I was definitely aware of that. And you did make fun of his height. And you know, like whether it's not a official feature or anything, it's still making fun of his look ultimately. So I think that was one of the time where you did cross the line, but
Yeah.
it happens to anything. But I don't think you're maybe aware sometimes of the things that you say.
I don't know.
But
I don't remember that. I don't think
you
I
did cross the
probably
line,
didn't mean
man.
it in a bad way, but that's the thing. I think like talking
Yeah.
about looks is like really bad. And if he came to me and he's like, "Hey, I heard like you say this," I would be like, "Okay, I'm sorry. Like I won't say that again." That's the thing.
Personally, I wouldn't give a fuck if you said that.
Wait. At Anaheim though, did you shake his hand?
No. Why would I shake his hand?
It's disappointing. I've been
Wait,
hoping
what?
for a handshake for a long time now.
Only Bidoux.
What do you guys in the chat think about my
hand.
eating manners? Good eating etiquette or what? Pretty good.
Ricky goes to the conversation. The first thing he asks is, "What do you guys think about me? What do you think about me?"
I mean, I have no real take on this. This whole conversation seems like just
Boring to
real
you?
immature. We could deal with this better. We could talk about other things. We could just be
I have a
better
take,
about it.
but only at the end of the combo. So
Yeah.
Go for it. I think we're there actually.
I have a
Unless
take.
someone-
all
I
I
have a take to
know,
wrap it up.
all I know is EnTe made a song about me called Bidoux, and because of that, I'm always on EnTe's side.
He made one for me as well. I play guitar over it.
It was an absolute banger. All right, and
Sick.
that's it.
So anyway, like earlier you were asking me, didn't these guys, like stream snipe you and stuff like for years? They did try many times to find game against me, despite knowing that I don't like to play against Undeads. And it's just like this never-ending cycle, like I play against Undeads, I don't like the matchup, so I'll whine about Undead, they'll take that as a disrespect, so they when I snipe me even more, they dislike me even more, so they'll get me on ladder. I don't think they stream cheat, they just try and find me. Like sometimes it was very obvious, like at 11 p.m, if I meet like one of them, like for example, this one time I met EnTe at 11 p.m. and then I check his match history after he hasn't played a single game all day. Just this one moment at 11 p.m. he searched and he met me on ladder. It's kind of obvious what happened.
man.
What happened there? Yeah, obviously I don't like that. Like I think I'm not a fan of the matchup, so I think it's a little bit fucked up. But
I get it.
there's been so many things that have happened like between us. I'm sure like they could tell also some stories of some things that they don't like about me. We've also had some discussions, sometimes for small period of times. For small period of time, we've been cool. But they've been like last year, I had to get a surgery for my deviated septum. So I set a command in the chat that explains what's happening. Because, I'm a public person. I don't really care. Like, what's happening. I'm not going to be like, hey, guys, I'm going for 2 weeks. But I can't tell you, like, what's happening. So I just put a command that said I was recently diagnosed with a deviated septum. What I thought was allergies for the longest time was actually not. Surgery is currently scheduled on the 12th of June 2020. It's preventing me from sleeping well. Hence the tired looks, and I had fucking black eyes for sure under my eyes. And I sneeze very often, but will be doing my best to mute every time that happens. I was sneezing every, 3 minutes, actually, at that time. It was fucking nuts. XlorD thought it would be funny to spam deviated everywhere. And to me, it wasn't very funny, because the surgery is like, it's something important. Like, it's not something fun, like they fucking like cave your skull in, like you look like you're beat up, you feel like shit for a while. So I wasn't amused by that in the slightest. And back then, I think I reached out to Meisterschaft and also to his team to tell them like stop it, because he wasn't stopping it. Just kept spamming this. Not just
Where is he writing this?
this is in the Meisterschaft Discord.
Channel, yeah.
So it's a
He wrote
public.
that in the ESL.
I guess
Discord?
actually
Wait,
technically
you
it's
guys
not
are
gonna be-
both in that tournament, though. Weren't you guys both playing in that?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
so
like-
that is actually in the rules then of the Meisterschaft. Like, obviously, that would be
Actually,
toxicity towards it
I
within
don't
the
know
tournament.
exactly what they told him. They probably told him to just stop, but then he still kept on doing it, obviously. And if you go through his log on Back to Warcraft, you do because you guys are mod, I'm not. You do /user XlorD his nickname, you know it. I'm sure you'll see a lot of these. I guarantee you right now. And from what I hear, you even call me Big Nose in there, which in my opinion is kind of fucked up. I don't get offended, but you just shouldn't be doing this. That's my take on it.
No exclamation mark deviated in the chat.
So I get that you find that a little fucked up, but I gotta say, I thought it was really funny though. Like, and this is not to be a piece of shit towards you, just being real.
Yeah.
It was, and it was also partly funny because XlorD was doing it because he's known as the fucking idiot class clown kind of guy, who does this stupid shit. So I gotta say, I did think it was funny, to be honest.
Well, fuck you.
Wait, you
I
thought
don't
what
know.
was funny?
Like in general, I wouldn't mind, but at that time, I just remember I was pretty depressed because it's like a really shitty thing. Like for a year and a half, I slept so horribly, and then you have to go through a fucking surgery mid-COVID, which was postponed. So I was just not amused by it, and I think like you should just respect that, and he didn't. So yeah, I thought he was
no,
fucked.
I think that's kind of fucked up.
Wait, was it?
Yeah,
So
I
was it
get
around
what
the
you mean.
time?
It's not cool from your standpoint, but on a broader view, you also have to consider like people's humor and enjoyment doesn't always have to align with your views. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if the joke's about you, like maybe you can have a say.
Yeah,
Some
that's
things
when it
being
gets more
said.
tricky. That's
It's
when it
like
gets
you got
more
offended
tricky.
for that Bidoux. The Bidoux are not bad. Most people wouldn't care, but
All right, but what does that mean? Like let's say one day people find that Bidoux's hands look funny, and then
Oh, they
Bidoux
do.
hands becomes a meme, and then like does that mean like at some point Bidoux is gonna ban the term Bidoux hands, or let's say Carson, when he says beautiful, people make that
Beautiful.
into a meme, and he finds that to be offensive. Like what can
you?
you what can you ban? Like what are you allowed to ban out of people's expression and enjoyment? You know what I mean?
well, if you know that you're saying something that makes somebody unhappy, maybe you shouldn't say it like to them.
I mean,
No.
you're bullying, right? Like,
If
what the
he
fuck?
says
Like,
that
are we
behind
in
closed doors, sure,
kindergarten?
but no,
Like-
he's doing it to catch my attention.
Like
Yeah,
this
but
is
was
it's
this around the
like
time?
it's just stupid. Like
Again,
it's just
don't
dumb.
say something to someone online if you wouldn't say it to their face. If you'd say it to their face,
Well, he
do it
absolutely
and you
wouldn't
get
say
the
it to my face.
repercussion.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I mean. I would never say anything to anyone. Now, in the past, I would, of course. When I was 22, 23, yeah, absolutely, up to like a couple years ago. But I made a decision at some point to not do that anymore because I get my ass kicked by half of these guys. And why would I do that? Why would I be a fucking, what do they say, keyboard
Oh,
warrior?
you
I
can
wouldn't do
go,
that.
dude.
I wouldn't do
can
that.
Go. The grappling we did in the bedroom there at Anaheim, you can go.
But see, I talk shit to Ricky because I would say it to his face. You
He
know,
would,
But, like
and
I
he
don't-
would,
I don't
and he
talk shit to
has.
other people
He
anymore.
He would, and he has.
Yeah.
By the way.
Okay, so
Yeah.
anyway, like I got the last one about XlorD, the sniping. A lot of people told me, well, he doesn't really like snipe you, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Season 6 of WT Champions lasted around 2 months. I was playing a lot of 4v4 because I was sick of playing Undeads. I think at the end of the season, I had around 400 games in 4v4 and I got rank 1. XlorD has only ever played 5 games of 4v4, so brace yourselves. Guess at what times those games were played. By the way, there's almost no matchmaking in 4v4. If you search, if it's your first game, you could still get with me, even though I was like top 10 Grandmaster or something, maybe at the time. So we go from bottom to top. 28th March, he found a game at 9:23 p.m. I found a game at 9:24, so he was clearly searching same time. Immediately after, 10:14 p.m., 10:14 p.m. We've literally found game at the same time. He was searching at the same time again. Then he managed to get me twice. And by the way, there is between 5 and 15 seconds delay on my stream, so it's not really hard to search and find me when there is no matchmaking involved. It's like the easiest thing. And one of these games here, the one he was on my team, this one right there, the 4th one. You share units when you play 4v4. He took one of my peasants twice and stopped mining from gold for it. That's how fucking petty this is. I showed the replay on stream and I proved that this is what was happening, which is really fucking stupid. It's not something super offensive, but it's just really stupid. It's something like a child would do. Like you share units, he's waiting until I'm not looking, and he stopped mining from the gold. Like what the
That's kind
fuck?
of funny, dude. I think that's kind of funny, dude.
I think you're not a Night Elf player, man.
think that's-
That's what it
That
is.
is funny. Yeah.
I think that's kind of funny, dude. Like, actually, like, ultimately, if you want, you can just, like, report him and he would get banned. Because, like, I've actually done that before. Somebody shared control and he flamed me, and I uprooted his tree with Night Elf and he couldn't mine. And he reported him and actually got banned for that. So, ultimately, you could have taken action against that if you didn't like that. Personally, I think it's funny, I mean, like, obviously, you guys have really bad blood together. If I was with XlorD,
I think if you already dislike someone, just
wouldn't-
avoid them.
I
Don't
wouldn't-
just fucking try to snipe them
I wouldn't-
24/7.
Yeah, but Todd, that's what they're trying to do, man. EnTe won, XlorD on Discord, on voice chat. They're like, hey, bro, that's your turn. They surge, they get you, they beat you, they lose, whatever. They trigger reaction. They're just laughing their asses off. That's what they're doing, man. And I think like by giving him attention and reacting to that, you're exactly giving them what they want, man. You know, like don't feed the troll, bro. That's what you're doing. And if I get into XlorD into a 4v4 game, can bet my ass off. Like I'm gonna try to win, but I'm not gonna share control with him because God knows what he's gonna do, you know. So I think, you know, that obviously what he's doing, you know, it's not right. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, man. It's just trying to bait you, bro.
In
He's trolling
4v4,
you.
don't you select precisely who you give control to?
Yeah.
Yeah, why
Yes.
would you get? Why would
Why
you
did
give
you
him
control
control?
to
I would
What the
never.
fuck?
Well,
like,
I thought he would try to
would
win. I
share
didn't
with
think
him.
he was going to be like a 5-year-old mentally who just like tries to have my unit stop
then,
mining.
Then jokes on you, bro. Like, I mean, XlorD,
Yeah,
he's like a
dude.
fucking kindergartner. We all know.
Like
that.
I match people, like for example, Dog. I don't know if you guys know who that is.
Oh,
If I
yeah.
match with 4v4 and Dog, I'm not giving that motherfucker control because he's gonna unsummon my buildings and then he's gonna laugh. And for him, it's totally worth. So like, pick your poison, dude. If you got beef with XlorD and you manually gave him control, I would uproot your tree. Go fuck yourself. You really gave me control? That's hilarious. I would uproot. You're like asking for it.
Well, you're equal to XlorD then. Congrats.
Don't give me your control at 4v4. Honestly, giving control to me is a waste in any way. I'm probably just gonna lose your shit even if I tried not to.
All right, what was the third topic?
You know, but Ricky, he can do a lot with your control. You know, like he's beaten me before in 1v1.
I'll give Todd control. I'll give Todd control.
With Tower Rush. I was
Dude,
very
I wanna
impressed.
win. I don't care who. Actually, I played with EnTe. Also started playing 4v4 coincidentally shortly after I started playing, and I played a lot of games with him. I shared control with him. We tried to win. We fucking crushed. I landed next to EnTe one time, and we fucking destroyed the kids that were next to us. He was just playing normal, so you know, not everybody necessarily will do this. I wouldn't expect most people to do this. Apparently, he's one of the people that will do this. So I don't know what to tell you about this. You know.
I don't know. Griefers are. I think they're always funny, but I don't know. I'm just like I'm from that era, you know. Like I'm from the Code's Forsaken. Like make all your militia TP over to the teammate and right click the town hall and then just leave.
So anyway, last words on the topic. You know, like I've tried to like ignore them for a while, but if these guys, you know, keep coming at me and like will do this kind of shit, it's hard not to talk about them. But
Absolutely.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say, right?
I have one thing I want to end with, and this is someone said in the chat like, oh, you guys are just gonna circle jerk, you're not gonna take like XlorD's side. Well, fuck you, guy in the chat, for starters.
Yeah,
I'm
seriously.
this is
did
all
take
of
a
our
side.
opinions.
I
you,
can take your
guy in
side
the chat.
actually for some things.
But I want to say this because I've said this privately a couple times, so I'll leak my DMs here. But this is an opinion I've held for a while. So Warcraft 3 is a very small game. Name the top 3 streamers. Well, back to Warcraft, I won't include myself. It's Neo and Remo. They built that shit. It's theirs. Back to Warcraft, Grubby and Todd. Those are
Witty,
the top
bro.
3 fucking streamers that we have. Sorry? Witty
Yeah.
as well, for sure. Yeah, so we have a number of big streamers,
note.
and then we, of course, we have, you know, people, you know, INSUP and stuff, and we have a lot of big streamers. But for these big fucking streamers, I don't know why, but Todd has way more haters than all these people. So if you like the fucking game, you shouldn't hate and try to get Todd canceled, try to get Todd banned, try to ruin his experience, try to get him back to StarCraft 2, because that's what you're trying to do. That's what you did with fucking DeMuslim. I'm talking to the toxic people that used to shit on DeMuslim in his chat every day until he went back to fucking StarCraft 2. What, you want Todd to leave? Is that what your end goal is? You want Todd to leave, and then Grubby will go play HOTS one day a week, and then you'll be left with just back to Warcraft, and we're only live a few days a week. So congratulations, you killed the Twitch streams that we have. The little viewers that we have, the game is now dead. We have no tournaments anymore. We have no sponsors anymore. Congratulations, if that's what you want. There you go. But that's not going to happen.
I mean,
But,
honestly, like personally,
fuck?
I'm always up to improve. You know, like I know that I'm not a role model for sure. But I feel like most of what I say after I lose a game is just balance complaining, which in my opinion is not offensive. I don't write very often, even though these days I'm particularly tilted, so maybe I've written a little more. I don't know, like, you know, like we were talking earlier about how different people get offended by different stuff. If Satini loses to me and he writes like human literally takes 0 skills and he leaves, I am never going to be like even remotely offended. I just don't give a fuck. If people want to believe that, you know, humans are a good race, they're just foolish. No, but jokes aside, like, I never get upset, I think, at like balanced whining at the end of games, because I feel like people are just venting, kind of like Remo was saying earlier, you know, like you lose a game, you have emotions and stuff. But I feel like, honestly, like maybe they have clips of me being offensive to them or like the memories of it, but I just don't remember that happening to the point where like what they've been doing is justified and that's it. I don't want to be like having bad relations with people, you know, but sometimes that's just the way it ends up being. But like I wish I could just get along with like these guys and everybody else. But if they just hate so much that I complain about Human Against Undead, if they have this idea that, you know, the patches are being made because I'm speed dialing Blizzard every night and telling them like, yeah, the fucking buff, like whatever it is that they did, like the repair rates, which by the way, like they still melt in 1 second. I don't know what to tell you, you know, like I don't think I'm going to be able to stop balance whining. I've tried to do it a lot less and I kind of limit it to my stream mostly. In Back to Warcraft, I rarely ever balance whine anymore. In Side's chat, I know it really annoys him. I don't do it in almost every stream. And like yet some people still do it in my chat. Like if I go to INSUP stream and he wins against a human, you know, I'm not gonna write like, yeah, nice race, you fucking piece of shit. I don't say anything. And you know, like when he whines about human and he's like, oh, Night Gyro is uncounterable, I'm pulling my hair at home, but I'm still not saying anything like in the chat. So I don't know, that's just kind of how I deal with it. I'm still up to try and improve and like get better, and I don't want to make people upset. But at the same time, you know, like we have to be reasonable. If like you're gonna hate me because I complain about Human Against Undead, I don't know what to say more about it. But if you guys have any take or any advice for me, it's always
net
welcome.
positive. It's all about the net positive gain, and like you definitely have a net oh, here we are. We're making content right now. This is your shit. You're making content. You stream pretty much every day. You cast tournaments. You run tournaments. Like if they don't like what you say, fuck off. Unless you actually like Warcraft content, because soon it's gonna be gone. I mean, we've been saying that for years, but you know, this is a hypothetical angry take. But you know, it'll be gone then if that's what you want. You want to drive everyone out of the scene until there's no content left. And congratulations, there's a net positive. You say some stuff when you're mad after a ladder game. Who the fuck cares, honestly? Your actions are all that matters. Your words, as Rima would say, they matter, but you should be able to say what you want on your platform. That's my take.
Yeah, and that is also for me like the weird I don't know if dichotomy is the right word, but like the weird crux of the matter and the question and the uncertainty that I have in this whole issue. I am all about personal freedom and being able to say what you want, but also I think you have to realize that, you know, what you contribute matters. And Todd, I don't know, I feel like sometimes you might be underestimating your impact, because what you say on your stream, even if it's your personal stream, which it certainly is, it has a huge ripple effect throughout the community. If the community sees, you know, that complaining so much and being negative a lot of the time is, you know, something that a huge personality does, then that gives more way to that being, you know, accepted and part of the community and part of the scene. And to reiterate, I think you should have the right to do it, but also you must realize what you do, you know, is going to have these effects and is going to propagate in a way that other people are going to do the same. And I've seen that in Warcraft 3 nowadays so much. We've talked about this plenty of times before. In the ESL Warcraft channel, for example, there has been so much balance whining going on. It has really soured the mood for me oftentimes with the chat. And that is not that I want to lay this at your feet, but we have a real problem right now in the scene. I really think so, that we're whining about balance way too much. And it's easy to say, all right, we're whining about balance too much. It's fucked up. Something I've been doing, and Neo and others as well. But you also have, like, you have to think deeper than just that. Like, I especially like to say, hey, talking about balance has to have a place, sure, like podcasts or balance posts or whatever, but not all the time. But you also have to consider the normal Twitch user, and their only output, their only horn of communication is Twitch chat. So it makes sense that they're using that all the time to be complaining, because it has become visible nowadays that, you know, complaining in a loud form does yield results, right? Like Human has been buffed against Undead numerous times.
And they're still garbage against Undead.
Which it should have been. By the way, I nowadays think it's 50-50, Todd, and I'm sure you agree with me.
Bring back old militia.
Yeah. And you know, Crypto has been nerfed numerous times, but has been very clearly shown that complaining works, and I think this is why this philosophy has sprung up.
I don't think it
And
does. I completely disagree on this. Blizzard took your patch twice in a row. Blizzard took your patch notes twice in a row and copy-pasted it and applied everything that you suggested to them. So everything else that happens in the community is completely irrelevant. Is that true
No,
or not?
well,
Did Blizzard take all of your changes and
didn't-
apply them twice in a row?
No, not all of them. Couple of them, yes.
Most of
But for
them.
example, I never mentioned anything about tower repair rate, but which probably was a good idea, to be fair. I was trying to make a point which I now forgot.
That people are too
but,
negative and that's like you think I have some effect on people whining. You should watch StarCraft because like StarCraft recently in the chat.
we all.
It doesn't matter if it's Protoss or Zerg winning. I tell you that they're gonna whine.
Yeah, we all have an effect on everything we do, whether it's we are personalities right here on stream casting and commentating games, or just normal people in our everyday lives. The way you conduct yourself and the energy you put forth always matters, always has an effect. And that's something I think that is worthy to be kept in mind.
So what's your suggestion then? Whine less?
No,
Pretty much.
that's what I'm not sure about. Like in the end, the question is how much do you want to, curb your emotional impulses versus how natural do you want to be. So basically, how much fakeness are you going to put up with? Which on a broader scale is also how society works. How much do we want to control human impulses? Nowadays we've come to the realization that it's kind of good if people don't murder each other every day. But I'm starting to rant and get off topic. But I don't have the answer, bro. I don't have the answer. But just realize
I thought this was going somewhere.
The way you act and what you put forth into the world matters and has an effect on everyone.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I could suggest on that point, if I mean, we're never going to find a solution for this, but what could be something people could do on an individual basis would be try to remove the echo chamberness of it. And I'm not saying echo chamber as in your race. Like if an undead player cries about balance, you should agree with the undead player. No, I mean, you should push back on all the balance whine in saying, oh, is there something Fly could have done to improve? Is it that Orc sucks? Or is there something Fly could have done to improve? And in the Twitch chat, there can be an equilibrium. There can be a balance. There's always going to be the balance whining. But what people need to do is instead of agreeing with the balance whining, can you push back in some way and try to find an actual solution as to why they're losing other than balance? Can we have a proper discussion, or are we just going to talk about, like, something I noticed in your chat, Todd, is always, and I don't know if you like this or not, but this is something that happens when you lose. And yes, of course, maybe you're justifying some of the balance whines when you lose, but then you have a horde of like 20 people all say, yeah, human sucks, it's so bad, I can't believe that farms only give 6 supply. It's just constantly like an echo chamber, which is fine because it's your chat, that's how it happens.
It's like that in
But,
every
like,
channel,
in
though.
general. Yes, absolutely. What I'm saying is we should try to avoid, if we can, this echo chamber. How can we do that? Well, people on an individual basis can stop whining and also try to push back on the balance and say, but Fly lost 2 grunts in the early game. Why is it that Torn Chieftain is too bad or whatever? Like, why can't we have some pushback and an actual discussion which might help with the echo chamberness of the balance whining itself?
Like balance whining has become so omnipresent that in some circles it has even become a meme just to be ironic about. I noticed
Yes.
that on Hitman's stream a couple of days ago. Like there's a couple of serious balance whiners in there. I can't believe sorceresses. They're slow and they're bullshit.
It's so
blah, blah.
stupid, yeah.
And they were actually serious. And a couple of other people came in and be like, oh yeah, fucking bullshit, Farsight ability gives you a true sight, shit like that. And it's kind of a funny, weird, ironic take on it, but I think it's also very sad because, it has become a meme because balance whining is so omnipresent in the scene. And I am baffled that more people don't realize how corrosive it is to the scene as a whole. If the majority of discussion revolves around balance whine, which it will if there's no moderation, Exhibit A, ESL Warcraft chat, it's just a toxic fucking cesspool. It's horrific. It's terrible. And I've become so fucking fed up with it. Like nowadays, I time out people for 10 days whenever they balance whine back to Warcraft. Sometimes people troll about balance whining. I still fucking time
ban
out.
them. Yeah.
Fuck them. I can't take it anymore. Fuck all of you bitches who balance whine all the time on my channel. You can do it on your own, Todd.
Can you look to your left?
I think honestly on the
I give you
personal
permission
player
there.
stream, if somebody wants to whine about their race, to me it's totally fine. But then when you watch tournaments, I agree with you. When I watch the tournaments, and then every time a player wins a map,
Yep.
and then the other
That's a
player
good
played
point.
like fucking shit, and they're like, "Oh my god, it's so broken." I'm like, "This is
Yeah, I
stupid,"
totally
you
agree
know,
with
like
that.
this is stupid. Like I can clearly see why this match, and then the other player wins 2-1. And then the guys that complain the map won, they're like nowhere to be seen because they're fucking race one or something. So everybody has racial bias. During tournaments, I don't like seeing whine, and I don't whine myself, like on Back to Warcraft ever. But on my own stream, you know, I don't see myself stopping to say like how stupid I think Human Against Undead is. I know that INSUP, every time that he loses against Human going Night Jarrow, he's gonna say the same thing, that it's completely broken, and I'm gonna fucking pull my hair out at home. But I'm not gonna say anything because it's his channel, and like he has every right to if he wants to. That's it. And like, if anybody like blames me because like there's a lot of human whining about undead, let me tell you, if I wasn't playing Warcraft 3, people will still know that there's a problem with this matchup. And if you think that Warcraft 3 is like unique to balance whining, then look at StarCraft chats. It's the same thing. You're never gonna stop people from doing that. Could we make it better? Yes. Could we?
It is similar.
Could we end world hunger? I mean, maybe if we tried hard enough, you know, like if all those billionaires gave money to buy food for like the poorer people. So, like, you cannot fix everything. And I think like in this case, I get blamed way too much, and it gets exaggerated way too much as well. Like people always tell me, "Oh, you whine too much. You whine too much." I got a fucking 70% win rate. All right, so I'll whine 3 games out of 10 when I lose one of those fucking games. And yes, it will be because of items and racial imbalance. Fuck you. But no, I agree with you that I whine a lot, but like it gets blown out of proportion, and I cannot be blamed for like all this stuff. Like the whole Warcraft community doesn't whine about balance because of me. Like it's just.
Yeah, I actually don't think like the balance, like whining, is that much of a big deal. Like I said, like of course if I'm like Remo or Todd or whatever, or Bidoux or Carson, I'm casting a tournament, and then there's like a bunch of people that just tunes in to have a good time on a Sunday, you know, afternoon or whatever, and there's a bunch of people like discrediting, you know, whatever, like 120 who, you know, practice hard for this tournament or mood or whatever player is winning. I think it kind of sucks. It sucks for the players. It sucks for like the audience like experience. You know, you don't want to go there and, you know, if Happy wins the tournament and say, hey, you know, Happy just wins because under December. Well, Happy plays 10 hours a day and doesn't miss a fucking single day in like years. Plays every day, you know, watches, like definitely, you know, works on his craft all the time. So I think he doesn't have always like all the credit that deserves to him. As far as like individual streamers goes, if you're like playing ladder games on your stream, I think, you know, it's kind of normal that people will, you know, most likely complain about the race that you're playing, because people tune in on your stream because they play the same race as you do, or they probably share, like if they watch you, it's probably because like they feel kind of close to you and like your way of thinking or the way you play or the race you play. So yeah, but I totally agree that, you know, like for tournaments, you know, I'm totally with Remo here on like, you know, banning people and trying to like silence them, because it sucks as a streamer to when you read your chat and stuff, like seeing people talking about the game or you're just being like very friendly, all you see is like, oh my god, Undead Emba, Elf Emba. So it sucks, you know, for like yourself streaming. It sucks for whoever's watching. And I've seen people say like, yeah, you know, like now when I watch Back to Warcraft, I just put like the entire stream in full screen. I don't even read the chat anymore because it's so obnoxious to always see people complain about it.
I do that
But,
for most streams as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, oh man, I totally get it, you know.
And
But
also,
as far as like for me, it's like I get it that people will say, "Oh my god, if I was a game," sometimes I don't even talk about like imbalance. Something like most of the time, like I will because I'm just pissed. At the end of the day, I know I didn't lose because of imbalance. I lose because I played garbage, and sometimes I just don't know what to do.
You're
but
dog shit.
you know, it's fuck you. I beat you last time in the best of 5, motherfucker.
Apollo to StarCraft 2.
When we casted ESL DreamHack shit, like you numerous times mentioned stuff from chat that you either found funny or stupid or whatever, and I found it honestly amazing that you could keep chat open and monitor it for most of it. Like this whole toxicity shit, it seems to like clear peel off of you without any impact. I can't do it. I can't. I see the chat and it's so fucking nasty and bad and toxic. I can't even have it open. I have like when I cast stream, like I have to have chat closed.
I think I have
no
a different
issue
mindset
with that at all.
You know, like when I cast, as much as people give me shit because I balance complain on my own stream, when I cast, I just care about like what's best for the show. But I'm not reading chat all the time. But yeah, sometimes I'll catch a comment which I think is like really fucking. Usually during the break, I don't read the chat like mid game. I'm focused on the game. But yeah, sometimes I'll see a comment that I think is like too funny not to mention or something in there. Like, yeah, it doesn't really affect me. I would say like during tournaments, I don't know. Maybe if I would see it, like actually, like I told you I don't really complain when I watch Back to Warcraft either. Like very rarely in the last few years, ever since like Neo, I saw that Neo was losing years of his life stressing over like all the balance whining. I decided to give him a break, and I think like actually in Back to Warcraft I've been really good. Like I never really complained. So if other people would like kind of like follow that and like do the same, I think it'd be much better watching tournaments. But yeah, in personal stream, I don't see it reducing too much. Like I said, like it doesn't really, you know, I expect INSUP if he loses to human to whine a bunch. He's just ranting. Like it doesn't really matter. Like it's not the end of the world for me in this case.
Yeah, and I think we mostly agree here on many of the points, but you know, the thing is, the normal Twitch chat user has a very different kind of outlet that he can make use of. Like we, for example, we have the option right now to talk about these things and lay out our line of thinking, also to complain about balance in certain ways, like in Discord chats and whatever. Like Todd, you have sent me messages multiple times, like, you know, how broken shit is, and that's your valve, and everyone has a valve. But for the most Twitch chat users, their valve is only Twitch chat. So I also can understand them to a certain degree.
Can I speak on this?
That is the way that they can express themselves. They don't have another outlet. So I get it, but still, think about your actions, realize their impact, and, you know, maybe better those.
Go ahead, Bidoux.
Go, Rick.
Okay, I have a take on this, and after like listening to all you guys talk, I have an even more confirmed one. So I hate balance wine. I think it's personally, I just think it's players copping out of not being good enough. Because I can, in almost every case that players whine, I can make a case that a better player would have won. Or a better player, if they did the right moves, would have won. So I don't ever think that. I mean, you could definitely get edges based on build orders and stuff, but I really don't think I think 90% of games are solved because of your own decision making, and I think that so that's my personal stance on balance wine. But as for the topic you guys are talking about, which is like the impact on like people in the community, I think like this game and this community, you know, I never really knew this before, but being on Back to Warcraft and watching ESL Warcraft 3 streams and watching ToD's stream and watching Grubby stream, I would say that this community is very impressionable, in the sense that they really care what people on the screen say, and they really believe what people on the screen say. I can give you an example very quickly. I could ask INSUP an undead question, and he could be lying out of his ass, but because he's a much better player than me and I respect his skill, I'm going to believe him. Despite the fact I'm probably not even going to do my own research, I'm going to believe him. I think like Carson sometimes has maybe listened to
every Thursday. That's what I do.
I think Carson has maybe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you've even maybe listened to Hitman and believed him because it's Hitman, and maybe Victor was just fucking saying something to say something. For the most part, he says shit that he believes and he puts logic into. But
I mean, he said Org's the worst race, so that's all you need to know.
So
said what?
So hold on. Everyone went on a fucking monologue. This is my only real hit and take, so let me just finish it.
Bro, you were eating.
So the reason why I think it's so important is because I do believe that the community like balance wine only comes across not educational and discussion. It only comes across toxic and negative, and sometimes it swallows the whole stream and it swallows the whole chat, and it's not constructive discussion. It's really just toxicity, and that's been the case forever. And you know, based on, and it's at the toppest level. Like Todd, I consider you at like the peak of the Warcraft 3 community, and you have no problem bitching about Warcraft 3 balance. You even say you're going to do it whenever you want. I honestly believe
not whenever I want on my stream. But
on your stream. But
when I
that's what I
cast-
mean.
when I
Whenever,
cast
whenever
on
you want
ESL
on your
Warcraft
stream.
3, I don't-
That's what I mean. You're gonna do it on your own platform, which is I would say you get more exposure on your own platform than you ever did on Back to Warcraft or an ESL stream.
What?
But what I'm saying is if
I get
all
less viewers,
five
bro.
okay, hold on. If all 5 of us in private decided that for a whole year we're going to say that curse is broken on streams and publicly,
Oh yeah, for sure.
we could convince thousands of people to spam that and believe that, despite the fact that we even believe that. That's what I mean by the community's impressionable. Us, like Todd, you as an individual streamer in this game, you have the power to make the scene better. I'm not saying you're making it worse. I'm not saying that. But you definitely have the power to say good things and make the scene and the community better. Even if that's changing 10, 20, 30, 40 people, you 100% can do that tomorrow if you're consistent about it. I don't think that's true with many games. And I do think with the Warcraft 3 community, they don't know shit about this game. Like 95% of the Back to Warcraft viewers don't know anything. The people in this call, right? It's just a fact, brother. The people in this call can actually influence anyone to think whatever we want in this room, which is a very scary thing, but it could be a good thing because I think if we all tried to be better, we could end all of this. Be only in this game and only in this community and only with certain people that are important. Of course you're going to get trolls, but Todd, you say it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not the only one making this toxic, and you're not. It's everyone combined. It's everyone so okay with saying negative shit that makes it just common. And it is low. It is keeping our game mediocre. It's keeping our game dark. It's not producing new creative ways to get better. It's not producing new creative ways to grow the game. It's just kind of people sitting and whining and bitching. Nobody wants to put in the effort. Nobody wants to try. Nobody wants to compete. It's always like I'm being shackled to something. It's just not true.
Hey Ricky, can I clarify one point you made really quick for everyone that, because people are fucking freaking out that you said 95% of them. There's nothing wrong with you guys not knowing how to play the game. I watched the game for like 2 years and loved watching the game just for fun. I'm sure lots of people put their streams on the TV and just watch the pro matches. I watch Counter-Strike. I suck at Counter-Strike. I watch every pro match. There's nothing wrong. I do that for Smash Bros. too. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
He's not calling you stupid. He didn't call you guys idiots. Most people don't actually play the game. They just watch the game.
Yes.
That's all they say.
And that's
Didn't you notice about Warcraft 3 viewers? They're all professional gamer levels. They don't have the mechanics, but they have the knowledge.
Seriously. No, it's very true. Like the average viewer, which makes up a big majority of the people on YouTube or the people on Twitch, they don't actually play the game. And sometimes they don't really understand what they're watching. They just
don't agree, INSUP? You don't agree, INSUP?
I mean, I would say.
He's typing in the chat. You don't agree or what?
Hold up, I wouldn't say 95%. Actually, I think it's a big number.
Okay, I'm not sure the exact percentage, bro. But like maybe it's 94.7. That's not the fucking point, dude. I don't know the exact percentage of people, but the point is that the majority of people don't understand what they're actually watching. They just want to be entertained. And what I'm saying is it makes the community impressionable. If you guys are constantly bitching and moaning, then everyone's going to be constantly bitching and moaning. If you guys have a different take and are more positive, 100% we can change a majority of this ourselves.
You are right. You're right. That's true. Streamers, personalities have a huge influence on the game. Absolutely. And everyone could do a better job of being more positive and trying to be better. But I would strongly disagree with let's all try to steer in this certain direction, because
I'm not saying steer into anything. I'm just saying we're capable of changing this.
Yeah, but also what you're sort of promoting is a fake circus of all playing a certain part and trying to be Mr. Cleany guy, Like the point of this whole thing is, like on Twitch and your personal streams, you're gonna be yourself. Don't be fake.
Well, I'm not saying be fake. You either want to change it or you don't. You either make a conscious effort on your stream. I can bitch and whine about this and contribute to the problem that we're fucking trying to solve in this call. I hope. Or you can not. You can think about it. You can say, you know what, this is. Hold on, man.
Hold on,
dude.
Want to bitch, then bitch.
I'm just saying you can make that conscious decision individually, bro. You don't need to bitch about it on stream. You don't need to do that.
You
Okay.
can't make that conscious decision individually. No,
INSUP, you
can't.
wanted to talk?
You cannot make that conscious decision.
yeah,
I can give
Guys,
into this thing
guys.
and contribute to it, or I cannot.
Guys,
Yeah, I think right now, like what Remo and Bidoux are talking about is a bit like off like what I was trying to say earlier. But I actually do agree with what you said mostly. I just think that, earlier you were saying that me showing DMs and Todd showing DM was like a really bad way of marketing yourselves, and then you're out there calling your viewership garbage, 95% trash can players who know how to play the game. So I just wanted to point that one out. I mean, I'm just not sure like where you stand. What's your if you're trying to give us morals on how to like market ourselves and better ourselves and be professional, I just think that's not probably the right way to be.
Would you prefer? Would you prefer if I said that everyone is?
And I'm glad I was not the only guy to think that, because Remo quickly went back at you after that. But I just want what I was trying to say earlier. Then you just like went super silent on me, and I couldn't even say my point quickly. But hey, by the way, like I just want to say like what you said actually was I definitely agree with most of it. But,
okay, hold on. So that's just my opinion and my take on the community.
Yeah,
I don't believe they have a high game IQ.
Try to get morals on how to market yourself if you're going to call your like 5,000 people and probably 2,000 subscribers that are all trash can of the game.
If you're taking this as me shitting on the community, that's not the case.
That's not what I said.
Wrong with not being good. I'm not good. There's nothing. Ricky sucks.
I don't see the issue in pointing out that the majority of the people that watch Warcraft 3 don't have a high Warcraft 3 IQ. I think that's just common sense.
I said what I had to say, man. That's fine.
I think that most Warcraft 3 players think that they have a high IQ though about the game, because they watch a lot, even those that don't play. So they follow the game like very closely.
It's like football spectators. Could they be a quarterback? Fuck no. They just like to watch and they like to think that they have a good idea. Like, that's just the way it is, and that's fine. And that's fine. But that's a different issue. What Ricky, I think, is saying is that if we could all try to make a concerted effort to present a nicer front to inspire the community to be better and nicer.
Yeah.
Is that somewhat accurate?
I'm saying that because the average viewer doesn't have a high IQ or actually understand what they're being told on a stream or being shown on a stream, whether that's casting.
You're really
dude, let me explain. Let me explain what I'm trying to.
You just said IQ, not game IQ, bro.
I'm talking about Warcraft 3 game IQ. If I didn't say game before IQ, okay. I'm talking about their Warcraft 3 game IQ, dude.
All right.
Can we move on from that? Can I finish my point?
Yes, please.
Holy fuck, dude. Like, are you guys actually 6 years old? Because the average viewer doesn't have a high game IQ in the Warcraft 3 reforged game, because they can't actually listen to something and say that's wrong or that's right, which I do believe they can't. They are going to be impressionable by it, and they're going to just listen to what someone they respect says, regardless of if it's right or wrong.
Yes.
That's why when people say, oh, this is broken, nobody actually investigates or knows the intricacies of why it's broken or how it could be broken. They just agree because they don't know any better.
Even if it's 50% of people, like he said 95%, obviously, which seemingly a lot of people disagree with 95%. Even if it's 50%, which I think is a reasonable number, it's still true about half the people in the chat, which isn't a bad thing. It's just they're likely to parrot things that people they look up to say, like Grubby, like Todd.
Yes.
Like
how is that hard to
if
understand?
There's balance whining from the players they
I don't
look
know.
up
Maybe
to.
we have that low an IQ we can't understand.
Yeah, obviously I didn't mean their IQ is low, dude. You guys are fucking stupid, man. Why would you even
Okay,
push
listen. There were some good points, and like I agree overall with it, but I think you're kind of also overestimating, like, people making up their own minds. Why don't you try talking about fucking vaccines in the chat, and you're gonna see how people are making up their own minds through looking
Jesus
up
Christ.
on it.
That's
It's like
it
feels like it's 50 and 50, right? And
Okay, I don't know how many doctors there are, but I'm just saying
for
when I'm
like
talking about
balance and
Warcraft
stuff.
3,
Like, do you think that because people tuned in and they heard me say like a human against internet is fucking stupid, suddenly they were like, That's right. No, I know that Human Against Humanity is fucking stupid. I will live by that motto. Like, no, people can form their own opinions. A lot of people are also telling me every single day that, you know, they think like it's not that bad, blah, blah, blah. You can do this, like try Pala Rifle. Obviously, they're stupid. It doesn't work. But like, you know, like a lot of people are like, you know, denying that the balance is the way I say that it is. So people have their own minds about everything.
Yes,
And
but
about-
a lot more people, in my opinion, are just agreeing with you just because it's you.
But
I
it's
don't think so.
reasonable. It's reasonable to trust you, Todd. It's not
Yes.
reasonable for me to form my own
How is
opinion.
it reasonable to
rational
trust
thing,
me? Like every time I lose, I go on a
Yes,
fucking
that's the
rant.
point.
I'm the
That's
last
the
guy usually.
point.
Not. You're a top player. I'm not. It's reasonable for me to trust what your opinion is.
Yes, that's the entire point. That's my entire point, is that it's way more
not that they're
easier to
stupid
just
for
believe
trusting you.
It's way more easier to just believe you than to do my own research and be like, oh, you know what? He is right or he is wrong. The point is that I think a majority of the viewers are impressionable in the sense that they're going to believe the people on the screen if they don't know it, which I don't think they do.
Yeah, I don't.
You know?
I don't particularly think so, but yeah. And also, like,
Okay, that's fine.
your
That's
take
fine.
about balance.
That is my take. That is my take on it. That's my take on it.
Your take about balance is that you were basically saying that the game is pretty close to being like very well balanced, or like is balanced in a way, and that if people lose, it's because, you know, like they fucked up along the way. So maybe this is truer than what many people will portray it to be, because everybody complains about balance and stuff when they lose and with the matchups that they've had a hard time with. But for me, that's also a super casual take, because in my opinion,
Sure.
we're very far away in certain matchups of the balance of like the ideal balance of even having an acceptable balance, and that's really fucked up. Headhunters right now, like I was saying it on my stream earlier, I think it's so stupid that we had to see through a keeper patch, then we sat through a crippled patch, and now it's the fucking Headhunter patch. I mean, INSUP, I don't know if you agree. I don't know how much you've played against the Headhunters, but I've had to play a lot against them recently, and I think it's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. And like for somebody to say like, I don't think the balance, you know, is that bad. Like people, like 90% of the time, the better player won anyway because of their decision. I'm like, no, like you don't play this game enough to understand what a fucking pain it is.
No, for sure. But like, I think if we're gonna compare keeper patch and crippler patch with Hunter, I think that's a bit extra. That's a bit extreme. You know, I think
Because
Crippled,
Headhunters are the best.
No, Headhunters are definitely very strong units. I do think they deserve a small nerf. I don't think they deserve to be nerfed to the ground like Keeper or Crippled or whatever. You know, in fact, I do know Headhunters very well. I have a player in my region called Kiwikaki who actually beat me in DreamHack a month ago. And but you know, I don't think I lost because Headhunters are that strong. I think he was a better player that day, and you know, I had previously beat him in the best of 3, so he could on his side say, hey, you know, I'm dead Zemba but then we played the next day and he actually ended up winning. But I don't think he's on the same level as Crippler or Keeper, if I'm being honest. I do think they deserve to be probably looked at. Maybe make the cost bigger, or maybe nerf the range or something. But I mean, my another take is, I mean, they're played like almost every matchup now, you know. So I think it definitely indicates that they're pretty strong. But
part of why I balance one is my outrage at the game not being the best version of itself that it can be. I really wish the game could be the best version of itself. It's a beautiful game, but it's also a fucking stupid game sometimes, and that infuriates me.
I just really don't get the whole like, oh, Headhunters are so broken. Like, there's got to be a level in which skill overtakes whatever imbalance is happening in your game. I mean, case in point, Kiwikaki has been playing Headhunters for 10 years. The Headhunter patch was what, 2018? He hasn't beaten Cruncher. Hitman stomped him. There's got to be a skill level.
Is equally skilled. Balance implies both players are equally skilled. The player with the imbalanced thing of their race will always win. That's what imbalance implies. The players have to be of equal skill.
Like you know, Ricky. Like, of course, Usain Bolt is always going to beat you or me, you know, in a 100-meter dash. But he should also beat the guy who is 10% worse than him.
Yeah, but it's not Usain Bolt, dude. It's not Usain Bolt. It's his shoes, man. It's his shoes.
What?
Like, that's what you guys are saying. Usain Bolt is way fast. It's because of his fucking shoes, man. No, it's not. He's just faster, bro.
It could be his shoes. Have you ever watched Formula One? Mercedes has the best cars, bro.
Dude, there's only one
Ricky,
pair of them.
I mean,
I can't wear them.
Listen, Ricky. I mean, you have to accept that fundamentally, unit stats and balance have to matter, because it's like the math basics of the game. Of course they are relevant, and because they are human made, they are always, and realize this, they're always gonna be flawed. Always. The question is just to which degree. And I do realize I somewhat contradict myself, having said earlier, let's not balance white all the time, you cunts. But the thing is, we can always improve on balance, but it's important to remember that always only whining about balance in public discourse is corrosive. So it's a weird,
Which I agreed with.
balancing act, Lamau, but you know, it's saying that I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're more or less saying balance doesn't matter, it's all about skill, which I don't think is exactly true.
Yeah, but like, so
Your
you say
opinion
you
and
say
my
that
opinion.
now, Remo. You say that now, but you're also saying we should balance wine less. So, like, for me, that's a little bit contradictory. Like, should we be happy with the
is the
shitty
game,
balance
is
that we
the
got?
game broken or is it skill?
Yeah, I know. I do like it's weird to find the, you know,
Middle ground.
the middle ground here. We have a game with 4 races. It's hard to balance, and it's never going to be perfectly balanced. That's the first truth. The second truth is we should be talking about balance in the right format. And the third truth is if balance wine overtakes all other form of discussion or most of it, it's going to be a toxic environment.
Yes,
And
we all agree on
combining all those 3 into a working ecosystem, that's the problem. And I think perhaps an issue that we have is that we don't have a proper platform to actually talk about balance, first of all in a constructive way, but also in a venting way. If we think it's bad that in Twitch chat everyone complains about balance all the time, why don't we create some form of platform, chat, outlet, whatever, for people to balance wine? Maybe that is that valve that people need to vent. And not just to vent, but also we need a, you know, an actual good platform to really talk about those things and not just whine about them when we lose after a game.
Yeah, but they do it in
which is
individual
rarely.
streams. Like, people don't just watch Back to Warcraft, even though maybe there's a lot of people that only watch Back to Warcraft. And actually, I think
Thank
a lot
you.
of the people that watch Back to Warcraft, they don't even necessarily, like, you know, the people chatting are a big minority. It's like a small percentage of the viewership. A lot of people, they have it on the big TV, they don't even chat. But I think everybody like, a lot of people that watch Warcraft, you know, they play mainly one race. Let's just say that. It's probably like a super high percentage. They main one race. They have racial bias for this race because it's theirs. They probably go to other streams. You know, if you're Night Elf, you watch Foggy or Sonic. If you're human, you know, you watch me, for example. Like, there's some other ones. A Hawk, Death Note sometimes. If you're undead, you'll watch INSUP. And they complain in those channels. But the thing is, some of these people, they also take that to Back to Warcraft. Like, for me, I can make the difference.
Yes.
While I agree with you that, you know, it's not good overall to complain a lot about balance, in my opinion, it also feels essential because I'm just unhappy with the balance. And, like, I don't think that the game is the best version of itself that it could be. And I still would like balance to be improved. And I'm kind of outraged at the balance. So I'll do it in my channel. But then when I go to Back to Warcraft, I'm, like, super neutral. I don't talk about balance. You know, like, if a player does well, I'll say he played well. I'll talk about I usually crack jokes in Back to Warcraft mostly. So, but yeah, I'm not talking about balance at all. If, like, most people would do that, it'd be a lot more pleasant to watch tournaments for you and for the viewers as well. They already got a place, technically, to do that.
Little side note, by the way, this was like a year ago, when Human vs. Undead was, you know, pretty rough, especially back then.
It still is.
And that was like a 2 or 3 weeks time frame whenever it was that matchup coming up, you would post, "Oh, here we go, Human vs. Undead again," and then you would say something like, "I have the perfect clip for the human," and then you would link the clip of the coffin dance guy. And they would fucking crack me up every time.
That was a long time ago, yeah, but
Still love that video, the coffin dance. But yeah, I think this is a real question we should ask ourselves. Like, shouldn't we create a platform for everyone to be able to have a say and a way to utter their views?
what
on
about what I just said? There's
balance
already
issues?
something like this. The personal
Yep.
streams.
Yeah, but I think you guys are a little bit part of the problem as well. I'm gonna say it like in the most respectful way possible. Is that like we said,
No
like
offense.
like we know like Todd, on his channel, he is the guy that he is. He has like some hot takes. He complains a little bit. He complains a little bit, a lot. Complains about balance. He's being himself, and he has like no filter. That's why people like him. And then on the other side, there's the Todd, that goes on Back to Warcraft. Does a very very good job at casting with Remo, Neo, and Carson Bidoux at times. But and I think I can see that like we talked like earlier about Back to Warcraft wanting to like mute people that talk about balance. It gets very annoying. But I think like sometimes I'm watching Back to Warcraft and I see Todd making balance claims sometimes. Obviously, I know him, so I know he's like making this as a joke. Sometimes he's gonna say, human is trash, oh my god, this item is bad. But I think that a lot of people in the chat, they don't actually really see like that joking stuff from Todd. They actually take it pretty seriously when he's saying that. And I think that like sometimes it can be like very confusing to viewers to like hear him say that, so they will think it's fine to like talk about balance because the guy on the screen with 4,000 viewers is doing it, even though that's like his tone sometimes can be like very sarcastic. But I think it's not that always like obvious, like I've definitely heard Todd say that before. But I think maybe just not doing that anymore would be like a good thing to encourage viewers to not talk about balance sometimes. It's just like a suggestion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that it can be very misinterpreted for people that already has like their idea of Todd made in their head that he is the same guy on his channel than he is
You
on
mean
Back
in
to
the
Warcraft,
chat or while casting?
While casting, sometimes I'll be watching. I actually don't have like any quote that you said, but I've definitely heard you sometime before. Like let's say on Des Against Humans, sometimes you make like a small comment saying that this is broken or this is that or whatever.
I don't think so.
And
No, on DreamHackcast, he never said it was broken. He just did like
No,
little innuendos.
I did not sound DreamHackcast. I did not sound DreamHackcast. I sound Back to Warcraft casting because I mean you guys are more like laid back, chill out on Back to Warcraft channel itself. On DreamHack, on DreamHack it's different, but like we were talking earlier about like the balance complaint and tournaments and stuff. But like I think sometimes it's not that way obvious. Sometimes people think that they're allowed to talk about
I rarely
balance
ever cast on
he's
Back to
doing
Warcraft though. So
I've definitely seen it.
42
there,
defeated
but-
1-0 today, by the way. Did you guys hear?
For what? For Huya?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, well,
Pretty crazy.
I fucking love Fortitude, dude.
romantic human.
I fucking love I don't care how many matches he threw. I fucking love that guy, man.
romantic human is me.
Now that's a
He's
hot
romantic.
take, dude.
know.
I fucking love that.
It was
dude,
it was
man.
a thing, Todd. It was a thing. It was a nod. All right.
I'll say that right now, dude. I hate what he did, but I love that fucking guy, dude. So nice. Actually shows up
He's
to my
good.
show matches.
Dude, he's
doesn't fucking...
actually like in person. He's one of the friendliest dudes ever in China.
So friendly, dude.
Really? From
Really?
his, from his
After-
photo, he looks
after-
like he could bury your body anywhere if you ever piss him off.
Dude, he's so
Yes.
mature,
It's a
too,
little
man.
bit friendly. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, dude, he's like,
Could've read him,
I think he's
though.
25. He has a kid. Like, that guy is like so mature,
after
man.
his match fixing scandal, I also had a very low opinion of him. But meeting him in China, he tries really hard just to be genuine and a good, decent guy.
Yes.
know, Part of that could be a front, fucking whatever. But he
I don't look
appears
for darkness in
as a
people like
decent
you,
person.
Remo, but I think he's genuine. I think he's actually nice. The coast is clear. You can come out now. He's fine.
And that was 2 days ago, by the way.
What
you say,
was?
the match 42
yeah?
against 120. You say like today? Fucking Remo is
Wait,
lost in
what?
time.
Did they actually play 2 days ago?
almost 2 days ago. Yeah,
Dude,
I thought it was a chart.
I hate that they didn't let us fucking broadcast that, dude. I
it's
fucking
been a
hate.
blur. I know.
What is that chart you're hosting, Bidoux, by the way? I saw like we had like 5 topics today, and it says you're hosting a chart. Like, what is it about?
Yeah. You've been gone. We can move on, I guess.
Yeah, I think we pretty much turn around it for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So-
I think we've
We're
established the
down
IQ
weeds
of
with
most of
anything
the
else.
viewers. So
So let me try to give Todd like a
They
recent
probably all
one.
believe it now, though, Todd, because you said it. How about that?
Yeah, exactly,
Fuck.
man.
God damn it.
Grubby's gone, man. You're the father figure of Warcraft now.
Yeah.
Yep.
1 sec. Let me grab it first.
I have
and
the
then we can
screenshot
talk
you
about
sent
it.
me already. The
You got it?
yeah. Wait, so what's that thing
Okay.
called? The Bidoux's hosting charts.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
what the
don't
fuck
name
am I
it
looking at?
yourself.
Talk
I
to us.
didn't
What is
name
this?
it. I didn't name it
Okay,
after
do
myself,
not
dude. I
name it
didn't
after
name it after. Dude,
yourself.
I don't know why Todd. I didn't
Do
name it after
not.
myself, bro.
What do you mean? Look,
There's in fact there's no title on it. It's just a certain. Why do you do that, man?
Look,
now
look,
people
look.
now 95% of your chat
Bidoux.jpg.
is gonna believe that I put my own fucking
Bidoux.jpg.
name on it, dude.
Ricky, calm down, bro. It's okay.
Dude, you
It's all right.
saved it as my name. People are not
Because
now
you
only
sent it to me, bro.
5%. Now only 5% of people are gonna believe you. Okay.
Oh, 95%
Okay.
will.
Okay. So let me just
Yeah.
let me just jump into this. I think first of all, War 3 Champions jump started this. I think we've always wanted to do this. They were the first people to kickstart it. I just expanded it. So big shout out to War 3 Champions. They actually implemented a smaller, well, I would say like a more generalized version of this for the Season 6 championship. When China was playing in Europe and Korea and NA. So I think it's about time that we accept that the hosting situation is the best it's ever going to be. When Blizzard makes their ladder, they're going to add probably 2 more servers. They're not going to fix fuck all. They're not going to be better than War 3 Champions. If they are, I will be blown away. In fact, I will leave back to Warcraft. I will leave back to Warcraft if Blizzard's ladder has a better ping system than War 3 Champions, all right? There it is. That's how fucking confident I am that they're not going to do better. So because of that, this is the best it's going to be. Actually having looked at pings of players and having talked to War 3 champions, and looking at the servers that are available, I've mixed and matched, and it's very, very hard to find reliable servers that can cater to every situation, although I've broke it down as best as I could. I don't know if you pulled this up, but this is one model that we want to use. It's basically in green is the obvious, you're playing your own region. This is the best host. No problem. Sorry, I got hiccups. In blue is where there's 1 or 2 options where the games are the most fair, not necessarily the lowest ping. Like you're not necessarily going to be playing on the best conditions, but they are fair. And sometimes they are like 100 ping or whatever. It's really just based on your region. The most ideal server for a best of 3 or best of 5. And then the yellow are completely conflicted servers where there's too much swing and one person will have an advantage. It's just inevitable. Looking at the pings, they did implement a Los Angeles server recently, US West 6, which I hopefully can do some experiments on and maybe shimmy some of those yellow matches. But I do believe that CIS versus US West will always be very one-sided, meaning US East and EU North will be advantage for one player, as well as North and West Europe.
Yeah, but
against...
that's the thing for these matches. How do you decide which veto is used first? Because if it's a best of 3, potentially in 2 maps.
Okay, so in a best of 3, in a best of 5, which is how we do majority. I don't even think we do best of 7s anymore, but best of 3, best of 5 is how we do most tournaments. Because of that, it's an odd number. One player will have an advantage. So the veto system changes. If your match falls under the green or the blue, then the highest seeded player will become A in the vetoes, and B will be the lowest seed player.
I think that's stupid.
How about a coin flip if it's 1-1?
How about a fucking rock, paper, scissors so people got their fate in their own hands? That's what I did for the tag team.
I mean, highest seed has always been... What do you mean? Like, if I'm playing against INSUP, we're both East, why wouldn't the highest seed get...
No, listen, you guys are talking in different, like, having different points. Ricky is just saying, like, if there's no server conflict, then the upper seed is A.
Oh, okay. But if so,
that's what I said, right?
If there is server conflict, then there's going to be a coin flip as to who's going to get.
Is that so? A coin flip?
Yeah. So let me. Can I explain the fucking thing?
No.
Okay. So in the case that there is no conflict, for example, if you're playing someone in Germany, you live in Germany.
Okay, we don't care because there's no conflict. Just go to the conflict part.
Okay, dude. Like, all right.
Yeah, Ricky, you're doing a lot of filler right now. It's like you're
fuck's
Dragon
sake,
Ball
I'm
Z
trying to put people to sleep. I'm
just trying to explain, man. All right, dude. Like, if there's no conflict, highest seed gets A. If there's in the blue, meaning there's like an ideal server.
Bro, you're reading too much
to
get to the point.
I'm not even looking at the chart, man. I'm looking at your stupid face right now. I'm not even looking at the chart, okay? I'm just trying to get over like why you wouldn't let me explain my own thing. Okay, so in the blue is where the most ideal servers are. It's where they're equal, for the most part, fair conditions.
Why are you explaining the chart, bro? We are not players that need to understand the rules, bro.
I don't understand
sorry.
what's so funny. What is so funny?
Keep going.
I'm
fuck.
sorry. We're not trying to be rude. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Green highest seed gets A. Blue highest seed gets A. Yellow coin flip for A. B gets the veto advantage. A gets obviously the host advantage. You start on A's host, alternating. It's constantly changing all the time because servers change. Different people in different regions have different pings. For example, North Australia, South Australia have like a 30-40 ping differential, which makes the servers different. That's why some blues have multiple options depending on where exactly you are. So those would be case by case. Where the blue matches, which are the most ideal, would have to sit in a lobby and figure out like, is it West India or is it better for this one?
All right.
If they can't make a decision,
Yeah,
an
I
admin will
wish.
come in and make a decision.
Ricky, I feel like you're thank you for the but I feel like you're reading out.
I feel like I'm 30 seconds away from fucking calling it a night. That's what I think. I think I'm fucking 30 seconds away.
Oh man, this is important. But
It is important.
I would
yes.
suggest.
I think it's very
I would
important.
suggest rock paper scissors instead of a coin flip. A coin flip feels purely random. Rock paper scissors actually a skill.
Sure, I'll fucking fly them out. I'll fly them out to Germany. They could do fucking rock paper scissors. They could fight each other for A.
You can count from 0 to 3, and on 3 they put out there. That's what I did for the tag team, and it was amazing.
They put out what?
Rock or paper or scissor. You fucking type it, and then on 3 you press enter.
I mean, we can change the way it's
Yeah,
done.
that's my
A coin
suggestion.
I
flip
like the
is-
coin flip. I actually like the coin flip a lot. And
A
by the way,
coin
we
flip
did
is-
that's a
You
good
suck
chart.
at
I
rock,
wish we
paper,
had
scissors.
this. I wish we had this for the We Champion tournament that we had with the Asians, the NA players, and the Europeans. Because man, let's be honest, like that was very one-sided for Europeans. Always playing with the pig
Yes,
advantage.
that's
And
my
I do
main
think-
concern.
I think that like most people like they knew like they actually already know in their head that the system you had was good. It's just it was really sucky to have like, and this is like a different topic, right? But like I definitely wish that for the next season, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna do that we can have the system that you wrote on the chart, and we can have like the most fair matches possible for especially Asia against Europe.
I think it's
So,
time.
good, man.
I think it's
I like
time
conflict
because
too. I like it.
I think it's time because it's not going to get any better, like I said, and people have to accept it, and we need cross-server play. So I know for Dust League, that's what's going to be used. So we already used it in WGL qualifiers. Carson, you were there. I think it was pretty well put. I don't think players really bitched and moaned. People kind of
There was
understood.
like one NA person, I think, in the whole qualifier, so it wasn't the best test run, but we'll get there.
Obviously it's continuously changing. If people come up to me with their own screenshot and their own verification that maybe this is the better option, I'm totally fine with catering to it. But I think this is the time. It's time to do this. It's time to get crossover play. If players want to play on sub 60 ping, then they just won't participate. It is what it is. If you want perfect it's totally up to you. You don't have to play. Nobody's going to shame you. I personally think that there will always be an asterisk near your name if you only choose regional play while we don't have offline. I would love to see you guys play, but I can't control it. If you guys only want to play on 30, 40, 50 ping only, that's totally fine. It's your call. But I think a lot of people do want cross server, and this is the fairest way to do it. So I took the plunge.
And
So I think like we've jumped into this whole thing like head first,
Not jumping
into the pool. Like this is like what this whole thing is about. It's trying to establish fair hosting conditions as much as it can be for inter-regional play online. I think this has been lost in the conversation.
I don't think so. I think everyone knows it's cross-server play
You wanted
online.
to speed up when he was talking about it. You guys,
you were
guys
gone for a
just bringing him
second.
push
Yeah,
him
you
over.
told me to fucking speed run it, and then I speed run it, and now you're like, hold on, I think what you're trying to say.
No, but
well,
Remo was gone when he
trying
started to
to
talk
say what
about
I
it.
was trying to
It's
say.
clear. I think you made it clear actually. I mean, if you just look at the chart for a second, I know Remo was like getting up, getting a beer in the fridge when we were talking, so maybe he didn't catch everything, but I think it was pretty clear.
Yeah.
Okay, did we have the chart on the screen? Because I don't know if we.
Yeah, man.
Yes, the whole time, and you guys were like
okay.
pushing forward to do it
No,
to say it quicker.
It's very clear. If you just take a
Okay.
look at it.
If I was being inconsiderate and mean, I'm sorry. That was not my intention. Ricky, I hope you
forgive you, Remo.
remain with us.
I'm a big boy. I'm a big
we
boy.
appreciate
Grab
you.
another Bud Light, Remo. I'm a big
We
boy. Just grab
appreciate you a
another Bud
lot.
Light.
He's German. He doesn't drink Bud
Get-
Light.
Get your jabs in now, Ricky.
I just wanted to explain it. I wanted to come on the show and explain the hosting situation because I know that a lot of tournaments are starting to do that. I know Metagames is that new one. They took the chart. I encourage more people to take the chart. If you want to do your own variation, if you want to message me and say, hey, I think this is better than that,
So you're gonna try
then
and tell
do
most
so.
global tournaments to just use that by now.
I would love to tell even Chinese tournaments for online cross server play. If like,
Yeah.
I would love this to be
Well,
implemented in the
actually,
WGL main event.
We're gonna talk about tournaments
won't,
next,
but-
and there is one tournament that announced they're gonna use some games on W2 Champions, the Team West versus Team China one.
Oh man, I'm excited for
yeah,
that
that's
one.
pretty
man.
sick.
I'm pretty
And
excited.
actually,
for that one.
I'm really worried that they go into it completely unprepared, and they're like, "Oh shit! Like we're getting joint bugs every other game. Like we don't even know what server to pick." So you should send that to them because maybe that will help them a bunch. Yeah. Anything more to add? Like, how is this exactly compiled? I know you messaged me about getting my pings on W3 Champions and getting my inputs. I told you I don't compete, but you were still very insistent and annoying about it, so I still talk to you. But
I messaged a lot of people. I took a lot of screenshots. A lot of people tried to explain to me that there's different, like for example, I didn't know there's two sides of Australia, like a north and a south, and how they differ so much. Mexico initially was just a part of South America, even though they're North America, but I pegged them more south for the pings, and few people from Mexico, shout out to Lucker, told me that Mexico is actually a lot closer to US East in terms of ping variance. You know, so I put them back on US East. It's constantly changing, but this is the most ideal, and I'm totally open. You know, I'm not a wizard, Harry, but I do want to make this the most fairest, and I want people to accept and know what they're going into before they sign up. So I encourage people to, you know, read the rules and know that you might play on 150 ping in a game. It's because you're playing against someone across the world. I wish you could have fucking 50, but if you want fair conditions, it's not possible. This is the best possible way to do it. I agree with INSUP 100% that a lot of these tournaments have just been EU centric, and I think a lot of the players giving me backlash are EU players, and that's fine. But I think that they've had it fucking really good lately for the past like 2 years. So honestly, tough shit. I know I'm changing my ship to make it more fair. I think that's what should happen. And people are allowed to do whatever they want. Tournaments are allowed to do whatever they want, but Dust League will be at least using this, and I really hope it can
so
spread.
you're gonna do a global
and,
Dust League.
yeah.
Oh, that'd be amazing. I'm fairly concerned about you saying that Mexico, and I know it's like you said, it's like a side that you saw, but it's a bit concerning that you said that Mexico has better ping to USCs than it has to US South or like US Central. I mean, if you look at the map right now, I think I don't know.
Yeah,
US Central, US South seems a lot closer than US East, man.
So I've
Actually
looked.
up the servers though. Where are the servers?
I think it's more about the server being pretty bad. Yeah, I don't know if like the server is a bit worse and
Yeah, so all I really did was compare Mexican players' pings to. It was actually Mexican players that were saying we feel like we belong more on East, and when they showed me their pings, they were very relatable to what US East players get, like myself and yourself. Very comparable, so that's why I put them in there. There could probably be a case for Central because honestly, there's not much difference between US East and US Central. Only that Central is a little bit more centric to certain parts of like Europe, but it's very close. Like even looking at the chart, I think Central's not too far off, except they have a big differential against Northwest Europe that separates them from West, I think, but for the most part, they're very much similar with East. But yeah, the reason why was because Mexican people told me.
Yeah, but then shouldn't we like try to get a better server for like US South then? Because I mean, if you look at the map, like I said earlier, like it is definitely closer on the map than it is the US East. But like I said, like the server in US East is a lot better. Maybe it has better connection to it or something. I don't know. I'm not. That's not really.
Yeah.
Like my
So
favorite,
US South is
feels a bit weird.
Is Miami, which is actually
much closer to Mexico than it is to. Wait, is it like New York City, maybe for US East, like a Maine or something? I don't know. I mean, it seems a bit. It's definitely closer.
Yeah, it's closer, but the pings, I mean, I'm really just going on pings. I would say that it's also like versus, right? So Mexico comparable to Russia goes better here, for example, so it's not necessarily like Mexico's close to the South, so they correlate better with the South, if that makes any sense. I don't really know.
Do you think that most players will adhere to this? And do you think that's, in terms of global tournaments right now, have you been happy with the turnout, or do you think that's...
I think it's inevitable.
Were you wishing more players will play? basically.
I mean, I think it's inevitable, dude. Like, even you've told me yourself you're not going to play straight up because you don't want to play on whatever you don't want to play on.
Well, I
so
don't want
I
to play
know that
human
there's...
against undead, against headhunters, and also on hyping. So yeah, I'm not definitely not
Yeah,
gonna
so
play.
I mean, I'm not going to try to convince you, bro. Like, if you don't want to play, you don't want
Yeah,
to
we're
play.
not talking
but
about me. I'm not a pro player. I'm like more of a streamer.
Yeah, but
you know?
like the people that don't want to play think exactly what you think.
But nobody fucking streaming. Are you serious? Like, how are these guys gonna be streamers?
I'm not in the try to make everyone a streamer business.
Yeah,
I'm
but
in the,
like,
I want to run fair
I'm
conditions
asking you.
business.
Like, no, you say they say the same thing as me. I'm saying I'm like a streamer. So
No, they're just saying they don't want to play on high ping.
yeah.
So they're not.
So you're not
going to play.
happy,
Like,
basically.
They actually, like, a lot of players that don't want to participate have told me it's fair and it's good and I support this, but I don't want to play, which is totally fine.
Yeah. Remo,
They don't want to play. They don't want to play on high ping.
Remo, I'm curious, what's your take on this? Because we've had some discussions before, and you also, I think you were one of the guys that said like it's hard to play on higher ping.
Oh yeah, yeah. Playing on high ping is shit, and I appreciate global tournaments and the effort that is being put forth, trying to make inter-regional play happen. I appreciate all that, but I think at the end of the day, it's
up to the
it's just
players to decide.
No, it's just a band-aid for an issue that's unfixable. Playing interregional is always going to be shit. No matter how much makeup
Yep.
you're going to put on it, it's always going to be shit.
That's the
So,
point. Yep.
Honestly, I don't even much concern myself with ping issues between Europe and Asia and America because I can't
Why
take it
not?
seriously. The only real serious competition that I love and that I care about and that is true and real and legit is LAN or playing interregional. Wait, is that the right word?
And that's totally fine. And I've said since day one that
you know what I mean. So basically, playing anything above 90 ping is ass. This is also why I've said many times that I think it's retarded that on War 3 Champions we don't have the option to deselect certain servers. It is AIDS every time.
What would you
I have to
deselect?
play. Every time I have to play.
I'm actually
on-
surprised.
Every time I have to play on West India on 160 ping, I just want to cut myself. It's such a piece of shit
How about
experience.
Russia Central and US East?
That's okay. Like Russia Central is like 90 for me, which is not good, but it's okay. US East is like 110 for me,
You have
which is
90?
definite
I got like over 100.
to Russia. Yeah, I
Russia
got like
Central.
90. Yeah,
Uh,
it's not great, but like it's playable. but West India is 160, and that's fucking horrible. Or when I play against Koreans, sometimes I'm US Central, which is also horrible. And I think War 3 Champions is trying to be too global, too all-encompassing, too much of a messiah, and trying to respect, I don't know, their all-inclusiveness too much. Saying like, oh no, we can't allow people to deselect servers because we're a small game, blah blah. What they don't realize is if people wait 2 more minutes to find a game, to have a better experience, that can very much be worth the time. For example, in
Yeah.
Dota 2, you can select all kinds of different search algorithms, and in Dota 2, which is a huge game, in the high MMR ranges, for example, people regularly wait for 10 minutes to play a game. I'm not saying that's great. That's probably bad.
You can
if
do that
have
in
to wait
every
for 10
game,
minutes.
every new game. You do it in Valorant, Counter Strike. You do it in every
but,
game.
But like ping is such a big deal. Like, and it's just fucking cancer. And they've also talked about before, like, it invalidates the integrity of our ladder system if you can deselect servers, which is bullshit. Come on, don't give me that shit.
That
Like
would suck.
every streamer can just simply, like, if they're trying to get into top 20 or whatever, they can just leave Twitch open, look whenever Happy is playing, and don't queue then. And that is half of your ladder integrity going down the shitter. Fuck you, War 3 Champions. Well, not fuck you. I love you.
Jesus.
I'm sorry.
God.
What the
I listen. I take that.
Dude.
dumb, bro.
Jesus
that-
Christ.
I take that
Good
back.
track has the end of the season tournament, Remo. Now, dude, they're gonna fucking ban you now for permanently. Rest in peace of content.
I take that back. I was getting carried away a little bit. I love you, War 3 Champions, but realize your point about ladder integrity is stupid. It doesn't make sense. Like, it's a ladder, bro. And also, your general goal shouldn't be about, hey, how well can we manage our top 16 players? Your goal should be, how can we make sure that the normal dude's ladder experience is the best? And I tell you what, it's a lot better if you're not playing on fucking West India, okay? And
I'm very surprised, Remo, man. I'm very surprised you actually think that way because I know that you're like a streamer. You stream like tournaments and stuff, and like, aren't you bored of like just casting Foggy against Happy every single like week tournament? Like, I'm very surprised when you say that it's an issue that you don't really care about and you don't want to put effort into it when it comes to like having these like Asia against Europe type of games, because I just feel like it's getting super repetitive. Like, there's always the same guy in the final, and I feel like, you know, it would be good to actually put effort into it and try to like make a solution like Bidoux said with his chart, so we can bring more Asians into the European scene, maybe have more Indian players into like against Asia, whatever. So I'm very surprised that, you know, as a guy who's like a content creator, like you don't want to encourage having these like diverse matches that we're not used to see. Usually like
listen,
this whole like
bro.
Happy, whatever.
I would love to see Moon versus Hitman. It's a hype game, dude. Really cool.
Yeah, for sure. But
I will never, for just the sake of excitement, be like, oh my god, you know, this is the greatest game ever. Blah blah blah. If I know that
it'll
they're
be
both
better than
playing
against Foggy for the fucking 100th time in the same month.
If I know that they're both playing on 200 ping, like, I know that it's gonna mess with their performance, and I know it's gonna make them play worse, and I can't ignore that. I can't.
It will, but like, don't you think for like the sake of like your audience, like I'm pretty fucking sure you ask your audience, would you guys rather see Happy against Moon? Would you guys rather see Happy against Foggy for the 100th time the same month? Don't you guys think your audience? I can't believe you. I can totally like assure you that people will most likely want to see Hitman or like a Happy whatever like player want to talk with like 130 ping against Moon having 80 and saying the same thing. So once again, I'm a bit surprised. I think maybe you're putting like enough thought into it.
Like name wise, you're absolutely right. Moon versus Happy would be super hype, but like just spin that issue forward, right? We're gonna have them playing on bad ping. So what are we just gonna accept now, that 150 ping versus 150 ping is fine, and that's good, and that is just where we set the magical barrier. 150 versus 150 is fine, even though we know it's not fine. It's shit.
I don't think every tournament should be global, but they can be global tournaments for sure, and players have to agree.
But somehow we say, hey, 150 is fine. All right. So if we're being more greedy, and you know, if technical limitations were different, would we say, you know what, 600 ping is fine? 600 ping is fine because the names are good. The names are good. We're gonna have Happy. We're gonna have Moon. People are gonna be excited,
hell yeah! I'll be excited. I'll be the first guy to be able to watch it. And also, I just wanted to like finish my point I was saying earlier. You said that, you know, you should have like a way to like block servers that give you more than 100 ping. And I've heard Hitman say that a million times. I think he's one of the guys that talks about it the most. That you should be able to veto a specific amount of servers. And I think that's bullshit, because if you got a Hitman and you're much better in your region than everyone else, and you play 50 games a day like he does, maybe now he plays like 30 instead of 50. But I think that, you know, if you're in Hitman's shoes and you're as good as he is, you could easily manipulate the ladder ranking. And I don't think in this case that would be much of an issue, because he could get rank 1 whenever he wants to. But let's say me, for example, okay, I'm better than like most people in my region. I could just play at midnight when all the Asians are playing and there's like 4 Indian players playing. They beat all the time. I could just veto the Asian server, and then I'll do like 30 games in a row. I'll be ranked 2 next to Hitman, and then Happy's gonna be ranked 3 because he plays against everybody, you know? Okay. So I feel like that would be very easily to manipulate the ranking of the ladder by doing that, by people that are like in regions that are not as good as the others, in this case North America. And or even for Europe, Happy if he wants to, you know, he could just play against Europeans and win all the time. So that's my issue with it.
Yes, you have a point there. Like, ladder integrity is an issue. But as I said, I think ladder integrity is a lost cause to begin with. Like, even right now, if you just play on Europe at like, you know, 4 a.m. and ToD isn't up at that time, nobody good is going to play. Like, I have insomnia some days. I play in the middle of the night. Nobody good is playing.
That's a bit harsh for INSUP.
Blade.
I mean,
no Sonic.
It's a bit weird. Because like actually every time of the day there's like Asians playing. Like 120 was playing until
I haven't played against you in like 2 months or something. But there are time zones where no good players are playing. So you can very well manipulate your stats by just playing around the time where no or hardly any pro players are playing. So my point is, there's countless ways to influence and manipulate your ladder standings, which is why I'm saying that ladder integrity is not a thing. Ladder integrity doesn't exist. It's fucked up. It is impossible. It doesn't work. So the fact that World 3 Champions puts it forth as an argument, I think is silly, because there is no ladder integrity. There isn't.
You make it even easier by vetoing servers, though. It is a lot easier to like go around it. Like as you're saying, you know, like you would have to be extremely try-hard to like wake up at a specific time of the day and all that shit. But like vetoing servers just makes it much easier.
That is where you have to weigh the two things: playing experience of, you know, the experience of playing World 3 Champions versus a slightly more corrupted ladder ranking, which is already very easily corruptible. And I think the playing experience greatly outweighs the slightly more corrupted ladder integrity, which doesn't exist, in my opinion.
Yeah, while I agree with you because I have the player point of view and I hate playing with like higher ping,
It's the same.
I also like take the point of WT Champions in consideration that they want to have a global ladder. They want their ladder to like mean something, be global, give opportunities to people, you know, like the poor Aussies. They're going to be sitting there and not playing anybody ever. Or everybody tries to bad ping them. On one hand, I really don't want to play against them, but at the same time, they're maybe never playing anybody if like you don't play against them with a bad ping, because that's all you're ever going to get. Unless they start playing with much higher ping than they would have, you know, than both of you having a shitty ping. They would have like, what, 300 or something. So it's just something that's unfixable. I don't really like that there isn't a choice. At least, let's say, like 400 plus for you to veto servers, because the same thing, the West India, there is some days where, for me, US East or Russia Central feels so fucking laggy. It says like I have 105, 110, but like my units are literally not even moving. It feels terrible. And like on those days, I really wish I wouldn't have to play the servers, but at the same time, I can understand. We don't have Dota 2's player base, you know, like you might be sitting there waiting 30 minutes and maybe for some people it's fine, but yeah, it's hard. Like, so on one hand, I'm kind of with you, but at the same time, I also want to play devil's advocate and think about WT champions and like, you know, what's best for the game potentially. Like, Carson, do you have a take? You haven't talked in a while.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, for myself personally, and everyone's different. That's the thing with ping. Like, everyone's different. Like, Remo might not want to play with above 70 ping. Whereas for me, like, I'm West Coast, I play NetEase, I play that with 150 ping. That's totally fine for me. I'm not a great player by any measurement at all, but like 150 ping is totally fine for me. I'll play with it. If I play against a European in a tournament, most of the time I'll just be like, whatever, we can play on EU host. If I'm friendly with them, at least. If I don't like them, I'll be like, yeah, we're gonna split hosts here. We're gonna split hairs over this shit. But like most of the time, I'll be fine with 150. So I have no issue with it, and I think it should totally be up to the players. The rules should be clearly defined in the tournament, saying this is the host you will play, which is what this chart is doing, if I understand it correctly. This is the host you will play. If you don't like it, don't play the tournament. We don't give a shit. You can show up or you can't, but once you're in the tournament, if you say, no, I'm not playing on this host, well, the rules were clearly defined. You are either kicked out or you're fined, whatever. On ladder, yeah, I think vetoing servers should be fine. I didn't agree with the putting the servers together in the first place. If it's NA times and you want to play on NA, that's good. But if it's not NA times and you want to play on Europe, then go play Europe, but play with bad ping. Same goes for European players. They have a bigger player base. That's just the facts of it. NA has a smaller player base. Okay, you want to find games easier, you want to play better players, go play on bad ping. That's what I do on NetEase sometimes. I want to play better players or consistently find games quicker, then I go play on NetEase. And I have the rewards from that, but I also have the disadvantages from that, where I play on high ping, and I play, whatever. I have to play at a weird hour, whatever it is. But I didn't agree with them combining the servers. I still don't like that, and now we're trying to have a workaround where we can veto servers and it's still combined. I never agreed with that.
INSUP, the chart that we saw earlier, that would encourage you to play global tournaments.
Yeah. What's up with it?
Yeah, like the
question
is, would that chart encourage you?
I want you to actually open up your pings to Flow and verify, like, okay, if I play Foggy, my ping will be this. Like, I want you to actually look at it and tell me what you think, because I haven't talked
I mean,
about
I feel
it.
opinion ultimately.
I don't want you to do
like,
it now, but you know, like
but like for example, okay, like it depends, you know. Like I said, like for myself and the WWE Champion tournament that we had like a few months ago when I played against XlorD, we had one host on Europe. Actually, no, it was two. It was one host on Europe, one host NA. And if it's 1-1, it was going to be Europe host advantage for XlorD because he had the higher seed. I think it should be a rock, paper, scissors. Didn't matter. I lost 2-0, whatever. But I'm aware, you know, that if I play against Foggy and he's like from Ukraine or any Russian player that is, I'm aware that the best ping possible is on Europe North, which I will have 105, 110, and Happy's going to have about 65, 70. It is what it is. We can have a server in the middle of the Atlantic. I wish so. It is what it is. So I think, you know, at the end of the day, it's just about like stop being like little crybabies and just try to play. Don't want to play, man, you know? At the end of the day, like these tournaments have a massive amount of money. And I'm pretty sure that even though it sucks to play with a 3-digit ping, I'm pretty sure Happy could still win the entire thing playing with 150, you know? And I'm sure he will if that's what they do in the next tournament. So I think it's so crazy the amount of complaining that goes into the scene for the ping. I hate it. I'm aware it's a massive part of players' performances, like we spoke earlier, but man, like Jesus Christ, it's getting out of hand sometimes, and I think sometimes players just need to use fucking common sense.
You also
and just try
ranted
to
a lot in the past about ping.
Man,
I remember when I met you
we
on
definitely did.
But when I met you on EU North many times, you also had a couple INSUP cry in there, you know?
No, it is true, you know, for your case, like on the ladder, on that I don't care as much. It sucks if you play most of the time with bad ping. I think in tournament, you know, we're trying to do the best that we can, man. But people have such fucking massive egos in Warcraft 2 that, you know, they will just hate themselves for months if they lose to a player that they feel they should beat because, oh, well, he had a 15.5 ping better than I do. And it just gets annoying eventually, man. And I think we should just like try to implement it and just try to treat players like fucking the divas that they are and just try to implement it. And hey, if you're not happy, bro, don't fucking play, man. Then this fucking tier 3 player is gonna get that $2,000 if he gets first place. And I feel like we just need to like, you know, stand up for ourselves and just implement it, man, and just stop fucking treating them like they're gods all the time, man.
Yeah, TOs cannot pander to players.
Like this. It's always like this.
TOs have to say fuck off if players are being divas. Either you agree to the rules or you fuck off. Like, we cannot pander to players. We should not pander. I don't know if this has happened. I'm sure it has. We cannot pander to Happy. Sorry, Happy, you're a fan favorite, but get the fuck out of the tournament if you don't want to play on the ping on fair conditions for everyone.
Fucky's gonna win it, or Fly's gonna win it, or whatever, you know? There you go. He just lost $1,000. The guy loves money more than, like he loves his mother, man. So I'm sure he's gonna play anyway. I'm pretty sure about that.
All right, let's talk about tournaments, actually. And it's a great segue, I guess. We got the Bidoux Cup 2021 Season 2, which was announced. It's a 5-day tournament with 2 teams. Team China, Fly, Colorful, Fortitude, Xiaokai. Team West, Foggy, Hawk, Hitman, and Cash. I was shocked when I saw the announcement. Okay, there's 10K bucks, but 2 days out of 5, they're going to be playing on Flow. Honestly, I did not expect that from, I guess, Chinese hosted tournament. I just expected them to say, screw this, we're just going to use NetEase all day like we've always been. What do you guys think about this? And were you aware that this was going to happen, Bidoux?
Wait, Hitman's invited? I didn't even know about this, dude.
What?
I've known this for a couple months, actually. But small flex. But yeah, they do use pretty chill, man. Bidoux is a private streaming platform. They just run tournaments to promote. Dude,
We're Canadian.
is it do you or do you?
Do you?
I said,
Okay, yeah.
Do
All right,
you?
do you?
Yeah, we're fucking Canadian. Get out of here.
Yeah,
you
man.
live,
Like,
bro?
dude, imagine I made fun of your accent. I probably do. So Bidoux a streaming platform. They love sponsoring Warcraft 3 stuff, and I love that they don't really cater to the whole NetEase thing. NetEase is separate, which is cool. Makes me respect Bidoux more. I'd love to see maybe NetEase implementing it, but we've talked about how ethically, business-wise, it makes no sense for NetEase to pander to another platform while they're trying to promote theirs. That would be stupid. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. The player base was pretty interestingly picked. A lot of people obviously declined the spots. But
makes no sense.
yeah, I mean, they don't want to play. But I'm this is where I kind of take the opposite approach to Remo, where it's going to be online, it's going to be cross server play, it's going to be on Flow, it's going to be on NetEase or whatever. The pings aren't going to be ideal, but fuck me, am I hyped for a foggy fucking Hitman 2v2, dude?
Oh yeah, me too.
I am fucking super hyped for that.
I don't think they
'cause,
will play together. I think that's why Cash is
no,
there.
that's gotta be the two. No, it won't be Cash, man. It's gotta be Foggy versus Hitman.
It's never gonna
or
be Foggy and Hitman, bro.
No, it won't
Never,
be Cash
ever.
and twos. It won't be
It has
Cash
to
and
be
twos.
Foggy. It has to be either Foggy Hawk or Hitman Foggy. I think Hitman has the
Yeah.
resume of him beating all the top 2v2 team with Cruncher.
I
or
think
with
they don't
Lava.
like each other. They don't like each other.
OC. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude. Like they're playing for
Hitman and Foggy, like that is as far apart
They're playing for
personality-wise as
Hitman.
it can
So,
be.
some people just don't want to
Honestly-
deal with other people. I remember I asked Foggy about a show match with Hitman, and he
I'll
was
be
like,
honest. I'll be honest with you guys. When it comes to the money, they're gonna fucking play, bro.
Cash is the other good 2v2 player. Honestly, I would rather see, this is a hot take here, I'd rather see Cash as Elf with Hitman than Foggy with Hitman in a 2v2.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie.
Cash is
no. I
also
think
very
Cash is there
viable
for the
as
2-on-2
well.
most likely.
Nah, not really. I think Foggy and Hitman can get along, man. Ultimately, they're playing for
where's
$100,
Cash,
man.
by the way, coming back from? Like, he's been in MMO fucking grind
Okay, so
city
here's the
for the last
truth.
3
Yeah,
months.
here's the truth. Here's the truth. The organizers really just invited whoever the fuck they want, which is probably the last names they could remember. Cash isn't playing this fucking game, so they just invited whoever they wanted. There was no context. It's not like Cash has
How
been
did
grinding.
Cash do in WGTL, Todd? Do you remember? How did that go? You met gaming?
Yeah, we do. I mean, we went 0-13, so fuck off.
Was
Bring
it
that
too
memory
late?
back.
Just
Fucking
wait till
channeling
you
your inner
get some
Neo here.
NA. Wait till you get some NA in that 2v2. It'll change the whole fucking perspective.
Honestly, I don't think you understand how much they dislike each other. I think there's almost no. If you want to put money on it, I can tell you they're not gonna play together. But who knows?
Listen to me. I'll take those
Maybe.
two boys together. I'll put them in a call. I'll fucking spank their little peepees. We'll get them working together.
What are you, the
okay?
captain
We're
of the
gonna
team?
make
Is there
it
something
They'll
we
be
don't know?
fine.
Are
We're
you
gonna make
Captain
it
Bidoux?
happen.
Are you Captain Bidoux of the Team West?
If they let me, I'll fucking captain that team to first place. I won't even take any money.
All right. So I actually have
Yeah, no shit.
I actually have a few opinions about this. Like, first of all, even if they lose, whatever team loses gets $600 per player, which is pretty fucking good. And by the way, why the fuck is Cash in that fucking lineup, dude? Like, this guy's washed up since fucking Dubai Arena days, man. He doesn't belong there. He's a very good player. He doesn't belong there. So I actually talked to him yesterday, so I do have a bit of an insight about what happened. And then so I talked to him and I said, why is IP not there? Well, Happy doesn't want to play on NetEase because we know like he's a little bitch diva that he is. So he refused, even though that would be a minimum of $600 like earnings for him, which is very good. Second of all, I said, why is XlorD not there? XlorD is better than Cash. And he's actually apparently XlorD couldn't show up, so he wasn't available to play. So that's why XlorD's not there. But then again, there's so many options. You could have invited Todd, Torzane,
What the fuck?
Sonic,
I'm shit.
Starbuck, Krav. I would have invited all of these guys above Cash.
Johnny Cage.
That's my personal. Johnny Cage. Dude, we can talk like even like anybody, dude. Like I think a lot of people like side. A lot of people could have been above Cash in this case. I think the guys who made the tournament, the organizer, are probably not too much aware of the current situation in Europe of the player skill level. And
Yeah,
hey, Cash, hey, this guy we know him. He's been there. He's been to China before. He's been to these LAN. Hey, let's invite him. Hog, Foggy. Yeah, we know all these guys. So let's just invite them. So I think listen, I'm not trying to shit on Cash, even though I'm kind of shitting on him right now. I don't think he deserves to be invited. The guy is like, he doesn't even know what fucking race he wants to be maining. He's been playing random for like a few years. He does like small results here and there. I don't think he should have had a place even above Todd, Torres, and all the players I named before. So, by the way, I just want to like tell people that's why IP XlorD are not there instead. But and also, man, like I talked to him man yesterday. He told me, I'm in there just for the fucking money, bro. I hate playing with garbage ping. I'm gonna play because even if I lose, I get $600. I still, however, think that whatever owes, I still, however, think that they do have a chance to win. If it was Moonland, Loliot, and Suck, I think the Europe guys would be fucked due to the ping. I think it was on land, it's still been trouble. I do think they have what it takes to win. And I do want to see Foggy with Hitman at 2v2. Hitman's one of the best 2v2 players there is out there. Foggy, one of the best low players. Elforg is a good combo. I want to see these two. Even if we have Foggy Hawk together, I still think it's going to be very good. Man, I do wish we actually get to see Hitman with Foggy together, despite their problems together, man. You're playing for a lot of money, man. Come on, man. Get set your fucking little online childish drama aside just for one best of 3. And by the way, having a 4v4 on top of it is absolutely fucking entertaining. That's what I'm looking the most for.
Oh, there's a 4v4?
It's a 4v4.
Holy
That's
shit!
Why the fuck did they invite me?
It's the
This is
first
gonna
match.
be lit, dude.
Are you guys casting
good.
this back to Warcraft?
We're casting all of it, bro.
Shit.
All of it,
is it
baby.
Reforged graphics?
I'm excited for this shit. I'm excited.
Don't
man.
tell me it's Reforged graphics, because I'm gonna vomit now. What graphics is it?
Oh,
Do you know? Do you not know?
It's Reforged, man.
No.
Wait,
Maybe.
is it clean feed production?
It's gonna be clean feed, yeah.
But it's not Netty sponsored, so it doesn't have to be reforged.
It doesn't have to be, no.
Holy shit! Imagine it's Reforged. I'm like getting super hyped, like Hitman and the Team West, and then
So Yule Cup in
There's
the
no
past
way.
you need to
was
Reforge
not
insta close
reforged.
the stream.
There's no way you can make such a hype event with such good amount of money and be like, hey bro, Reforged graphic by the way. No, please. For the love, on behalf of the Warcraft community, please use the 2002 graphics, man. That's what we love the most. Please, man, don't make us suffer to that, man.
But so
I won't even watch it. Imagine a 44 fight, 80 food per fucking player on Reforged graphic, dude. Like that shit would just like crash a computer. You can't watch that.
Can't even run that for sure. Yeah.
That FPS will be you just can't, man. Somebody peek some common sense into these guys, then, man. If that's what they're planning on doing.
So it's
Oh man.
June 14th to 18th, and then wait, there is a what the fuck? The ace match? Oh my god! So if there is at the end of the at the end of the 5 days, if we all tied up, they have an ace match best of 1. Are you kidding me? Is that real?
That's
Am I really sure?
amazing.
That's fucking
That's
nuts.
amazing. Dude, I tell you, man, like the format is probably the best format.
Story, bro.
It is the best format I've seen in a very long time.
Wait,
I
if
just
there is
wish we
5
had
days, how could it be
Pete
how could it be
in
a draw?
That'd be good.
If there is
Man, it
5
would be
days,
good.
How
and
would
then
it
there's
how would
win-
it be a draw? I don't want to figure that out. It looks like a clusterfuck
Yeah.
of how would that be a draw. Well, if
Can
they
you
actually
imagine?
2-1 the 4v4. Like,
No,
I don't
I
fucking
was
know.
looking at this, yeah, and there's 5 days, and then there's the ace
drama
match.
in the lobby.
And the ace match is a best of 1. That's so funny. 1v1 best of 1. Holy
Can
shit,
you,
the
guys
pressure.
can you guys imagine? Can you guys imagine? You know, like all the play days, it is 2-2, and then you go to day number 5, and then whatever, like Europe decides to send Foggy or Hitman or Hawk, whatever, and then it is a best of 1. Can you imagine like the drama and the Discord lobby on or just send cash or whatever, man? Can you imagine like them argumenting about the ping, bro? That would take weeks to like
Well,
find
day
an
5 is
agreement.
played on NetEase, so there's not gonna be much of an argument.
Oh man, that would be a
Bro,
pain in the ass.
they have fucking killers in 1v1 though. Fly, colorful fortitude,
Hitman has,
but
like-
even
Has
Shao
like
Kai.
120 on
West has a good
Netties, right?
chance. I think West has a good chance, man.
What's that, Remo?
Hitman has like 120 ping on Netties, right?
Nah, more.
140.
160.
50.
It's got
Everybody's saying something
160. Isn't it
It's
160?
150.
No, no, no. Me and Hitman live like 2 hours away from each other. It's like 145, barely
Oh.
150.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, we
Day
live-
5 has like
In game?
What's that?
In game?
Yeah, it's the same. It would be pretty much the same ping as mine. Mine might be slightly better. Than
I don't know.
yours.
I've seen a lot of NetEase streams. It's always 165 when I look
I
at the
got-
stream on NetEase.
I'll check right now. Wait, no, it'll break my mic. Never mind. NetEase breaks everything.
all right.
Yeah.
Let's move on to next tournament. Yeah, this is gonna be hype. If we go
It's
to
gonna be really good.
June 18th
What
and we
is
go
it?
to the ace match, it's 14th
14th
to 18th. 14th to 18th. And but on the 18th, if we're tied up, there's the fucking best of 1 ace match. I want that to happen so bad. That would be so funny.
Before we move forward to the next tournament, do you guys like any prediction? Do you think the West has a chance? Like we haven't talked about like the
Bro,
possibilities.
West,
we only talk
West
about
is
the
gonna
format.
destroy these kids.
You think West's gonna win? I
Yeah,
think so
man.
too. I think West's gonna win.
Yeah.
Look at INSUP hosting, bro. Very nice. Really cool.
What do you think, Remo?
Look at Remo being drunk.
Yeah. I think
Who's playing again?
listen, Colorful is playing for China, so it's a fucking easy game. China got this. No problem.
I don't think it's gonna be close.
Think West got it.
No.
What?
I don't.
Don't you have any of your boy, man? I think you're like a huge
No.
Hitman sim, bro.
I think Hitman is gonna be very happy with this $600. Is what
Come
I mean.
on.
But if they win, I'm gonna hype it up because I don't believe it. So if West does good,
Damn.
I'm gonna blow
Wait,
my
if
mind.
they get you
on
as
stream.
captain,
Wait,
do,
wait,
do, do their
How's
chances increase by
Hitman gonna get
5%?
paid, by the way?
Wait, hold on. If they don't make me captain, then I can't control it. You know, if I control the narrative, West wins easy. Are you kidding me? I get to
How's it-
pick the lineups. I'm a god.
How's
at
Hitman
picking
gonna
lineups.
get paid, bro? That's what I want to know. Like fucking
what do you mean?
WeChat Alipay? What's going on here?
No, you can wire transfer.
Western
like
Union,
judging
bro.
from stories we've heard in the past, it seems difficult.
I heard you think
I wired
serious.
transfer. I wired transfer for China. You just go to a bank and do it. It's very easy, actually.
Yeah, but
That's
well,
that's
the other
two,
way.
but from.
Well, I mean, I don't know. How did do you pay out in the past?
They
Has
probably-
anybody won anything?
Normally,
didn't.
18 months late is how it goes.
Well,
Yeah, I heard
I mean,
he complained before about how long it would take to get like his WGL money and whatnot. So
Yeah, but he also complained about Current Swarm not hitting buildings when he started hitting mechanical units. So I don't think he's too trustworthy. All right, let's go to the next door. Carson, you didn't predict.
Oh.
don't
Well,
cop out. Don't cop out. Be honest. Don't cop out.
No, I think the West is gonna get fucked up, dude. Honestly.
What?
Yeah, I think they're gonna get fucked up.
you guys want to bet on this?
Yeah, dude. How much do you want to lose?
What?
I'll put
No. INSUP said, "Do you want to bet? You think the West
Listen,
is going to
I'm
win?"
going
INSUP?
Can't you tell how not passionate I am about this? You're like, you want to bet on that? I'm like,
Yeah, but I think your Warcraft knowledge on this is like on point though. I think West has a chance. I don't think they're disadvantaged, but
No,
you know,
you
like,
didn't say a
listen,
chance. You
listen,
said you think the West is going to win.
I think West can win. Yeah, I mean, we see Foggy like he keeps qualifying into these Nitty's tournament with garbage ping, beats Fly 2-1 last week. I see Hog doing good in these Nitty's tournaments as well,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
beats a bunch of good players on the ladder.
I mean, the
like,
problem is that
all the time.
they
I
have
think
cash.
West has a chance, man. But they have cash.
If
Yeah,
they're
that's
next
true.
door, that would be
That's
like
a good
West
point.
all the way. Like,
INSUP, do you want to bet or no? Do you want, I know you lost 14
But-
days. Your sub count's probably
but-
still down bad. But do you want to bet or no?
Actually fine financially. Thank you, Bidoux, for your worrying. But man, if you're
I always worry,
concerned,
man.
thank you for your concerns. But man, if you want to put a little $10 on it, man, US.
$10, you are hurting, bro. I'm thinking maybe 150, 200. I'm
Dude,
trying to
listen, man,
retire. I'm trying to retire off this.
Don't flex,
Let's-
Ricky.
let's-
Come on, don't flex.
Come on, fuck off, Bidoux, dude. Like,
You're
your
just
fucking
getting
room
paid
is
as a
like
caster now.
stuck
He's
to
getting
There's no way of-
Tells me I'm
Tells
financially
Fuck
stable
off.
and says, "How about $10?" Okay, hold on. I'm trying to retire off this. So how much are you
Yeah.
thinking for real?
Ricky is an A-tier caster now. You know, even though Cruncher has been
Uh-oh.
telling him that he's just a B-tier low-class caster for a while. This has changed a while ago now. So, you know, you got to be careful with Ricky.
Wait, hold on. Is this
He's
just
big
changing
time.
your head, Remo? Because you've always considered me B tier, no?
And Bidoux, by the way, I don't think you have $100 to like actually put on the line because you're gonna lose your job with Back to Warcraft. What you said earlier about 95% of people being done. So I think you probably want to start saving some money for your future, man. But hey, listen, man, you know, dude.
Perhaps.
If you want 20, I'll put 20 Canadian, like whatever US or Canadian on the line if you want. I don't want to put like I know the odds are more in the Asian favor. I don't mind putting a small amount though. You know, it's nothing crazy. I'm not a fucking oil prince. I'll put 20, man. You want to put 20?
$20 doesn't get me out of bed, man. You can't get me out of bed for $20. $20. Dude, $20.
Your room is as tiny as my butthole. Don't act like you're fucking a millionaire or something.
Why don't you bet something other than money then?
Don't
Why
act
don't you
like
bet something other than
juice,
money?
man. Dude, fuck off.
Oh, yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
What
for that.
else is better than
What's,
money?
You ain't big
what's
shot,
better-
dude.
what's-
You
what's
ain't
better-
big shot.
what's better than money, Carson?
I don't know. Well, Neo shaved his head. You guys got anything else?
I ain't
Rick-
shaving that shit.
I'm not shaving. As much as I need a haircut, I'm not shaving.
I don't want to end up like Neo.
All right.
I just don't want like $20. Like
Not
something
your
to
own
get me.
confidence here.
Dude, like I can see that you're really like
How about
you're really, like,
$50?
confident.
$50?
I can see you're really not confident to that bet, so it's okay to back off. You know, try
No,
to
it's just it doesn't even
Why
enthuse
not?
me, man. It doesn't even enthuse me.
$50.
We've done bets.
I would do 50. Yeah, I would do
We've done
50.
bets. We've done bets for way less than that, and then now like you're just.
I was poor. I was poor then. Now I'm balling, dude. I was poor.
Yeah. No, you're like you're
That
fucking.
was like that was a year and a half ago, dude.
You're balling that fucking.
I was poor.
You're balling out Back to Warcraft money recently, huh? You know, you bought a yak and all that shit. I think big shot. I'll put 20, man. Don't have. Yeah, I think it's just a tactic for you to back off and be like, oh, bro, that's not enough because you know deep inside you're gonna lose. So that's why you're just trying to like put big numbers. I think that's what you're trying to do right now.
But
Shave an
if you
shave an
accept,
eyebrow.
but if you accept, then I have to lose it, right? I don't understand your logic. I'm betting more because I can't lose a lot.
All right, guys, shut the fuck up. Let's talk about the next tournament. This is not going
Let's
anywhere.
do
Shut up,
$50
shut up.
and stuff. $50 Canadian.
I don't do 50.
Yo, you
Canadian.
can do this. You can do this in DMs, bro. You can do this in
Yeah,
DMs.
yeah.
Let's move on.
Let's move on.
All
That
right.
was fun though.
The Huya
man's
Master
broke.
Invitational
Man's
free.
broke.
Shut the fuck up. There was a qualifier first, and I mean, to be honest, I didn't even really follow the early stages of this tournament. But this is they have a weird format. They had qualifiers earlier, then they had like stage 1 matches and then stage 2. So like the winner of this were qualified for the bracket, I think, but the losers had to play one more match, and then they seeded them considering or depending on those results up there. And yeah, the bracket's been playing sides. I think Bidoux, you did one of day one maybe, but then side has been taking over the last few days. Like earlier today, I was streaming a bunch of the games, and yeah, this has been a fun tournament to follow. Have you guys been able to catch any of it, and what did you think?
I haven't been able to catch any of it other than what we broadcast because I was at work. Otherwise, I would have just kept going with the broadcast. But caught day one. It was banging. It was banging. They were actually 2-1s. The score's wrong. I think they were all 2-1s.
Did TH play well? Day one? How did he play? How did he look?
Wait, hold on. Is that even the right term? It says colorful fortitude, but wasn't it colorful TH? Like that bracket's wrong.
Yeah,
the bracket's
right?
That's a different stage. Like the
that's quarterfinals. Oh, okay. Yeah. I was a little confused. I did stage one. TH, you know, he was competitive. I thought. Yeah.
Not washed.
Not washed. That was the main reason why I even wanted to do it in the first place. I'm a big TH stan.
He played human too.
He not washed, man.
Do you know what all these guys that actually won have in common? They're all fucking Night Elf players. Hey, so much for a raise that got nerfed last patch, huh? People crying about Mountain Giants being nerfed. Look at this, dude. Moon beat Main Boot 120. Moon beat Slot. I mean, dude,
bro.
man,
sucks.
Looking really good. Looking really good for these Night Elf players, man. You know, like we always hear about, you know, Undead this, on Human that, but man, these Night Elf players have been killing it, dude. They've been doing pretty good.
I want to say great tournament, great games, really good players. It's been really entertaining. By the way, Orkmira at the moment is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Holy shit, it's so nuts. Like there's fucking bloodlust, rah rah rah, and purges and speed scrolls and TC running in and stomps and hex and heal wave and fucking chain lightning and it's wild and it's so much more interesting than old, you know, Blade Master tier 2 stuff. Really like it. Headhunters certainly making their presence known there, but it's a cool tournament, man. Really good players so far. I think a lot of people here have performed really well. Only guy in there, sorry Todd, but Mika is gonna get ass blasted. But everyone else is really
You
competitive.
piece of shit. Take that back.
My boy Lucy got this, dude.
Hell no, he doesn't.
He's been pretty
Absolutely
good against Orc in the past. I don't know how he is recently, but
gonna
in the
get
past, he's been
sideways.
very good.
Dude, this is like in
really
7
hard, yeah.
hours, by the way. Like I need to sleep soon. Fucking hell.
I think
Fortitude, by the way, have you played the Ghoul opening against Headhunters? It's so much fun, dude.
You can do that in DMs, just like the bets.
It's fun. Yeah, it is fun.
All right, next.
plays it too.
Dreadlord third.
Dreadlord third, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay, no.
You saw from Happy Remo, haven't you?
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
I saw it too, dude.
Shut up,
hey.
Yeah, so we're back in 7 hours actually with this. I'm sure Side will be live streaming it again. INFE against Fly, Fortitude TH, Shock, 1-0, Focus, Mikael, and then I think, yeah, there's actually 2 more matches after that. These 2 are right here.
Also, shout out to Foggy for always playing these Netties tournaments despite the ping, like a shitty ping. Always making good qualifying into like top 8, man. Honestly, man, that guy's art is it's fucking crazy, man. Always playing, showing up. Fucking shout out to him, man.
We had the TED Cup 4 recently, which was just a giant bracket. I guess it.
You covered that, right?
Yeah, I cast a whole bunch. I'm tied with Ted now, you know. I let him cast the ToD Cup earlier, the tag team, and then anytime I want to cast something, I just send him a message. I'm like, you know what to do. And he just invites me. But yeah, so there was it was like a big bracket basically, which is broken down in like different quarters here. And
Dude, my chair keeps sliding. What the fuck?
we don't care. A lot of good players made it to the round of 8, and then Sock did
Who the
really
fuck
well
is
here.
Martin?
Made it to the finals. What?
Who the fuck is Martin?
Where?
Scroll up. It says like PCG. I don't know, because like people in the chat saying, oh my god, look, Undead won, but I don't even know any of these fucking players. Like Martin, who the fuck is that?
Mate, Undead won the tournament.
Yeah, but it seems like PCG got like a death win or something. There's like no score. It says Martin against like a Ricky Martin against PCG or something. Look at this. Like who is that? I've seen like
I don't know, like how much more do you want to talk about this? Like,
I mean, they could have just forfeited. It looks like a
that
forfeit,
is
no?
because like people change their names, like they're changing shoes recently in the scene.
I don't know.
Like Fortitude, Romantic.
It really just looks like Shishi and
Wait, it
PCG
looks like
didn't
this guy
show
got
up.
2 death win, and then PCG got a death win against him.
That's why. Yeah, that's why I want to talk about it. Jesus Christ, like, can we talk about it?
No.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't show up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Maybe like sometimes they have no way Liquipedia to know the exact results because there's like a scuffed page somewhere, you know, where you can see the bracket, which maybe doesn't work well. So they didn't know who won by what score and what heroes were made. So they just like see, like for example, PCG here 1-0, but there's only Launderisle registered with the heroes. Like maybe they just don't know the whole data, so they just give like a win like this.
Because like the entire like other side of the bracket is 120 Soen and Linguagua, and the other side I don't need like one of these players. So that's kind of weird.
Yeah, but that's the early stages. It's like if you take the Open Cup and you take like round 1 and 2. So these guys are not doing. This is the one you need to be looking at here, the top 8. All these guys are known. Meteor, actually, that guy's been grinding a lot of W3 champions. And he made it.
Yeah, he's a human player, right?
Yeah, he made it to the bracket, but then got smacked down by Chemico.
Yo, do you guys think it's weird that I use light mode for Liquipedia?
It's not weird. I use it too.
Okay, I'm looking
I
at
think
this.
you're
I'm like, what
weirdo.
the fuck is this, man?
Wait a
Dark
minute,
mode's
does Liquipedia
lit.
have dark mode?
I don't think he has a dark
Browser
mode.
extension,
No, I
right?
had to download an
Yeah.
extension that side recommended.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Or
I
Dark
hated it. I
Reader or
tried it
something.
too. That's not best.
Liquipedia
yeah, I use light mode.
should be light mode. It always that's what Wikipedia's brand is for
Yep.
me.
Exactly.
Are you happy?
It
I'm
must be
fucking
their
blinded
weird-
at 7 a.m. Oh, sorry, 5 a.m.
I should go back to dark mode. That was a lot better.
No way, this is home right here.
Yeah.
This is where it's at. I could see everything. Now I was blind, but now I see.
Yo, what about that show match at the end where Ted gets TC Pitlord and 120 gets Lich Beastmaster?
Dude, that's how
It's the
that's how
race.
Ted is so high rank
Random heroes.
on the Warcraft 3 Info Yellow. Is that every time that he does the tournament, then he plays the winner in the best of one. They just don't care. It's almost like a meme, where like he
Yeah.
just wins and then he just climbs.
sad.
Like, look at the Yellow rankings. He's
Yeah.
rank 15.
Also,
So you fucking
Wait, do
kidding me?
you think he's doing? Do you think he's doing this to like actually like subconsciously climb up the ELO?
I don't
I
know,
think
but
so.
that's a sick evil plan.
That would be some narcissistic bullshit. You think so?
That's crazy, man.
I heard Ted's like a massive, like not a meme, but like he's like really loving the community. So like people probably just try to make him win on purpose, try to make people think that he's like really up there anymore. But I mean, 120 would fucking smash him if you wanted to.
Is there any tournaments that you guys want to talk about, or?
Yeah, Dust League, Super League
Oh,
starting.
sorry, we don't have time. Oh, yeah. Wait. Is it on Liquipedia?
Do you have time or?
Yeah, it was a joke. Season 8?
Yeah,
Is it season 8?
Season 7.
Eight,
should be.
eight,
Wait, there's already
eight,
season 8 listed as well on Liquipedia. That's sick.
It is season 8. It is. Wait, hold on.
No, it's not, Ricky.
No, it's not. It's
Main
season
event
7.
on season
Excuse me?
7. Jesus.
Oh.
Yeah, main
Okay,
event season 7.
They jumped the gun. Oh, I hope we have a season 8. I don't know if he just jinxed it, but yeah,
it's gonna be the
season
global
7,
one. Take us through
it's the amalgamated global one. It's the first one. So
Nice.
top 4 from EU and top 4 from NA, which we had already, are going to play in it. I still gotta confirm some players because
not me.
Vortex obviously retired. What?
Okay, is it like top 4 for like all the Dust League from NA that you had? Or is it like the last?
The last season when you got absolutely
What?
smashed. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro.
Wait. What
I'm
is it?
sorry, bro.
I was actually being very drunk, but dude, my overall like performances in all the Dust Leagues, I am easily top 4.
I hear you, and that's why I think you'll do so well in the qualifier next weekend. I hope you like my chart.
I mean, it's good, man. More content information. That's good. Yeah, that's fine. Fuck your
By the
chart.
way,
Right,
one
it is.
one thing I would like to say for Dust League global shit, Ricky, shout out to you, bro, for trying to do this whole thing. Like it's a huge fucking headache and hassle, and a whole lot of shit can go wrong. Like we both know that, So I hope everything goes well, and big kudos to you, man, for taking a bit of a risk, I suppose, and trying to make this big. It's really cool, and I just hope it's gonna be awesome.
Fucking hell, even I didn't get this much props in the tag team. That's fucked up.
Thank you, Remo. Thank you, Remo Demo, man. I appreciate that. I'm just really hoping it works out. I still got to make some invites. I got to confirm players, but the qualifiers are next weekend, so I'll have challenge pages
It'll
up.
just be Vortex, probably, right?
I think just Vortex, but also
Yeah.
Krav was
There's
on
no
the
way we're
fence.
explaining.
Krav was on the fence, so I got to confirm him too. But I'll be inviting players, obviously 2 invites. If Vortex drops out officially, then I'll have to replace him too. So that's 3 invites, and I want those to be Asian players. So I've talked to some Asian players about participating. Some of them are interested, which would be pretty sick. I do want to make this a Super League online.
Give us a scoop, Rick. Give us a scoop.
I can't, dude. It's so deadly, bro.
Do it now.
What
Do it
race?
now.
What
We're
race?
live.
So deadly.
We
Elf,
are
don't
Well,
know.
not human,
Elf,
clearly.
yes.
Elf,
Yeah, not human, of
elf,
course.
elf.
I
One,
can guess,
Lola
but I
is-
don't know.
Lola, it's
Yeah, Lola. That's what I would guess.
not. It's
You can't pick Colorful. He's gonna win the whole tournament. You know that. He's just too good.
It's not Lala yet.
okay.
Moon?
Moon. Then Moon.
It's 40,
You said he was big, so it has
42.
to be Moon.
Fortitude.
Wait, what?
Fortitude's human.
Is it Moon, bro?
What are you
TH
talking
Moon.
about, INSUP?
TH playing
Moon is
out.
huge. Moon
I
is
didn't
huge,
do the
bro.
race.
Elf. I just told you guys. I left you guys bread. I'm not giving you any more than that. It's an elf player.
Look at him. He's like a 15-year-old girl.
I love
he
it,
is so
dude.
he so enjoys it.
So
that
when-
we're all
when does
paying
this
attention
start?
to him,
I'm
man.
so excited about this player playing.
Oh, it starts late.
blowing my
Oh,
mind.
the tournament is late next month, but the qualifiers are.
So the qualifiers are this weekend. We do the draft, obviously, on the channel the week, sometime the week
Qualifiers are
after.
this weekend.
Sorry, the next weekend. Next weekend.
Okay, I was
18,
like, that's
19,
a
20.
conflict
19,
there. There's
Dude,
a conflict.
honestly,
man.
I've just been working every day. I have no
Jesus
idea what day it
Christ.
is. No, I have no idea what day it is. It'll be the 19th and 20th.
WGL main
Um,
qualifiers are this weekend.
INSUP, no joke, dude. I really want you to play in the qualifiers. You know how much the qualifiers can
No,
actually
you don't want to
sway.
because if you did it, you would have actually made your fucking system a lot better than you already did it. Inviting the last top 4 of last season.
It was known when the season
not-
started. Play
It was
better.
known. It
It
was
was
known.
known.
It was known.
What do you mean? I mean, I'll play qualifier. I'll play qualifier. I just think that you should take all the NA events, all the Europe events you made for Dusty. I think you made like 1 or 2, and you should take the best of all these events, and then you invite 4 of them instead of like just being, oh, okay, oh well, you made the top 4 for the first time in 8 tournaments. Oh well, I'm gonna invite you over like these other guys.
We're doing
I'll
this
play-
every
I'll play-
season, though.
I'll qualify, and it will be the same at the end.
You'll qualify, dude.
Don't worry. You look worried. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't be worried.
Hey, why didn't you use
I'm
the
a kid.
system that
I'm a
INSUP was
kid.
talking
Don't
about?
Don't worry, I've been playing 2 weeks.
Come on, man. You could beat Mr. Winner in the qualifiers. Don't worry about it, dude.
No, nah.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good. But yeah, so big shout out to Dust League. It's back. I'm excited. I actually might have locked in a sponsor as well, which will double the prize pool at least, which is pretty pog champ. So I think the prize pool was at 800. So I'm hoping to lock it in at 1600 before we even start, which I think would be sick. And
You're gonna close that sponsor deal, Ricky? You're
I'm gonna close that deal. But I think it looks good so far, man. I'm okay with players saying no, I don't want to play. I'm okay with a lot of big name players saying they don't want to play. But there are a lot of players that do want to play in this, and it could be really good. And the viewers want to see cross server. I want to see cross server, and we're gonna make it happen.
You need to advertise the qualifiers really well because I think some people, they might not know about it, but you might. if you
I
can make
will
them-
headhunt for the qualifiers. So I haven't had any time off, man. But this weekend I'm going to be pile driving people's DMs with
Yeah.
Dust League
Driving,
qualifiers.
wow.
Yeah, I will be pile
Say that
driving.
again. Say that again.
Yeah, I
Jay.
will
Look
be
at the camera.
Pile driving people to play in this qualifier. So
yeah.
What the?
reset.
That's
I will
great.
pile drive you.
All right. Our final topic, if you will, is top players' performances in 2021. Who has done really well? Who's been crushing it? So let's have a look at the yellow rankings. We got
Yeah, let's
Happy
look at them.
still at the top of that list with way too many points. He's almost at 2K7. Jesus.
He's
Christ.
almost got 2,700, by the way.
That's
How
ridiculous.
fucking nuts is that, bro?
That's insane, man.
Lane second, Hitman 1-0. XlorD's been going up. Actually, I think the wins against who did he beat? He beat Fly and
He took 2 maps against Happy as well. I think that helped.
no. Wait, winning maps against someone
he-
helps.
He defeated INSUP.
I think
in
it
case you're trying
does,
to
doesn't
mention
it?
That, and yeah, maps matter. Yes.
He beat Foggy,
matters,
right?
yes.
Didn't he beat Foggy? In
Yeah,
the
lost to
WT
Foggy last
Champions.
time.
Yeah, he did. True.
Yeah, so he
Foggy
beat
and
Foggy,
then
then he
Fly.
beat Fly. So like his ELO just like
Yeah.
skyrocketed from this basically. Moon in 6th place, Focus, Lowlight, Fly. Colorful. Like, are you guys surprised by any of this? I guess surprised by the lack of humans. I thought they were going to be Humba.
Colorful's been grinding the last year. Like I've been impressed. Like I thought we were gonna forget about him for ages with like his performance in maybe 2019.
True,
I
man.
can't remember the exact
Could you?
exact years
How
he was
could
down. But like he's definitely in contention for being one of the top players in the world. And if he continues to improve, he's gonna be one of the most improved players for sure. Or one of the players that went from not really being on my radar to being highly recognized in every tournament for sure. I think he's the big one.
I wonder what's happened to him because he was playing a lot of Dota. He was playing like
Yeah.
shit in tournaments, and then suddenly he just started crushing everyone out of nowhere.
This is
Yeah.
this was the perfect patch for him. Like Colorful has always been a straightforward, muscle up, one base kind of let's fight in the middle kind of player. He's never been that crafty dude, perfect transition at the 7-minute 30 mark. Let's throw in 1 or 2 talents and be really smart about this. Let's try to outmaneuver the opponent. He's not that guy. He's just gonna build an army and go to fight, and he's gonna try to outmicro you. So the Demon Hunter Bear patch is the perfect one for him, and this coincides also with his practice now lining up. This is the Colorful in the best shape, like also work ethic wise we've seen in a while, and also the best patch for him to do well in. I think, which is why perhaps Moon right now isn't shining so much, because it feels like with Bears being so good in most matchups, you can't really be, it seems like, too ultra effective with these little cutesy, smartsy little outmaneuver plays. We sometimes see it from him against Orc, you know, where he fakes hunts on one side and sends archers on the other to cancel the expo which is coming up, which is fucking genius, you know. That's something that Colorful would never do, but Moon can do so well, you know. So it's a very different Night Elf playstyle, but Colorful is looking hot right now, and he's my boy. He's gonna win the next 3 tournaments. I'm telling you.
I said that about Sock like 4 years ago. It never happened, dude.
I agree. I think as far as like getting better, I think Colorful is definitely. I wouldn't say he's the player of the year. I would say he's the guy that definitely got better though. Is probably the guy that's like the most dedicated. I feel like getting better. Man, for me, man, it's gonna be a boring answer, but I will have to go with Happy. You know, like Happy this year. I think the European level of Warcraft has been improving a lot in the last year, especially this year. You know, we see like the rise of XlorD. I think he's getting a lot better. Foggy, you know, Hawk, and you know all these other European players. And I feel like Happy, you know, winning the W Champion tournament a few months ago, beating Loliath like with ease pretty much, and we actually have some pretty good games. I think, you know, he's still showing that he's definitely on top of his game still. Doesn't drop any maps, beats all the top Asians, whatever like tournament he's playing. So I would have to go with Happy. Obviously his competition is not as big as, you know, like some of the guys in Asia, but I think the fact that he's still dominating in Europe, which is a very fucking strong region, that just keeps getting in better and better.
Yeah.
And the fact that he keeps chanting his strategy as well, you know, like he keeps like, he's not like just playing the Faziki that we used to see him, you know, he's playing like Lich, like a Gargs go with Dreadlord. That's fucking crazy. We see him play Fast Expo with like Gargs, and he's been killing adapting his game. And I think Happy doesn't sometimes get as much credit as he deserves, because people always say he's playing in Europe.
With how successful he is. And I'm a huge Happy
Exactly.
fanboy.
It's like we take it for granted.
Yeah, you as a top player, I think you are as well. It is impossible not to marvel at how good Happy is. I think if you're being realistic, it's just amazing. And also, like, it makes me so thirsty for international competitions offline, you know?
Oh,
Of course.
Yeah, he defeated some people online, maybe, you know, and on a ladder, but whatever. We want to see him offline. We want to see him play against Moon, against Fly, against all these guys. And like, if you think back, if you rewind the clock from before COVID, like, he played 2 WGLs, and he only ever lost to Orcs, and he only lost 2 series. Like, this guy basically doesn't fucking lose.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's crazy.
It's mind-blowing how good he is. And, you know, there's some people saying, you know, he's somewhat harmful to the scene with how he dominates Europe. And there's some truth to that. There's some truth
definitely.
to that. He does take excitement away from cups because he just wins them all the time. But and perhaps not everyone sees it the same way, I still find it amazing to see him play and to show the scene and perhaps the world, I don't know, like what's possible just in terms of pure skill and execution. Like, he's so fucking good. It's unbelievable. And it gets my pants wet every time, you know?
Yeah, you know, the only player I like more than Happy is, I think, Grubby.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That took me so fucking long, dude, but I got there, Carson. I got there.
All right.
That's the dry kind of shit that he doesn't
That
do
was
too often.
so good, man. Honestly, you stuck the landing so well, Carson. I was blown away at how well you stuck that.
kind of-
Okay,
Kinda
how about
took me off guard.
Hitman in 3rd place? Are you guys surprised?
That's kind of a bullshit. I mean, love you, Victor. You're a great player. That's complete bullshit. Come on, he's above
bullshit.
Moon.
What the fuck?
He's above Moon. He's a great
Why
player.
are
He
y'all
really
hating?
is. But he's not better than Moon. I mean,
Yeah,
sorry.
I think we're starting to
It
see
is
how
Well,
like
the ranking
how
says he is.
regional. I think we can start to see how regional play is like affecting the ELO
Yeah.
because XlorD's been farming.
There's regional corruption.
XlorD's been
Yeah,
farming.
see.
XlorD has been. Let me.
I was like, did his internet lag out? What the fuck?
Do
is
this 2
going
more
on?
minutes, Ricky. I think everyone
Okay.
enjoys it.
Usually.
XlorD has been farming Germany. Hitman has been farming NA, and they are like loving it, dude. They are loving it.
True.
It's a testament though to Happy because Happy has been on the front line of Europe, just cranking out dubs, and he's still ahead of all of them. But these guys are literally just up there because they're farming
Oh yeah.
their own region, big time.
Just plays this on Master Shaft, beats.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Players
He's
in their
just
own
pumping
country.
them
Yeah,
up.
that's
Dude.
true. I feel like if you're from NA and you play against like other NA players, I feel like you should get like 10 times less.
Dude,
points
Hitman's going up
than
like
other
10
guys.
points a week with the ESL Cup.
Yeah,
He's playing
it's
like
insane,
nobody's
yeah.
until the semis.
He's 50 and 0 in his last 50 matches.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
just
don't get me
farming
wrong.
it, dude.
We're wrong. Definitely amongst
Oh
like,
shit!
the top 10
I just called reset at nobody in the chat. Reset, I'm so sorry, bro. I didn't mean you.
Oh, am I
didn't mean
wrong?
you, bro.
Am I wrong, Todd? Or is this the second page you're looking at?
Yeah, second page.
Okay,
That's
the
good
first
if you're
page is all
serious.
wins.
I didn't mean you, bro. I love you, reset. I'm so sorry. I meant he
Actually,
plays
pretty
nobody
close,
until
man.
round 2.
Oh, by the way, ESL America Cups have been really cool in terms of participation. It's been like 50
Yeah.
players plus every time.
Highest
really
participation.
awesome.
Oh yeah.
Really awesome. Although in the later stages we see NA LoL Warcraft 3 when it's gonna be Sheik and Fish in the semis along with Hitman.
Wait,
I'm
what?
sorry, I
Well,
had
Sheik's
to
a
be.
great player. Sheik's a great player. Come on.
Wait,
he is,
Fish
he is.
Fish is
He's
one of them.
good.
Well, he's Oceanus, no?
Dude, Also, mini shout out. I don't know how he does it. Mr. Winner sometimes plays every ESL Cup.
He
all
does.
3
He
of
actually
them.
does.
I don't know fucking how that's even possible.
And by the way, shout out to like the South American community. Like they always show
Yeah.
up for the ESL America. Like honestly, every
Yes.
time I always give them shout out like the Brazilians, Peruvians, and like all the other countries in South America. I say Peru and Brazil because they're the most like participating. But man, every time I look at ESL America, I'm always like astonished by like the amount of people that signs up. And every time I give them shout out, I look and I actually count like half the players are actually from Brazil. And then there's maybe like a 10 or
Yep.
15, like a Peru, Venezuela, like Colombia, whatever. And then
Yes.
the rest is like USA, Canada, So I feel like if we didn't have like these Brazilian players and everyone else participating, I feel like that would definitely hurt. But man, like that's why we can have like tournaments lasting as long, and we get great players like Bidoux Mist, that shows up and Hunter and does really good and like gets into the quarters and give people a run for their money, man. And it's very good to see that. It was just for USA and Canada, which often people try to like the only thing that NAC is just USA, Canada, right? But man, like South America, like we consider them NA, even though it's not NA, like if we're talking like geographically, but man, they're such a big part of our scene, and I feel like you don't get enough love and credit for that. So shout out to you guys, man. You guys definitely a big part of.
Give him a boom,
ESL
boom,
Cups.
boom. Give him an INSUP, but it's been a while.
The unfortunate thing is like there's not a standout player from South America anymore, really. Like we had Hunter in the past, but he's really been outshined by Hitman in a long time when it became so apparent that Hitman can, beat anybody in the world, which was this big wake-up moment for NA, that he is competitive with everyone across the world, which was amazing, which with Peru wasn't really the case before.
Danger's killer, bro.
No, he's not. I love Danger. He's a great player. I beat him 70% of the time. That's
Oh shit!
Wow, is OC in
Those
here?
are fighting
Wow,
words.
I thought that was an OC quote right there. That sounded a lot like OC in here.
By the
man.
way, remember what the fuck happened with that show match you were supposed to play with Danger? Because I know after the WGL, I think it was like 2 years ago, or maybe a year and a half ago, you were supposed to play against Danger in a best of 5.
Yeah,
Ugri
was supposed to organize it.
Chucking each other, but that never
Ugri-
happened.
Ugri was supposed to organize it, and I was like, okay, bro, I'm down. But yeah, Ugri, what's up, bro? Ugri, what are you doing?
Hey,
supposed to
Agree.
happen.
hey Todd, I know that we deviated, but you never really asked me like about breakout players in
Deviated?
2021. But I didn't mean to do that. I just meant like deviate from the conversation. But can I give my take on top player 2021 so far? Obviously happy. But I'll touch on that right now. I think happy for sure because I think very recently, like not too long ago, we were casting ESL Cups and Foggy was competitive and XlorD was competitive and all these guys were like closing the gap. And I do think that in the past like 3 weeks to a month, he has been absolutely destroying these people. He made Hawk legit rage quit after game 3 in the last ESL Cup. Foggy, he's been destroying. He made Foggy rage quit on EI in game 3, which I just think was preemptive. It is crazy how we went from the narrative being like, oh, players are like closing the gap and like they could get there. And I don't know what adjustments he made, but like he fucking is just nailing people right now. But my big breakout, and this is something relatable because I can't do what Happy does. I can't do what this player does either, but it is fun to watch, is 120. Because 120 for me has always been an undead who I know is good, but I haven't been able to I don't really feel the need to watch his games, because before he was doing like a lot of XlorD against human and stuff. But what I've been seeing is like, first of all, he's winning. I think he has the most earnings of the year right now of any player. He actually has more earnings right now than Happy did last year when Happy was dominating every tournament, which I think is pretty crazy. But he's like going DK on certain maps where XlorD was apparent, and he's like beating good humans like Sok and Chaemiko. I think he's playing a lot of humans, to be honest, in the brackets he gets. But it's like I've always had a hard time against human, and I've always had a hard time like knowing what to do. It's because I don't know what to do. But I also found it very, very hard to just watch XlorD though, because I didn't really like playing XlorD as a player. But he's doing DK now, and he's like owning, and it's like really entertaining. So I'm on the 120 train lately. Just wanted to give him a shout out.
Are you guys surprised
Good
that
answer. Good answer.
there's no human in top 10, Carson?
Am I surprised? Well, you know, INFE and TH don't play. They are your top 2 players, right? Sok and Chaemiko, in my opinion, are top 10 players, both of them. If I were to redo this list based on my own opinion, if it was like a tier list sort of thing, I would definitely have both of them in there. So, you know, ranking's ranking, and I guess it's based on tournament results, but they are playing much tougher players than a lot of people in here. I mean, probably XlorD, Hitman wouldn't be in here, and I'd probably throw them in the top 10 as well. Who else? Maybe. I don't know. 120 has only recently started winning, so maybe he wouldn't even be in there anymore. But definitely, I think like there should be 2 players from human in there, and if INFE was playing human consistently, he'd probably be in there as well. So am I surprised? Yes. Do I think the ranking means anything? Not really. It gives us a general idea of how players are performing, but like Hitman is not the 3rd best player in the world. You know, I'm not as much of a Happy fanboy, but I think it's arguable whether there's he's top 3 or number 1 Happy himself. So yeah.
I also want to give my take here because Todd, you know, that does feel like a very loaded question that you just asked, which
It's a
I guess has
honest
the
question.
which has the desired effect of encouraging an answer, which I will give you. So yeah, there's no human in here, but there's a couple of things here to consider as well. Firstly, human has been suffering heavy against Org recently, where the Farseer Headhunters has been looking super overpowering, and I'm not saying it's broken. There might be an answer to be found, not sure yet, but they're certainly having issues. We can all agree with that, so that's been a problem. Secondly, and I think this is the biggest one by far, is the top 2 humans have stopped playing tournaments. TH and INFE. Imagine if Happy and 120 stop playing.
Moon the Liot.
What's
I
this
can't
gonna look
imagine
like?
that
Yeah.
because they're fucking winning
Linfly.
so much money.
Yeah, okay.
So I can't imagine that. Like that would be
Well, if
really
it
weird.
was
That
a
would be
lot
kind of
too.
dumb of them.
Yeah,
And if you want a
okay.
lot too, man.
Yeah, whatever. Your tears are very, very well appreciated, Todd. But that's 2 points so far. Thirdly, where is your patience? I am an undead player, in case you don't know. And
here it comes.
undead, by the way, and our history is 2006 until 2015, our race was irrelevant on the world class level. And now humans, and many others, I suppose, have been whining when last year INFE won multiple world championships. And I was saying, oh my god, human is unplayable, when undead was not winning shit for a decade.
Did you just make a gap from FOV to 120 though? And forget TED WFZ. I mean, I understand WFZ was very strong when
TED happened at WCG. He won in 2012, but there was a bit of a fluke victory. That was the only one in a 10-year span.
Banshees,
It
baby.
wasn't
Banshees, baby.
Championship. And
I would say it was
WFZ 2013-14 was really good, but it was not world championship material. Not really.
But you're letting your biases seep in. That's all. I'm just tagging that right there a bit.
That is
sure.
true. And we have to realize all of our humanity. We're all biased to a certain
We're all
extent.
biased,
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
I'm
But-
not.
You know, like I have come from a long line of suffering, such is the undead line.
Yeah.
So this impatience, like I'm seeing at times, is you know, a little disappointing. Like Todd,
So
I
you
mean,
think that because you
you're-
were patient, other people should be patient? I think that Undead was bad before in tournaments. They had some big problems, especially against Orc. And for me, the right thing to say is not like we suffered, now it's your time to suffer. It's Undead should have been fucking buffed before. Because they were not good, especially against Orc. And that's why they, in parts, underperformed in tournaments.
Yeah, it's also though because people just weren't good enough. Like 1-0 in 2015 showed how well you can play, which nobody was able to do
He was
before.
good.
In 2015, there were no big buffs. It was just 1-0 playing out of his fucking mind.
He was so good.
And we have seen that at times as well with INSUP playing human, just showing how well you can fucking play.
And Lin and Moon, maybe
Yes.
Laliat, but there's always the one person from that race.
It is oftentimes people like superstars pushing the envelope
Yeah.
and showing what's possible. It's not all only about balance. And yeah, there's balance issues. Absolutely. I mean, we all know, Headhunter's a little too strong. I don't think they're much too strong. Little side fact, by the way. Yesterday, I had a call with XlorD. He said, and this gives you an insight into XlorD. He said, if Headhunters had minus 50 HP, it still wouldn't be good enough. Where I sort of want to laugh him out of the room. But, people have different ideas. And of course, there's always going to be a bit of imbalance. But I think this is a big deal. TH and INSUP, if they were playing super hardcore, if they were super competing, if they were trying to improve super hard, would they be pushing the human race? Would they be showing new limits? Would they be improving the whole race as a whole? Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, for
Yes.
sure, 'cause-
Just like Happy is doing, just
Yeah,
like Lin is
absolutely.
doing, just like
They
Moon
were
is
they
doing.
were literally the two players that would sit in custom games on their streams and like literally fuck around for like hours figuring out weird shit together. Like they
Yeah, all
would
the
literally
time.
just fuck around all the time, figuring out new ways to like do shit. I don't know if other human players do that, but that duo was like fucking. They transcended that race, man. They were crazy.
But
They would do that with
it's
every
not like
race
they were
too.
crushing super hard and then they stopped playing tournaments. INSUP lost a lot of interest in human. We saw the patches, then he started playing a lot more random. And TH was underperforming like crazy for a long time. Like TH has like one of the worst fall in recent years probably of any top player. Where at some points, like not that long, like maybe a year before that, he was like, oh, he's number one in the world. He won like WGL. He's like amazing. And then like he just wasn't winning nearly as much. He was doing really well. I don't even know where TH is in the ranking.
And INSUP in 2019, or was it 20, he still won 2 WGLs and WCG, didn't he?
Yeah, and also like back when like the keeper was like on top of its game and it was like definitely like the best option in the game. I think I remember like seeing TH beat Moon in a huge tournament like 4-3 or something. Back when everybody thought that it was impossible to beat Night of. But I think it definitely hurts Human as a whole to lose like one of their best player. Also one of their most innovative player. Like TH is one of these guys that always innovates. Like Bidoux said, practicing, trying to bring new strategies. And every time we see TH play, sometimes you go MK first and like bring some militia and tower rush like the Elf expansion and do like some sort of like crazy strat like that. So I feel like when you lose like one of your biggest innovator for the race, I definitely feel like it's a bit harder to like find your repairs. Like it's harder to like know what to do when you're human. You have like no role model to like copy from. Hey, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off, but
No, it's all good.
it rings so true also on a smaller scale, I suppose, in Europe. Jera Cup days, 2015-16, casting with the old overlay, everything was scuffed, 720p streams, OBS
I love that,
Studio
by the way. It
was
was so fun.
bugging every day. This was the early days of the Renaissance. Everything was shit. Every Jera Cup was like 3 out of 4 Night Elf in the top 4. Great times. Rudan, Watchy Fridge,
Love it.
Sonic, and somebody else.
Anima.
And then 2016, Happy came back. At the beginning, he was good, but he wasn't that good. And Undead at that time was considered dead. Like, I think it was Jera Cup 84 or something, where Mikael, aka Lucifer, for the first time ever won Jera Cup, and it was considered revolutionary that an Undead won. Not a premier offline world championship tournament, just a tournament, just an online tournament. And was Happy coming after that, showing what is doable, showing what is feasible. It takes masters. Oftentimes, it takes them to show the world what is doable and to show the limits and capacity of playstyle and of races and so on.
And I feel like Human right now with Soft and Jamiko, it's just they don't have these
Human not
masters
having
talking about.
TH and INFE is honestly directly nerfing the race. It is. If they were playing super hardcore, Human would be more successful.
Yeah, but you could say this
100%.
if about so many things. And like I said, it's not like they were winning everything that they were playing. They were not playing that many tournaments, and TH was like already underperforming like crazy.
Yeah, they were not winning everything, but INFE was winning 2 WGLs and a WCG. I mean,
Yeah, but they were innovating the game too. Like
is that proof that Human was also too weak back then? Is that what you're saying?
It was
No,
two
he
Human
was-
in the final of the WCG, 2 Human in the final of the WGL as well, you know.
In
I
that
know you
year,
had
it
that
was
argument.
good, but there's been a lot of
WCG as
patches
well.
since then. Like
Who
after the
is winning
Criplord patch
everything,
came
though?
out, he never played
Yeah.
Human Mirror ever again. He only ever played Undead and played Criplord, and he never lost like almost even a map. He won every series with it.
Who is
So,
winning everything, though?
I
Is
know you
anyone?
like to
I don't
ride on
think
this
anyone
point,
is.
and of course, Scriptor was OP. I mean, of course he was. But nowadays, he doesn't play Undead, he plays random, doesn't he?
I mean, it's Moon, right? Moon and INFE are winning mostly everything. Moon and INFE.
Well, I mean, Lin won the regional finals. 1-2-0
Moon
won the
NP.
most recent tournament. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
we
who,
can
who
look at
actually
like
is winning
tournaments so far this year. Like
these? Mhm.
it's kind of weird for tier 1 because actually there's like the Cruncher and match, which was just it's like 2 players, and there's the
Yeah.
INFE 1-2-0,
Yeah,
which was also 2 players. So there's really only
Yeah.
been
Mhm.
3 real ones, which Happy 1-1, Lin 1-1, and Fly 1-1. And then if you go to tier 2, it seems like Undead has been doing pretty well due to 1-2-0 and Happy just crushing it. And
Honestly, I think generally speaking, if you look at the game right now, it is generally pretty well balanced. Obviously, wouldn't it be perfect? There's always going to be things that we can complain about. But you know, like people thought Night Elf would do pretty bad after all the nerfs, but they're doing really good. And you know, Undead's still doing their thing. Happy's still winning everything. 1-2-0 like recently has been killing it. And at some point, you know, it was the orgs that kept shining. You know, Focus was winning a bit, and then Fly. So it's just. I feel like generally speaking, it's pretty well balanced, man. Of course, like the earnings are very easily like if you look at Undead, you know they have $93,000 in earnings this year. But you know, like we can argue, you know, Happy plays in Europe, doesn't have the same competition, and all that bullshit that we hear all the time.
Well,
And
this
then
year,
it-
1-2-0 is fucking everybody this year.
Yeah,
Though,
no, 1-2 is also doing very good, but I think like
Yeah.
a large amount of that money
He lost to Mundo, which was
like
a 6 series.
a massive amount of that money that represents Undead on that graphic that Charles is doing right now is all by Happy just winning every single ESL Cup every week.
Yeah.
And it actually just adds up.
well,
and just
Happy
makes,
actually
like, the
only
numbers
has
a lot bigger.
half of the price that 1-2-0 has. So I feel like before, when you talked about Undead doing really well, people will always tell you, well, it's only in Europe. In Asia, Undead doesn't do anything. And then 1-2-0 this year is like,
No, it's-
fuck
it's-
you.
No, it is doing good. But like, if you see like, you know, there's like way more orgs. There's Focus, Fly, Lin, who plays in the best region. Like org is way more dominant than Undead if you follow my logic, you know.
But-
and you don't
but
have
I
to follow it, but I think it's pretty fair.
Yeah, but if you want to like follow trends and truths of the meta, I suppose you can't just look at a single player. You know, like for example, in the Keeper patch, we saw all the Night Elves rising, and the whole Night Elf tide, if you will, raising all the Night Elf ships. But at the moment, it's in China, in Asia, it's only 1-0 doing well. Which other Undead is doing well? Mikael is fucking suffocating right now. I don't know why. He's in the fucking trash can at the moment. And all the others, like PCG had one good WGL qualifier run. Other than that, nothing.
He
Nobody.
beat Martin.
Nothing stands out.
Yeah, I feel like
Yo,
there's
don't be bashing my boy Mikael, dude. I fucking love that guy.
there's some
man.
players that went like missing for a bit. Like PCG, I haven't seen this guy around in forever. I don't even know if he still plays NetEase. I know I haven't seen him on WT Champions.
Yeah. He played
Shao
too much-
Kai had a good run in DreamHack, didn't he? Shao Kai? It was
Shao
a
Kai
good
is
game.
Orc now.
Good recently,
Don't waste your
man.
time. Shao Kai plays Orc now. Believe me, he's gonna play Orc.
Oh,
in
he
every match.
does?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, man. I mean, he knows, man. He's smart.
Headhunters.
So we all agree
Yeah.
that human is performing the
Dude,
worst out of any race this year, at least, right?
Todd, stop with your propaganda.
Bro,
I'm worried that
I'm asking
when
you a normal
Headhunters get
question. I know
nerfed-
that you're undead and your race is doing well, and you want to be like, oh,
Todd,
it's not
Todd
that
like
imbalanced. I've
two
been
hours
patient
ago,
for so
Todd
many
said
years.
that he doesn't. Todd two hours ago was saying he doesn't do this shit too. He's like,
What?
I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know.
No. I'm asking you a legit question. Like, we agree that human is performing the worst out of all races, right?
Dude, if
This
EnTe and TH were in human form, like it would be scary. I would
think-
actually like to see how EnTe and TH adapt to 1-2-0 and how
like-
these guys are playing now.
I
I
like
would love to see that.
I
feel like
don't want to be an
nobody's-
asshole. I agree with you. Yes, humans doing the worst, but that has primarily two reasons. First of all, fuzzy headhunters, and second of all, EnTe and TH aren't playing competitive. That's the two big reasons.
Yeah, I think Todd just wants us to be like, hey, yes, you're right. But, ultimately, if you got the stats, I think we do have to say that he's right. Ultimately, I think all the races are doing very good, like we explained. Every races is doing good. Human just happens to be doing the worst right now, but I don't feel like...
You
if
think
we go
that the
for, like,
gap
1
is
month from now-
acceptable, basically, right?
We need Todd back in competitive play.
I don't feel like human is actually doing, because what is that? It's like for this year. So at the beginning of the year, that was before like human actually got all these buffs. And then I feel like the more it goes, I feel like the longer it's gonna go, the more human's gonna get in earnings. But I don't feel like, of course, on your graphic it looks terrible, 52 against like 93 and 60 and 90. But in the long run, it's gonna be better, man. It's still a bit early, I think.
Well, actually,
Like,
I
you're
don't
still
think
pretty
it looks
young.
that bad on the graphic. I think if human had like
No.
20k against 93, then I would be like, what
if you
the
look at
fuck?
the tournaments, it's like human is like always at the bottom of the barrel either. So it's like, I know you want to hear this, but yes, human is indeed statistically doing the worst right now of the 4 races. However, it is not like absolutely like O plus. It's like totally the worst right now. But
Yeah.
statistically, it is what it is.
Do you think the numbers might even out by the end of the year?
I think Undead's still gonna keep growing because 120 and Happy are extremely hot right now. I do think Night Elf also is doing pretty good.
Yeah, but
I
you don't
think,
know, like a small change in the matchup. Suddenly,
I
the
think it's a good question. I think human will be a lot closer in terms of number for like the top 2, like Orc and Undead. I still think Orc and Undead will be at the top though. Human might be at third place, maybe like equal with third place or second place, but yeah.
1-2-0 to
It's
get
really just going to come down to whether, Todd, you compete again and lead
Shut
the
up.
way like you did back in the day. Back in 1964, you were our hero, bro. You were our rock.
You
and
weren't
you
even
know what?
born.
You've done this
Yeah.
casting bullshit, and I'm sick of it, bro. I want to see my 18 towers on TM, dude.
Actually, like in sub, you say like Undead's gonna keep rising, but 1-2-0, who has the most earnings, he was off of the back of a lot of wins against Orcs. He has said that it's really hard for him to play against Headhunters. Like, I mean, he said that the Headhunter opener is
Yeah.
imba against every Undead opener. So I'm legit curious if we're gonna see a shift and him starting to struggle a lot more against the Flies, the Focus, Lin, and maybe even EnTe. Like, imagine if he plays EnTe and he plays EnTe's Picor. EnTe looks incredible with fucking Farseer Headhunter.
Well, listen, Todd, like as much as 120 likes to complain about Headhunters, if you look at his previous matches, he beat Soen 2-0, he beat Linguaga 2-0. Linguaga is actually fucking really good now, by the way. He's been getting so much better than
Linguaga's a
last year.
god, yeah.
He told Linguaga, he told Soen, and he beat Fly 3-1 previously. So that's his last 3 matches against Orc. So yeah, at the end of the day, he can sit down and say this is Embo or whatever, but he's still fucking beating them. And I think Fly, Linguaga, and Soen are pretty relevant names, Hey, Lin might trill him next time, but Lin is just, like, we know how good he is. So I think 120 is a bit on the warning side as well, Maybe he figured it out ever since he complained. That was a while ago since he said that. So I think he might have changed his mind eventually, but people complain, people are biased, like we said. So I wouldn't take his opinion much. I wouldn't consider his opinion like too seriously.
I gotta say, I underestimated Farseer Headhunters against Undead for a long time. Perhaps because of personal experience, because of subpar players I played against myself. But seeing it being played by, I think Focus especially is really good with it, actually.
Focus is honestly the artist for me, with others.
Yeah. And some others, like with good adjustments, creep routes, timings, shadow second and stuff. It's really scary. But it's also very new, like maybe there's a good answer to be found. The ghoul opening looks really promising, although it feels really scary if you don't get those first 2 surrounds. But whatever, we don't want to get too specific, I guess.
Yeah.
But I still, like, there's a lot of contempt right now in the community about Headhunters, as the fucking community loves to do. love to complain. And I would agree, I said that before, headhunters do seem a little bit, just a little bit,
Yeah, a tiny
cheated
bit.
right
Yeah.
now.
Mhm.
But I'm not final sure about that, but it does seem that way. But I think it's also very cool with how much shit we've been seeing, how many different things. Like earlier we talked about Orc Mirror. Orc Mirror is amazing right now. It's so fucking
Oh
fun.
yeah, man.
It's glorious. And I would love to see, you know, headhunters still to have a relevant place in the meta. And let's keep observing if they perhaps do need, you know, a little bit of a tweak
So how long
to
do you
make them
need?
more in line.
How long do you need?
Yeah, that's always that's a tricky
Give it
question.
2
right?
months.
Like
Give it 2 months.
how much time do you need to gauge something fully? Like for example, think back in Warcraft history, right? When the mass talent strat first came out against Orc, it seemed utterly unbeatable, right? And then after a couple of, I don't know how long it took, but Spirit Walkers were given resistant skin. So they only got Cyclone 6 seconds, like heroes. But on the lower levels, talents still destroyed everything. Only on the top level, orcs were able to beat it. And in fact, from like 2014 to 17, something like that, Fly, Focus, Lin, the top orcs, sometimes made the matchup look imbalanced the other way around because they would just dominate the Night Elf all the way through. But it took so many years of learning for them exactly how to play against it. And that's an open question for just competitive games nowadays. How much time do you want to give a community to find an answer to a strategy that might seem overwhelming at times? And I can't give you the answer.
I mean, do
you
we
know?
even know if Blizzard would patch again? Like, are they gonna do like what, one patch every like 10 months or something? We don't even know. We have no info.
Yeah, we don't know. True.
Hey, the ladder's coming.
True.
Bidoux, you wanna chip in instead of posting stupid ass photos on Discord?
What do you mean?
Oh,
Do you
I
want to say
see.
something relevant to the
Oh,
conversation?
nice.
From
no,
my
it's just-
perception,
I was
Ricky hasn't been listening for the last 10 minutes. He's just been Googling shit. I can see it
I
right
found it. I found exactly what I was
He's
looking
browsing
for.
all the OnlyFans he's subscribed to.
But no, I've never subscribed to any OnlyFans yet. I might though. You know, it's good product. It's good product. I don't know.
You got Tinder Gold though. You can perhaps.
I
siphon those resources off.
do have Tinder Gold. I have a very hard time keeping up with this stuff. I have the attention thing. So if you guys go on long tangents, I'm gonna be looking at squirrels and shit by the time you're 2 minutes in. It's just the way I'm wired, bro. But if you ask me a question, I'll give you an answer.
Carlson, did you express yourself about balance, headhunters?
Well, yeah, well, I think it was more, balance as it pertains to how the top players are currently doing, not necessarily how my ladder games are going. And I think, it's no secret that obviously Orc is performing pretty well right now. When I mention this, Hitman always gets mad at me, but I've been saying for a while, I've probably been saying 6 to 8 months. I think Orc is probably the strongest race right now. But I don't play a lot, so I don't have a lot of personal experience for how it at least feels on the ladder for people maybe of my skill or maybe people a little bit better than me. I don't know how that actually feels, but at the top level, it seems to be doing pretty well. We see a lot of Orc mirrors. I think Orc has a lot of top players. We have Linguagua, we have Ice Orc, we have Lin, we have Fly, we have Soen, we have Focus, we have Hitman, we have Zhao Kai, you guys were mentioning. We have a lot in at least Asia, and then Hitman. Mostly, there's not a lot in Europe, unfortunately. So I think Orc is doing pretty well. People have been arguing that Night Elf's probably the weakest, but I do just think Night Elf sort of doesn't have one solid strategy. I've argued this on my show before. I think the strength of Night Elf is they have lots of different strategies, and I think it takes a very strong player to master all these different strategies to really use the strength of Night Elf against other races. So it's just tricky, but I don't think Night Elf is necessarily weak. They just have to play to their strengths. Undead is doing well, but I think Happy's overinflated it a little bit. I mean, Happy's just way better than everyone in Europe. There's no secret about that. But if he goes to Asia, I think Lin is going to fucking dumpster him when they play each other on land, if that ever happens.
120 has double the earnings of Happy, though.
Oh, does he?
That's because the prize money's bigger in Asia.
That's very true.
Happy's
yes.
playing for
That's true.
$100 a week.
That's true.
120 is playing a TED Cup for 4 Gs, bro.
That's-
Like,
Yeah,
what
but
are you
you're
talking-
saying that Happy is
true.
inflating the.
It's not even
It's
scalable.
true.
You're
Bidoux
saying
is right,
that
though.
Happy's inflating the
Bidoux is
price pool, like
Happy's
like the
won
earnings.
60
No,
cups
no, no,
for
no, no, no.
6 grand. 120's won 2 cups for 8
I'm
grand.
talking
How is
about
that
people's
scalable?
people's perception of the balance at top level, not the prize pool.
Oh.
I was talking about people's perception of how the game is balanced by watching the top players. So Happy
Oh,
is
okay.
inflating people's perspective of what they
Yeah.
feel.
So do you feel like if Happy had the same skill with any race, he would still be dominating? It has nothing to do with Undead. He's just way
I
better.
mean, he won ESL
Yes.
playing Night Elf, bro.
I agree. I
Yeah,
but
agree.
that's
He's
so-
just
that's,
way, he's just
uh,
way
he
better.
proved it. He proved it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he's
not
just
a
way
great
better.
example in my opinion. Like to win
Why not?
ESL, he had to like beat 2 real opponents because there was like 22 participants
Well,
total.
he beat
Yeah.
Blade, who beat Happy.
Todd, you're right.
Yeah,
Like,
he won
that's not
a
enough
great
of a
series
sample
against
size.
Blade. Respect for that, but that's like the one hardest series that he had. Like other than that, who did he beat? He beat like Sonic or something.
Well, that was around the time where Blade was actually like beating Foggy in some series. So
Yeah, but-
Happy playing Night Elf for like legit like a viewer of Happy said, I would give you $200 or whatever if you play Night Elf in next ESL. So even if Happy loses,
Yeah.
he would still make double the money. You know what I mean? So like, and he played Night Elf and I think he beat Sonic and Elfmere. He beat Blade, who
And
at
that's
the
it.
time, like I said, was absolutely on top of
So
his
he
game.
won 2 matches,
And, even,
and like
well,
people are
that's it.
referring
He
to
played
this.
that for like a week. He played that for a week. He still fucking won against the best players of Europe. Like, if he played full-time Elf, he would be maybe not as dominant, but he would be very close to like as good
I
as
think
he is
he'd
with
be
Undead,
really
you know?
good, but I don't think he would be the same. But yeah, that's just
No,
me.
He would just be as killer. Like just look at the second best
But he's so
Undead
good.
in Europe. Like XlorD is also really good. His win rate against Hawk is 57%. Happy's win rate is like 97%. Like
Yeah, but
I'm not
your
always
skill
100%
doesn't
on
always
board.
translate like 100% into another race. Actually, very rarely does it.
No, it doesn't. But I think even
Well,
if
he
Happy
was
has
also
like
crazy
9%,
good in StarCraft, especially in terms of his execution. From what I hear, his downfall was his predictability, but his raw mechanics
Well,
were so
StarCraft
crazy
is
good.
also a lot more competitive than Warcraft 3. In Warcraft
Yeah,
3,
of
there is
course,
like
of-
probably less than
yes,
10
yes.
full-time players. In StarCraft, there is like hundreds.
Of course it is. Of course it is. But I mean, I'll tell you this: Age of Empires coming out this year. If this is the next big RTS, which it might be, I don't know.
hell no.
If Happy commits full time, he's gonna be top 3 EU, no question. If you ask me.
Personally, I don't think it works like that at all. I think like there is so many factors that go into like a player being good at a game. Like for all we know,
Yeah,
Happy
that's
could start to
true.
experience burnouts. Like it's such a different game. If he has the same dedication, the same love, because I do feel like he had to love Warcraft 3 to play it as much as he did to get as good as he got now. Maybe he could like convert some of that, but like imagine if Age of Empire is like a really competitive game. There is a reason why Happy wasn't as successful in StarCraft, and it's because he was like a different game and he was much more competitive. And yes, while he was very good, he was not top.
But listen,
Or
he
actually,
was,
no.
he was pretty competitive in StarCraft, and also before he moved to StarCraft in Warcraft, he was also pretty competitive, but he wasn't world class. I don't know exactly what it was, but something happened that Happy became God mode Happy. I don't know what. I don't know why. I don't think it just had to do
I'm
with
sure a couple patches
patching.
helped.
I don't think. I don't think. I don't think,
I don't
the
think it was
reason-
just patching.
I don't think the reason why Happy was not as dominant in StarCraft 2, even though he was very good at the start of it, I don't think that has anything to do with, because it was more competitive. I think it has to do because Happy is much more of a micro-oriented player, and StarCraft 2 is much more about macro, and it just translated better to Warcraft 3 instead of StarCraft 2. And that just happened to be like more of his game than StarCraft,
Yeah.
and that's why he's more dominant.
You know, it's like
I just muted one hell of a sneeze. It looks so funny on the stream.
Good to know. Thank you, Rick. That was very valuable. Sorry.
you know, like
And so
okay,
what
take for
were you
example
saying?
Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was amazing in basketball. Then he went to play baseball, and he became actually people were impressed with how
No,
good he
he
managed to
was
become.
pretty good. He was pretty good at
Yeah, no,
baseball.
he was
Yeah,
pretty good, but he wasn't the
Yeah.
same. But I feel
Yeah.
like people put Happy on this pedestal where like he's gonna be the best at
Yes.
any game that he
Yeah,
plays.
yeah,
but like
yeah.
they do that in
Yes.
every game. They did that with Cyril in StarCraft.
You're right there. You're right there. But in Age of Empires 4, everyone is more or less gonna start out at the same base level. Of course, Age of Empires 2 players are probably gonna have more carryover than others. But it's gonna be a pretty even playing field at the beginning. And
I don't get the Age of
I'm
Empire
huge,
reference.
I'm a huge Happy stan. I know this. But in terms of what he has already displayed and proven, what he has to offer in terms of skill, I am sure he would be able to perform there as well impressively.
But do you think that Happy is the best world player by far? Do you think that if he was somehow in China and he was playing in all the tournaments that we showed earlier, like this year, all the big ones in China, he'd be winning a majority of them?
That was going to be my point before you guys went off on this shit.
He would be, I think he would be, with Moon and Lin, he would be the most successful, yes. If he managed to overcome his orc weakness. Yes.
That's what I was going to say. He would get, sorry, I was going to, before I picked up the popcorn, my point was going to be, Happy has inflated people's opinions on Undead because of his dominance in Europe, but I do believe if Happy went over to Asia, he would be probably top 3. I think he would lose to Moon. I think he would lose to Lin. Players like that. I think he would probably beat the people underneath him, but I don't think he's undisputed GOAT, best player in the whole world.
He wouldn't just own it.
No way. There's no way.
I think Lin would actually dumpster him most of the time on even ping on LAN. It just
honestly,
Lin,
like the Farstay Helmet patch, it's one of the best things that ever happened to Happy, because his problem was always against Blade Master Standard.
Yeah,
and he's owning Farstay Helmet.
Well, I see him losing to Focus a bunch of games on WC Champions.
He makes 6 ghouls and he surrounds everything. Yeah, he lost a couple of games to Focus, but he also lost a couple of games to Hawk. But normally, we know how it ends up in the tournament, right?
He used to always lose to Focus in Gara Cups, though, if memory serves. I might be misremembering.
No, it was like 50-50.
Yeah, okay, but still, all compared to how much he loses now, that's pretty much always losing, right?
Yeah, Orc was always his weakness. In my opinion, still, he played way too passive against Blade Master 1 base, but that's a different topic. But I think... I think against Farstay Helmet, he's really good. He's exceptional with, ghoul builds. It is so fucking stressful to micro 10 ghouls with level 2 Frenzy Aura, or Unholy Aura, excuse me, like in a late game fight with 6 supply. Like if you have a big ghoul army and you have to pay attention to Wind Riders and TC and everything else, it's such a fucking headache, but he's happy, He's fucking happy. He just does it.
Well, you think that like if Happy played in Asia full time, he would have like a lot of trouble against Orc? Like the reason you say that is because he's struggling against Orc right now in Europe, but that's because Europe has like no like top orcs that are like as good as the other.
Yeah,
I think
it's really hard to say. Like
if Happy was in Asia, he would play against Focus, Fly, Linguagua, Lin, you name all of them. So I think eventually we'll just adapt, and his level would adapt to like his player's level. The reason why he's not as good as these orcs is because the orgs that he plays in Europe are there's very good players, but they're not on the same level. So I think Happy is just as good to like whatever he plays against. He's good against Self because
if he's playing these guys,
a good horse only jumps as high as it must.
Yeah.
If he's playing these guys and he's focusing on the versus Orc matchup, that also means that he's dedicating less time to the other matchups. So then maybe this will create a hole in another matchup in which he excels right now. So it's
maybe
it's really hard to say.
I mean, ultimately, like we'll never know because he doesn't play in Asia full time. But I think that's
Well, we could have offline tournaments soon. Like there's, I think the only one that's announced. Well, there is actually a tournament in Russia, but I don't think he's participating. But there is the Beijing finals that maybe he'll go to.
Dude, if that doesn't happen, I'm gonna be so fucking sad, bro.
Yeah.
I want that to happen. So
I feel like actually I was very pessimistic, but I feel like it's looking kind of good right now. No.
Yeah,
it's getting better, man.
I mean, I'm always the optimist. I also think so, but I've heard from some executives from ESL that it very well could not happen as well.
Bro, we're pretty much open where I am. We're good. We're good. We can go to bars and stuff now. We're open. We're chilling.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good also here, man.
I haven't cut my hair in months.
Oh, it's closed where you are.
We're full lockdown, man. We're full lockdown right now. Yeah, full lockdown.
Wait, how is it so different in different parts of Canada?
Because our province is run by donkeys.
Very big. Me and Bidoux are literally on opposite ends. And then INSUP's close to Bidoux.
Yeah, I know, but aren't there like national guidelines and shit?
Not really. It's actually
you have to think of Canada as like states. Like each province has their own.
Even cities. It's more about cities.
It's the same in Germany.
It's more about cities. Like Montreal, like
there's
was
like
in red zone for a while, and then there's other regions.
There's state legislation, but there's also overreaching national legislation that takes precedent oftentimes.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
Not here, man.
Not here, man.
Wait, INSUP, aren't you in the same area as Ricky?
I mean,
no, man, we're in different. It's like saying Texas is with California. Like, no, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're like ultimately we're on the east side of Canada, but like I said, it's more about cities. It's not really about provinces. It's about cities. Like some cities are more.
No,
red
it's definitely
zones.
it's definitely about provinces. We have Doug Ford shutting our shit down. You don't have Doug Ford.
It's about cities, man. I mean,
Vancouver and Victoria are very different. Different.
It's provincial legislation that's stopping me from getting
Let's
a haircut.
talk about politics, boys. That would be a great.
It's not.
No, we gotta. No. We cannot get into this now.
Yeah, I don't think we should.
Half hours in, there's no way.
I just want a haircut. I just want a haircut.
Yeah, get a fucking trimmer, you lazy mofo.
I got dates. I got dates coming up this weekend, bro. I got dates coming up this week. I'm trying to
stop spreading COVID and stay at home, you piece of shit.
What do you mean? We're all safe. Party of 5, all right. Party of 5 or less. It's just 2.
We have groups of 50 over here. We're good, dude. We
they got groups of 50. We got groups of 5, man.
My band's getting back together. We're good to go, man.
Yeah, Germany now, like earlier today, I went to the main station in Mainz, and you can just do a spit test nowadays. You just spit in a cup, and then they test it. It takes 10 minutes. They send you an email. Yo, you're negative. Go ahead, bitch.
Jesus.
Oh, I'll be doing a spit test, but it ain't for COVID. That's
my dear lord.
Daddy's having a wild weekend this weekend.
What do you spit on for me, bro?
Oh, Daddy's having a wild.
You're gonna test negative
boys.
for that one. I can tell you.
Holy Christ.
Ricky, I've always been interested in your saliva. Can you elaborate?
Oh yeah, we'll see each other real soon, Remo Demo, man.
I guess let's do some shout outs and wrap this up. It's been a pleasure.
Longest ever?
No, not even close.
I think that's the longest on
Actually,
it is the
maybe.
longest.
It's 4 hours and 18 right now.
Almost
Every time we top ourselves, every time,
It's
man.
fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I think every time on this fucking podcast, man, it always lasts like 4 or 5 hours. Man.
Sorry, boys, I'm fading. I just.
I think if Remo didn't show up, that would have probably been wrapped up in like 2 hours. But then he showed up, and then it was like twice as long as it was supposed to be.
Actually, I think
good,
when Bidoux was talking about the hosting shot, I took about half the show.
Good points, man. It was fun, bro.
Yeah, I think Todd was worried about like how long it was gonna be. He's like, well, it won't be that long. It'll be short.
Fuck. I was
It was fun. It was fun. I had fun, man.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm passing out, man. I just worked and I'm just kind of tired, and it's been like 5 hours. I'm just kind of out of it.
Yeah. Keep interrupting the shout out. It's gonna take even longer. All right, you go ahead.
Sorry,
first.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Dude.
Go for shout outs. Fucking imbecile.
I'll go last. I'm the most important one here.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, go first. Go first.
Go first.
Yeah, big shout out to myself.
What the fuck?
Dust League coming up next, not this weekend. I have a podcast with Neo, Back to Warcraft podcast. You can find it everywhere. Anywhere you watch your podcast.
Especially on patreon.com/back to Warcraft.
Yes, big shout out to our Patreon. It's a lot of fun.
Jay Gaps, you just go down the list.
Oxy, stupid quakes.
No, it's a lot of fun. Happy to be here, man. Todd, as always, and follow me on Twitter.
Yeah, it's a smart move to shout out your Patreon after all the subscribers you lost earlier with your comments, man. It's pretty good.
No, I probably gained, dude. I don't lose.
Gotta get that money back somehow, you know what I mean? And honestly, man, it was really fun with you guys, I'm pretty glad to be back on Twitch after my fucking 2 weeks vacation. Glad to be on the first song of the year, I think, man. So, thank you guys for watching. You can follow me on Twitch TV and SpurbalW3. Almost stream like 6 times a week, and then, I got my Twitter, Oxygen Spurble, so it was a fun conversation, man. Nothing else to say. I'm glad Remo joined us midcast. Had some good topics to talk about, so yeah.
Who wants to go next?
Me?
Okay, cool.
Me or Remo? Go, Remo.
You guys
go.
speak.
Go, Remo.
I go.
Go. Sorry.
Thank you all for tuning in. I don't know who survived it until now. It's been a long fucking night. Shout out to all you guys and to all the VOD boys. Yeah, awesome to have you in the scene, by the way. I think sometimes we take things for granted. We all love this game. All right, we're all community together. Even if things can get heated and get toxic at times, we should remember that it's still the game that we love. And let's try to be helpful rather than harmful. And let's try to think about how our actions can impact the scene and the world around us, and try not to be cunts all the time, right? So try to be good. And yeah, anyways, cool that you tuned in. If you want to follow me, at RemoDemo on Twitter, and back to Warcraft and shit. And yeah, I hope you guys gonna have a good time, and yeah, see you next time.
All right. Well, what do I shout out? Well, thank you guys. This is actually a really fun one. I'm glad we had. I think the group we have here is good because we can all sometimes have different opinions, and I think it's important to sometimes have different opinions on things. I think it makes the discussion better, and this wouldn't have gone 4.5 hours if it wasn't at least a half decent discussion. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys not being pussies with your opinions. That's always nice to have a
That
discussion.
was fun, man.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good, and I
Very
hope
good.
we can do it again in the future. Todd, I hope you do these more often. I think things like these are really important. So I hope you keep up with the interviews and the podcasts and all that stuff. Really appreciate the invite as always. You can follow me on Twitter at Carson with 3 N's and a C at the end. It's very confusing, but branding. You can check me out every Thursday at least on Back to Warcraft at 1 p.m. Pacific. I do a show where I talk about Warcraft and give my opinions on it. I have my show today. It'll be up on YouTube. You can check that out. And yeah, that's it. See you guys around. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Have a good night. Later.
Thank you, man. You too. Oh, it's me, motherfucker.